He was completely stunned by the scene before him. He saw his parents, their faces so young, both of them cooing at No Unha, holding baby toys in their hands. What was going on? He had no idea. He even thought he had been reincarnated into his next life. But when he reached out to touch his mother's hand, he realized his own hand was tiny, and he couldn't even move his body at all. It seemed like he hadn't died. Instead, he had turned back time to when he was just 1 year old. This was truly shocking. He kept his eyes wide open, feeling like this was all so illogical. How could he have turned back time? He only remembered that at that moment, he had been gasping for his last breath in the Abyss dungeon, while Lim Gayun kept crying and whispering the word, miracle. Could she have triggered a miracle? Lim Gayun possessed power on par with those of the 12 thrones, so it wouldn't be surprising if she really managed to do this. But even so, the thought of turning back time was still hard to believe. No Yunha looked at his parents' carefree faces, and his nose began to sting. He had never thought he would be able to see them again. In his previous life, they had both perished in a monster attack when he was only 6 years old. Ever since then, he had lived with a hatred for monsters and became one who slaughtered them back. But now, he had been given a second chance. So this time, with these very hands, he would change his destiny. Life in the body of baby No Unha began, and although he kept all his memories from before his rebirth, the truth was, he was still just a baby. In other words, he couldn't do a damn thing, just eat, sleep, but anyway, he had been given a chance to live again. And that was his chance to turn his life around, both literally and figuratively. Figuratively, he could avoid the tragedies of his past life, and literally, today he learned to roll over. And the process of his first ever roll was cheered on enthusiastically by a special fan, named No Una. She was his cute older sister, only a little older than him. His memories of her were a bit blurry compared to those of his parents. There was only one moment he remembered very clearly. The day his family was attacked by monsters, his sister had hugged him tightly, using her tiny body to shield him. Crying, she had said, "No Yunha, I will protect you." In this life, she was still a loving sister. Seeing him successfully roll over, she pounced on him with a hug. She kept rubbing her cheek against his, and praised him. "Oh, you're so talented, my dear little brother." So, generally speaking, she was great in every way. It was just that she expressed her emotions a bit too intensely. Time passed by, and in a blink, he was already 9 months old. He could sit up firmly, and he began to collect mana, from everywhere, even just the small amounts that existed in the air. Before he was reborn, he didn't have much mana in him, so that time had been quite difficult. So, if his body could handle it, he wanted to start absorbing mana while he was still a baby. It's just that the process didn't go very smoothly, because his sister kept interrupting. Seeing her little brother sitting cross-legged like an old man, she couldn't help but want to come over and tease him. But because of that, he suddenly discovered something. His sister possessed a massive amount of mana. That wasn't necessarily a good thing, because if someone had too much mana, they would have to suffer from mana condensation sickness, which could eventually damage their health. He didn't want that to happen to her, so he needed to help her control it. Innocent No Una had no idea about any of this. All she wanted to do was stick to her little brother and grow up with him. Time flew by. Before long, he was 4 years old. Now he could do more things, and he spent more time outside than inside the house. And the reason why? Because every time she went out to play, she brought him along. She was not only popular with the other kids, but also with everyone in the neighborhood. Compared to his sister, he didn't seem to be welcomed by the other kids quite as much. "Hey, No Unha, why are you here? You don't need to come. See? Speak of the devil. Look at that kid's attitude." She clearly didn't want to see his face. "I was dragged here, Kim Minji. I told you not to call me that. My name is Kim Minji, not Kim Minji," she shouted, making his ears ring. After his sister arrived at the playground, she quickly proved her status as the leader of the group, and they all gathered around to play cops and robbers. He wasn't excited at all because he felt he shouldn't be playing with kids when he was already 32 plus 4 years old. But when he saw his sister smile, he felt this experience wasn't half bad. He decided to play along for her sake. The two of them played until late in the afternoon. By the time they headed home, they were covered in mud, but he seemed very happy. Everything was peaceful until they walked past an alleyway and heard a growl from a stray dog. Its eyes were bloodshot and terrifying, and No Una, who was only half a head taller than him, didn't hesitate at all to stand in front of him. "No, Unha, it's okay, I will." Her voice was clearly trembling with fear, and he realized this situation seemed identical to his past life. It seemed like no matter how many times he was reborn, his sister would still risk everything to protect him. He still remembered those words, along with the feeling of her trembling arms. But this life was different. He bravely stepped forward to face that dog. "No, I will protect you." As soon as he said that, the mana in his body was released. He looked straight at the dog and shouted, "Get lost." What terrified the dog wasn't his childish face or voice, but the mana he radiated. Without waiting for him to say it twice, the dog tucked its tail and ran away. No Un-ah was so shocked that her mouth hung open. After a long while, she finally came to her senses. She then pounced on her little brother with great excitement. "No, Un-ah. What just happened? Was that mana, right? I want to do that too. Teach me." She seemed overly excited, but given her personality, that reaction was normal. In the end, he agreed to his sister's request. After all, he had intended to teach her, ever since he was 9 months old. She looked so happy. She grabbed his hand and ran home. No Un-ah had always wanted to protect his sister's smile, and to do that, he had to prevent the tragedy where his family was massacred when he was 6 years old. To change that disastrous future, No Un-ah vowed to do whatever it took. After returning home, he began to act as a private tutor for his sister. He taught her how to control the mana in her body, starting from the smallest steps. But for her, this was quite difficult. No Un-ah kept failing repeatedly, which made No Un-ah feel that this world was truly fair. His sister was born with the blessing of mana, but lacked the talent to control it. As for him, he wasn't born with as much mana as she was, but he was very skilled at controlling his own. At least No Un-ah was persistent from a young age. So, failing many times didn't make her give up. "Just you wait and see. I'll definitely be able to do it." Perseverance is a plus, but impatience is a minus. The exercise No Un-ah set for his sister was to use mana to keep a spinning top balanced. But because she was too impatient, she used too much mana, causing the top to fly around wildly and uncontrollably. Up until that point, their family was still very peaceful and happy. One evening, as the whole family was watching TV, No Un-ah's mother mentioned that he would turn 6 next year. "So, it's time to start kindergarten." "I don't want to." No Un-ah pouted in response. "No, you promised me, didn't you?" It was true that before that, No Un-ah had whined so much that his mother allowed him to skip kindergarten. But in the end, he had promised his mother he would start school when he turned 6. No Un-ah couldn't believe that he, someone who had lived nearly 45 years across 2 lifetimes, was about to have to endure those annoying, crying little kids. Just thinking about it was exhausting. Coincidentally, today was also New Year's Eve, and the TV was broadcasting the New Year's countdown program. According to the MC, the moment they stepped into the new year was also the second that South Korea would create a new history for humanity. The screen changed to a female reporter sitting in a helicopter. She said that they were currently flying over the tomb of Rongmyo, where their ancestors, the kings and queens of the Joseon dynasty, rested. A new page in Korean history is about to be turned, ladies and gentlemen. No Un-ah felt the female MC's voice make his head throb slightly. A new page? It seemed they had way too high expectations. After humanity learned to use mana, everyone was constantly busy trying to master it, so they didn't realize that because mana was concentrated in one place, monsters had also started to be born. 1999, before the start of the 21st century, that horrific event occurred, an event later referred to as the end of the century. Monsters escaped and began their slaughter everywhere. Because of this, South Korea lost 30% of its population. Only then did humanity truly understand fear. From then on, people had to live in constant dread, always worried that monsters could appear at any moment, in the blink of an eye. The existing government and laws lost their inherent power, because only strength could defeat monsters, or rather, only mana could establish a new order for the world. True power in South Korea subsequently rested only in the hands of the wealthy, also known as the Catastrophe-class, and the players with abundant mana, like No Un-ah in his previous life. Because of the emergence of this new group of powerful people, the current government was replaced, but by the time the situation stabilized, there had been many casualties, and people had lost contact with one another. So, in remote areas, people had no choice but to wait for the monsters to come and slaughter them. But in the middle of a South Korea filled with despair, a ray of light suddenly appeared. That was the goddess, Lim Ga-eun. At this moment, Lim Ga-eun's face appeared on the TV. She used to be a famous actress, and now she had become the first-generation goddess protecting South Korea. The reason Lim Ga-eun could become a goddess was because she possessed the ability to stop mana eruptions and could also disperse it. That ability was given a name, White Grace. All players who protected the temple would become the swords protecting the nation, known by the title of the 12 Thrones. Nominally, Players were managed by the Mana Management Association, but most of the truly powerful people would create their own guilds and operate from there. As someone who possessed the rare gift of destiny that helped stop monsters, as well as control public opinion in South Korea, Lim Ga-eun became the first player to hold the 12 Thrones title. After that, the remaining names appeared one by one. Those players who held both the 12 Thrones title and belonged to guilds began to leverage both the power of the Mana Management Association and the power of their own guilds to gather strength, from there ruling over all other players. At this moment, Lim Ga-eun, in her traditional attire and glamorous makeup, was standing in front of a magic orb placed before the temple, looking extremely solemn. "Gods of the heavens and the earth, please grant us the power to protect this nation." As soon as she finished speaking from that orb, a stream of extremely blinding blue light radiated out. That stream of light quickly spread, covering the entire city, and gradually covered the entire nation. The camera cut back to the female MC sitting in the helicopter. Thanks to the high-angle shot, that magical blue light looked even more impressive. Ladies and gentlemen, a protective barrier has just been created before our very eyes. This hemispherical protective barrier can prevent mana eruptions. It is currently covering the entire sky over Seoul. No Unha was extremely excited and ran to the balcony to take a look. No Unha also followed his sister. The scene before them was indeed very impressive. Even though it was night, the sky was covered in a layer of shimmering blue light, completely different from before. The electric lights reflected it. Both of No Unha's parents looked up at the sky, then clasped their hands and began to pray. "Now we can finally live in peace. Thank you, goddess." Countless other families were just like them, standing on their balconies praying. No Yun-ah also mimicked her parents by clasping her hands, and didn't forget to make her younger brother do the same. But he knew clearly that praying was useless because there were no gods in this world. He still clearly remembered the memories from his previous life when the world was destroyed. All the gods had perished. The blue light in the sky gradually faded away. As for No Unha, he remained focused, praying to the goddess to allow his family to live truly happily together. No Unha looked closely at his sister and smiled. Then he folded his hands, sincerely praying to the goddess of time for a chance to live a truly happy life in this reincarnation. In the blink of an eye, another year passed. No Unha was now 6 years old, and the event that would cause him to lose his family forever was drawing near. In the end, No Unha couldn't escape the fate of attending kindergarten. On his first day of school, he was warmly welcomed by his teacher, Taejo. The first activity was, as always, to introduce oneself. No Unha stood on the podium, looking at the bunch of kids below with utter reluctance. "Hello, my name is No Unha. I'm 6 years old. Let's get along," he said. No Unha's introduction couldn't have been shorter. Taejo thought he hadn't finished, but after waiting a long time without hearing him speak again, he tried to coax him. "That's a bit short, isn't it? Would you like to say anything else? I think your classmates would really like to know more about you." No, Unha didn't want to make friends with these toddlers, so he refused to continue. Then, the real drama began. He ended up in the same class as Kim Minji, the kid he always called Kim Minji. The moment Kim Minji saw him, she shrieked, "Why are you in our class?" "Oh, if it isn't Kim Minji, are you studying here too?" "No," Unha replied, just to annoy the little girl. Kim Minji was like a mini volcano. She exploded with anger whenever she saw him. Teacher Taejo saw the tension between the two children and had to step in to mediate. After that awkward introduction, the kids had some free time to play before lunch. At first, Taejo worried that No Unha wouldn't make any friends, but the other children seemed very interested in the new kid. They quickly swarmed him, each asking a question: where he lived, how many people in his family, what he liked and disliked. It was all there. No Unha was getting a massive headache from the brats. This was exactly why he hated kids. With great difficulty, he managed to escape. No Unha wandered around the kindergarten and discovered the children's reading corner. At least this place was quiet. He randomly picked up some children's books to pass the time. There was another beautiful little girl reading there, but No Unha hadn't noticed her at first, until a group of other kids appeared, noisily shattering the quiet atmosphere that No Unha had worked so hard to find. These 3 children were led by Choi Eun-hyuk, followed by his 2 lackeys, Ma Bang-jin and Jeon Song-jin. "Hey, you're reading again? What's the point of reading? Dong Ha-jung, don't you have any friends? Why are you always alone?" Choi Eun-hyuk said loudly. The girl named Dong Ha-jung, upon seeing this boy, clearly looked anxious. It seemed she had been bullied many times. As for Choi Eun-hyuk, he seemed quite used to playing the kindergarten bully. As soon as he appeared, he lunged forward and snatched the bow off Dong Ha-jung's head. "What is this ugly ribbon? Dong Hajong hurriedly stood up to demand her stuff back. That was a bow her dad had bought for her, but those kindergarten big bosses didn't want to let her off so easily. As a result, Dong Hajong cried while begging, and Choi Un-hyuk and his two lackeys laughed delightedly. Too childish. No Un-ha, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly spoke up. With the soaring self-esteem of a 6-year-old, Choi Un-hyuk was provoked by him. Look, this kid was already fuming with anger. What did you just say? He glared at No Un-ha. But in his wildest dreams, he probably couldn't imagine that the person he was provoking was actually a terrifying man inside a child's body. If he knew, he'd probably be scared senseless. No, Un-ha slowly stood up and walked over to Choi Un-hyuk. I said, "You're being too childish. Do you think that's fun?" Choi Un-hyuk was furious, his small hands balled into fists, swinging toward the opponent. No, Un-ha didn't rush to fight back. He just tilted his head to dodge. Watching Choi Un-hyuk act so practiced, he must have mastered the art of bullying classmates. A rotten kid like that needed to be taught a lesson. So No Un-ha kicked him. The boy went flying backward, slamming hard against the ground. Then, he retrieved the red bow and returned it to its owner. Here you go. Next time, don't let them snatch it away. Choi Un-hyuk was helped up by his two tiny lackeys. The throbbing pain from his backside must have made him furious. I definitely won't let you get away with this, he threatened, but No Un-ha really couldn't believe those words were coming from a 6-year-old. He turned his head and gave him a death glare. Choi Un-hyuk was so scared his legs turned to jelly, and he quickly fled with his two lackeys. After the three of them left, Dong Hajong timidly tugged at No Un-ha's sleeve. When he turned around, he saw the little girl crying and smiling at the same time. Thank you for getting my ribbon back. She looked weak, but both Kim Min-ji and that kid, Choi Un-hyuk, earlier had mana levels above average, and most of the kids here also had mana similar to that. Thus, No Un-ha began to feel a bit curious how much mana did Dong Hajong possess, and reality proved he had stumbled upon a secret again. After testing her, he discovered that the mana she possessed seemed even more abundant than his sister's. Furthermore, compared to No Un-ah, Dong Hajong seemed more skilled at controlling her mana, so her mana level would increase over time. Someone like this, when she grows up, will definitely be one of the 12 thrones, or at least a candidate for one of them. But in his previous life, No Un-ha had never heard the name Dong Hajong, so he was quite curious. Even if she didn't become a player, with this much mana, she should have been famous. So, to clear up the reason for this, No Un-ha took the initiative to offer to be friends with Dong Hajong. He was living in a world where mana was the ultimate power, so it would be very beneficial to be close to this girl. And she had no reason to refuse the person who had just helped her. Just like that, he had his first friend in kindergarten. Seeing that her son was well-behaved and not causing trouble at school, No Un-ha's mother seemed very happy. Even after he returned home, she purposely checked her son's bag and discovered the paper carnation bouquet he had cut out at school. No Un-ha's mother wore a bouquet on her chest that her son had given her, along with a carnation from his sister. But his sister really wasn't very crafty with her hands. No, Un-ha, did you cut out 3 flowers? Is one for your father? One for mom and one for No Un-ha, right? His mother asked suddenly. No Un-ha's eyes brightened with anticipation. But after a moment, No Un-ha replied, with difficulty, that the third carnation was one he had intended for his grandmother in his previous life. In elementary school, they were taught to fold paper carnations for Parents' Day. But back then, No Un-ha had already lost both his father and his mother. Even so, he still had to make one, and stuff that pathetic, crumpled carnation into his bag. And then, his grandmother, who always packed his bag for him every day, would take it out and decorate the entrance hall with such care. Since then, No Un-ha would fold a carnation every year, but he never gave it to her, because he thought that if he showed her his affection, his longing for his family and his hatred toward the monsters would fade away. And No Un-ha would not allow that to happen. He wanted to live as a cold-blooded monster to get his revenge, just like that. His love for her was kept deeply hidden until the day she passed away. That is why, in this life, telling her he loves her is something that No Un-ha absolutely must do. That fateful day was drawing closer. During that 45th year, the government finally opened the restricted routes, so that citizens could visit their relatives during the family month. To prepare for the potential appearance of monsters on the roads, they hired many player guilds. But because the Kraken, a monster with destructive power, suddenly appeared, there were far more casualties than expected. And No Un-ha's family, on their way to visit his grandmother, also fell victim to this tragedy. In this life, it seemed everything was following a similar script. When No Un-ha's father returned from work and suggested they go visit her tomorrow, No Un-ha couldn't let that happen. Absolutely not. To be specific, this was his maternal grandmother. Since his father was an orphan, the only grandmother he had was on his mother's side. In his previous life, he had grown up with her, after his whole family died in the accident. When his emotions turned to stone, and he lived like a total failure, it was she who took care of him through everything until the day she died. No Yunha's father seemed excited. They hadn't been able to visit her for a long time because the outskirts of Ocean were quite dangerous. But this year, the government had repaired the roads and promised that everything was under control, so everyone felt at ease, including his parents. Only he knew about that tragedy. Could we visit Grandma another time? He struggled to make the suggestion. His parents were puzzled because, clearly, just before that, No Unha had even cut a carnation to give to her. That's right, I want to see her too. But can't we go on a different day instead of tomorrow? This was harder than No Unha had imagined, because, after all, he was still just a child, and his words didn't carry much weight. Yet he had to act like a child to avoid raising his parents' suspicions. If he kept forcing them not to go tomorrow, it might make them suspicious. So, No Unha tried his best to put on his most authentic, childish expression. Since it's almost Children's Day, I want to go to the amusement park and ride the Vikings. They say it's not that far from our house. This suggestion was quickly supported by the other child in the house, No Unha. It was rare for his parents to see both children so excited, especially since both No Unha and No Unha had previously refused to go to amusement parks, because there were too many monsters outside. So, they had no choice but to change their plans. Instead of visiting his grandmother, they would go to the amusement park tomorrow. Then Mom will pack a lunch. Is there anything you want to eat? Yay, I want sandwiches and fried chicken. No Yunha was so happy she jumped up and down. No Yunha secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The plan was a success. Even though he couldn't stop that Kraken monster from escaping, at least he could stop his family from crossing paths with it. This would be the first step in changing the future. However, No Unha had never thought about what is known as the butterfly effect. It seemed his small actions had inadvertently changed many things in the future. Soon after, No Unha's mother suddenly received a phone call. He didn't know what was said on the other end, but she looked so worried she was about to cry. Once she hung up, she said that his grandmother had just collapsed. This felt completely unreasonable to him, because in his previous life, her health had clearly been fine. But regardless, this had completely ruined No Unha's plans. If his grandmother had collapsed like that, his mother had no reason not to go visit her, and his father was determined to take his wife there. Seeing his son's face darken, No Yunha's mother thought he was upset about the broken promise to go to the amusement park. She knelt down, matching his eye level, and tried to console him. No Unha, Grandma isn't feeling well. Mom knows you really wanted to go to the amusement park, but can we wait until next time? No Yunha was extremely distressed, because he had tried to change the future, but his grandmother was already hurt. If he tried to intervene more deeply, something even worse would surely happen. Was there really no way for him to prevent his family from facing that Kraken? If so, what was the point of him being reborn? No Unha was so tense he could barely breathe. After thinking for a while, he realized that the only difference in this life was him. He was different from his past self. Specifically, he had been hoarding mana since he was 9 months old, and he also had combat experience from his previous life. If he couldn't prevent the encounter between his family and the Kraken, there was only one way left. He himself would have to fight that monster. The Mana Management Association had classified all monsters based on their danger levels. Rank 9 consisted of monsters that polluted the environment or spread diseases. Rank 8 were monsters that posed physical dangers to daily life. Rank 7 were monsters that committed mid-level crimes, like robbery or murder. Rank 6 were monsters that paralyzed administrative functions in the city. Whether they operated in groups or individually, monsters that infiltrated human territory. Or those with a comparable threat level, ranked as Tier 4, are swarm-controlling monsters, harmful to humans, or a threat to humanity's economy. Tier 3 is a monster capable of crippling government-level administration, classified as an entity, and carrying a level of damage equivalent to a catastrophe. Even higher, Rank 2 is a monster that can cripple government-level administration, classified as an entity, and carries damage equivalent to the calamity level. And, the highest, Rank 1, is a monster with the potential to threaten the very existence of humanity, classified as an entity. Kraken was a Tier 3 monster in the previous life. Around the time No Unha graduated from the Player Academy, it had been downgraded to Tier 4 due to the general increase in power among players. But right now, the players currently in the area where the Kraken is appearing are only ranging from rank E to C at best. Therefore, they certainly cannot defeat that monster. Naturally, given the current situation, he couldn't fight it either. There is only one way to survive. He has to stall for time, until the 12 thrones appear and defeat this monster. What's even worse is, the only weapons a 6-year-old child like him has are scissors and a utility knife. No Unha naturally wanted to bring something else, like a kitchen knife, for instance. But his parents would notice. With fragile weapons like craft scissors, if he coats them with mana, they can still deal some damage to the monster. No Unha, are you done yet? We're leaving right now. His mother suddenly poked her head into the room. Yes, I'm coming right out. I'm ready. No, Unha thought. The ready he just mentioned was readiness to face the Kraken. Today, since it was the day the roads finished maintenance and it was during the family month, traffic was jammed. No Unha's parents, sitting in the front seat, felt anxious. Yet their little son didn't look tired or angry at all, unlike No Unha, who was sleeping so soundly she was drooling. In reality, No Unha wasn't exactly at ease either. The further they left the city center, the more tense he became. Based on his previous life's memories, No Unha remembered that the Kraken had appeared when his family was crossing the middle of the bridge, the Yongsan Bridge. But now, they were already more than halfway across, and the monster was still silent. Could it be that the future had changed again? Please, let us cross the bridge safely. He prayed silently, but it seemed the Kraken was mocking his desperate wish, as if to say that he could not change his tragic fate, because right after No Unha prayed, the Tier 3 monster, part of that catastrophe group, had already appeared. The tentacles moved, destroying everything nearby. The roads and nearby vehicles were all smashed to pieces. A giant rock fell onto a car, completely wrecking it. The people were terrified and ran in all directions. From afar, a group of people in black outfits ran over. What are the players doing? They had arrived. The blonde-haired young man in the lead shouted loudly, "Protect everyone! Charge!" He suddenly noticed something above him, and looked up. A tentacle slammed straight into the blonde youth. He was covered in blood, raising a trembling hand. Seeing this scene, those following him panicked and fled. One person angrily shouted, "You damn players! If you run away, what are we supposed to do now?" The scene shifts to No Unha's family inside a car. No Unha's father's voice became shaky. "We should get out too. It's chaotic outside, so be careful when we get out. It's okay, just trust your father. If we move calmly, we can evacuate safely." No Unha and No Un-ah sat hugging each other in fear. No Unha's parents turned back to reassure their children. "You heard what father just said, right? Stay calm and get out of the car. The players will protect us. So don't worry." Just like that, the family of 4 left the heavily damaged car. No Un-ah went outside, her face turning pale. She collapsed to the ground, making him startle and call out, "Sister!" No Un-ah's legs were shaking. "Why can't you stand up? You need to stand up. You need to stand up and walk." No Unha's father looked at her with an anxious face. He approached her, offering, "I'll carry No Unha." No Unha father turned to him and asked, "No Unha, are you all right?" "No," Unha replied. "Yes, I can walk." A player pointed and shouted loudly, "This way! Please follow me to evacuate somewhere else." No Unha followed along, thinking, although a Tier 3 Kraken monster had appeared and the players were panicking, the experienced players had quickly assessed the situation and focused on evacuating the civilians. However, the Kraken was not the only problem. "We need to get off the bridge before they appear." Suddenly, a spear pierced through the leader. He didn't have time to react and was killed right on the spot. No Unha's family was startled and panicked. A hand with sharp claws grabbed the bridge railing and climbed up. He frowned and thought to himself, "They have arrived. The Tier 7 monsters, the stalkers." One came over and pulled the spear out of the person who had just been killed. Its eyes were bloodshot, and with its sharp teeth, it looked at the humans. One lunged, biting hard into the shoulder of a woman nearby. The players were in a difficult spot as soon as they appeared. One person, helping an injured girl, spoke up. "Does anyone here know how to use healing magic?" A woman heard him and ran over, but she had only taken a few steps before being pierced by a spear. It didn't stop there. Countless stalkers rushed to attack the two. No Unha's whole family looked at the scene around them in shock. No, Unha's father shouted loudly, "Kids, you trust father, right? No matter what happens, father will protect you. So don't look back, just run." They used all their might to run away. A tentacle coiled several cars together and then lifted them all into the air. The tentacle threw the cars violently in the direction of the people who were running away. No Unha looked at the objects flying over his head and was astonished. He hurriedly shouted, "Father, it's dangerous!" The cars fell, slamming hard into the people nearby. One car crashed heavily into a fuel truck. Due to the impact, the vehicle exploded loudly, creating a massive fire that blocked the entire path ahead. On No Eun-ha's father's face, there was nothing but despair. A player shouted loudly, "When will the reinforcements arrive?" Because of the fire, the road was blocked. The person opposite him immediately replied, "It's only been a few minutes. We need to hold on until reinforcements arrive," he thought to himself. Reinforcements from the 12. Just before I regressed, 12 thrones reached this place 30 minutes after the Kraken appeared. Will the players be able to protect everyone? Since the escape route is blocked, they might be able to inflict some damage on the lurkers. However, if no one takes care of the Kraken, we're all going to die. No, Eun-ha took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. He put his backpack down. I prepared for this from the very beginning. Even if I have to risk my own life, I will protect my family. No Eun-ha's mother looked confused as she saw him take out a knife. No Eun-ha? No Eun-ha looked at them and spoke up. "Mom, Dad, please don't move until the rescue team arrives." His father's voice trembled. "Eun-ha, what are you doing?" Eun-ha's eyes were full of determination. The players will stop the monster's attacks. Even so, if something dangerous still happens, Eun-ha will protect Mom and Dad. He thought to himself, "If I leave, I'm the only one here who knows how to use mana." Eun-ha smiled and said, "You can do it, right?" Eun-ha looked confused, only able to call out to him. No Eun-ha, seeing him run away, cried out, "No Eun-ha!" He was filled with killing intent as he grabbed the box cutter and dashed off. No Eun-ha sprinted away with astonishing speed. While running, he channeled all his strength into his legs. No Eun-ha pushed off hard and launched himself, leaping over the cars. Suddenly, a jolt of energy surged through No Eun-ha's body. He gritted his teeth in pain, trying to endure it. This is the movement acceleration skill I used in my past life. This is the first time I've used it in this body, and it's a bit too much for a child's physique. But if I use it, I can reach the Kraken right away. Ignoring the pain the skill caused, Eun-ha never stopped using it. He landed hard on the roof of a car and kept moving. Two people nearby were shocked. "What is that kid doing? That's dangerous." Hearing the scream, two lurkers noticed them. Seeing Eun-ha, they blocked his path. He gripped the knife in his hand, mana erupting from his palm. Eun-ha's knife blazed with power. He tilted his head to dodge a swipe from a lurker. Eun-ha took the opportunity to decapitate it. No sooner had one fallen than the others charged at him. He jumped to dodge a deadly strike from a lurker. No Eun-ha landed and stabbed hard into its neck. Another lurker flew in to pounce on him. No Eun-ha, fast as lightning, slid past and severed its head. He gritted his teeth, suddenly startled to realize one more lurker had struck him, sending him flying. No Eun-ha slammed into a nearby car but quickly stood back up. Exhausted, he held his knife up. This time, 4 lurkers attacked at once. Eun-ha drew his knife back to gain momentum, and with all his might, he slashed horizontally, severing one of its arms. Eun-ha dashed in front of the lurker, his eyes flashing. He turned around. Eun-ha slashed backward, hitting its arm, and the lurker's arm was severed. He thought to himself, "I'm back in my right mind." The feeling of killing monsters before I regressed, Eun-ha gritted his teeth, his killing intent pouring out. "Now, I'll become the undefeated warrior again." Fueled with adrenaline, he let out a loud roar. Countless slashes were unleashed at once, and all the lurkers were defeated as he landed. Another lurker hid under a car and opened its mouth. Eun-ha nimbly jumped to avoid its bite. He quickly landed and stabbed it hard in the head. Behind him, another one was closing in. It launched a spear, but Eun-ha spotted it and rushed forward with a powerful swing. The lurker was cut in two, but the Dafes box cutter snapped into several pieces. Damn it, it couldn't hold up, huh? Throwing it away, Eun-ha pulled out a spare pair of scissors. No problem. He snapped them in two to make 2 small knives. Eun-ha used his acceleration skill to dash off again. He stopped on the roof of a car. In front of Eun-ha was the giant, tentacled monster. He took a stance, preparing to attack. "I'll fight with this." A tentacle rose into the air. It swung down, carrying cars with it to attack. Eun-ha used his acceleration skill to run and dodge. He stepped onto its tentacle. With the tentacle in tow, Eun-ha ran straight up, and as he got close, he used all his strength to jump high. In the air, the monster's terrifying face was visible. Eun-ha stabbed hard with the 2 scissor blades, then slid down, leaving a long, jagged wound. Eun-ha pulled out one blade and then, with all his strength, stabbed it in from a distance. A tentacle was approaching rapidly. He let go and fell to avoid the attack. Eun-ha landed on the ground without a scratch. He looked at the blade, which had become warped. One blade is ruined. Without hesitation, Eun-ha threw it away. He poured all his strength into the remaining blade. "Is this all I have left?" No Unha ran in one direction to avoid the tentacle smashing down. He stepped onto the tentacle and ran up. No Unha crouched low, dodging another tentacle. He jumped down, raising the blade high. No Unha gathered all his strength and roared. Suddenly, a tentacle approached him. No, Yunha couldn't react in time. He was hit head-on and fell. As soon as he landed, Yunha quickly retreated. He gripped the blade. Damn it. I'm almost out of mana. Then, the Kraken suddenly changed direction, attacking the bridge pier. The tentacle smashed into it, destroying the pier, and the ground where Yunha was standing crumbled away. He panicked. That annoying bastard. Yunha stepped on the falling debris and ran. A moment later, a section of the bridge collapsed. Yunha had managed to run to a solid area just in time, but it didn't let him rest. The Kraken picked up a truck, preparing to strike. Under its crushing grip, the truck cracked. The Kraken threw the truck with immense force. Yunha was nearly exhausted. He summoned all his strength and shouted, "Take this, you dog." Yunha held the blade up, creating a massive surge of power. Suddenly, the truck was sliced in two. And it was none other than Yunha. As the truck flew behind him, it exploded. He stood frozen, breathing heavily, looking at his hands, which were covered in wounds. No Unha suddenly collapsed from exhaustion, his head hitting the stone floor hard. No Unha lay still, not moving an inch. He tried to pull himself up. Damn it, I can't move. Am I completely out of mana? No. If I lose consciousness here, everything I've built will collapse. Unha's eyes looked at the Kraken, blurring more and more before closing tight. He could only see darkness. Suddenly, he punched the ground hard. Yunha used every last bit of strength to keep himself awake. No way! Am I going to end like this? I want to live. I want to live happily with my family in this life. A tentacle rose high, gathering momentum. It lunged at him with all its might. No, Yunha trembled. I don't want to die here. Suddenly, a pair of hands reached out from behind him. Yunha hugged him and screamed, "Don't you dare hurt my little brother." A massive wave of energy erupted from her, creating a shield that blocked the Kraken's attack. The lurkers standing nearby noticed and were instantly dissolved by the light of Unha's energy. A pillar of energy light shot straight into the sky. Yunha was stunned. No way is this a miracle? A miracle is a talent that can restructure the world by altering its laws before one regresses. No Yunha knew of 4 people believed to possess this miracle talent, and the only one he could entrust everything to was his colleague, Lim Ga-un. After No Unha saw the immense amount of mana she possessed, he wondered, what if she possesses the miracle talent? No Unha pulled her into his arms to soothe her. You're safe now. No, Unha was stunned to realize his wounds had healed. Not only that, this light protected us from the Kraken, but using a miracle comes at a price. Those who possess miracles must pay a very heavy price. To restructure the world, he worriedly asked, No, Una. Are you okay? Are you in pain anywhere? She smiled and replied, Yes, I'm fine. But suddenly, No Una collapsed. I'm so sleepy, she said that, and fainted in No Unha's arms. A light glowed from No Una's chest. He looked at her and smiled sadly. She only had a tiny bit of mana left, just enough to keep her alive. Was her mana the price she had to pay? No Unha laid No Una down on the ground. He whispered, Sleep well. The rest, No Unha's eyes filled with killing intent as he unleashed his mana. The tentacles attacked again. The Kraken's eyes turned deep red. He laughed coldly. So, you've finally opened your eyes? You've identified her as your target? It swung a tentacle at him, but with a powerful strike, a strange fluid sprayed out, and the tentacle was wounded. You don't stand a chance of even touching her. This time, No Unha didn't back down. He fought head-on. He slashed horizontally, cutting 2 tentacles. Blood, even with my mana restored, I can't defeat this Kraken right now. But the future has changed. My family is still alive. I have nothing to fear anymore. I just need to hold on until the 12th Regiment arrives. At the moment the Kraken appeared, he was on Wonhyo Bridge, not far away. Someone spoke up, clearly annoyed. This is so irritating. This was Kang Hun-chan. It's not moving at all. Are you sure you're driving? You're not falling asleep while pretending to drive, are you? The driver stammered. There are so many cars on the road. At this hour, every road in Seoul is like this. He was annoyed. Do I have to quit the 12th Regiment right now? Why do I have to work on my precious days off? I joined the 12th Regiment only to fight strong opponents, not to save ordinary civilians. Suddenly, both of them sensed something. The driver spoke up. This is an enormous amount of mana. Kang Hun-chon held up his hand to stop him. I know. Just then, his phone rang. Kang Hun-chon answered. You felt it too, didn't you? The person on the other end didn't deny it. Yeah, he asked, what rank is it? The person replied immediately. According to incoming reports, it's a rank 3 Kraken. Kang Hun-chon frowned. Rank 3? He wore an interested smile. Where is it? The driver asked fearfully. How can he look so happy when there's a monster? Anyone who saw that look would think he's crazy. The person on the phone explained. Obviously, it's at Seongsudae Bridge. Go take care of it. There are already players on the scene. I'm not sure what the total damage is, but the situation there is chaotic. He replied nonchalantly. Is that so? I'll see you later. He hung up. Kang Hun-chon opened the door and got out of the car. The driver panicked. Captain, what are you doing? He warmed up his arms and legs and smirked. What else? I'm going there. With this traffic, who knows when we'll arrive? He unlatched his heavy case, and Kang Hun-chon pulled out a sword. The driver was stunned. Running there? It'll take 2 hours to drive there, he replied with confidence. 30 minutes is enough. Kang Hun-chon used his mana to enhance his physical strength. His entire body radiated immense energy. Kang Hun-chon lowered his center of gravity, channeled his power, stomped, cracking the road, and shot forward at high speed. The driver just watched Kang Hun-chon leave. He exclaimed, That's our captain for you. His life's desire was only to fight strong opponents. Captain of the Fire Demon Guild, Kang Hun-chon. 30 minutes later, a terrifying deep-sea fish lunged, but Kang Hun-chon swung his sword. The slash carried fire, incinerating the creature. He suddenly noticed a huge pillar of light ahead created by No Un-ah. Is that magic? There's no one else at the scene. Who could cast a spell of that scale? He muttered. Kang Hun-chon's mouth instinctively curled into an excited smile. Someone was standing in front of No Un-ha, protecting him. No Un-ha used both hands to hack at the tentacles. No Un-ha gritted his teeth, pouring mana into his hands. From afar, Kang Hun-chon rushed in with his flaming sword. He swung hard, severing the tentacle, attacking No Un-ha. He saw this and breathed a sigh of relief. They're here. After attacking, Kang Hun-chon landed on the ground. 12th Regiment, Fire Demon Kang Hun-chon. The tentacle he cut was burning endlessly. The Kraken became painful and struggled. It began to sink into the sea to escape. The massive Kraken was gone in an instant. Fire-wielding ability, an ability that allowed him to freely control fire. That was why he was called the Fire Demon. Kang Hun-chon turned his head to look. He was surprised to see No Un-ha. Are there only 2 kids here? I can see the flow of mana around the little girl. Did these kids cast that magic earlier? The girl must be unconscious because she used up all her mana. And the boy was protecting her from the Kraken. These kids are strong. It'll be fun when they grow up and become players. Kang Hun-chon spoke up. Don't worry. I'm not going to fight you kids. At least, not right now. No Un-ha's eyes were full of vigilance as he watched him. Kang Hun-chon raised his sword and shouted. There's only one reason I'm here. To chop this Kraken up. Back off, kid. It's about to emerge. Just as Kang Hun-chon said, it was slowly surfacing again. Before the regression, Kang Hun-chon smirked. So you're the Immortal? You've been quite famous lately. No Un-ha looked at him with cold eyes. After a moment, he said, What do you want? He smirked. Nothing much. Just wanted to see if you were as strong as the rumors say. How about fighting me? No. Un-ha replied coldly. Not interested. Move. Kang Hun-chon blocked him. I won't let you pass until we fight. He let out a tired sigh. No Un-ha drew his sword. Don't regret this. Kang Hun-chon also pulled out his flaming sword. The two of them fiercely attacked each other, returning to the present. No Un-ha stared at the back of the flame demon, Kang Hun-chon, from before the regression. He always felt like he was locked in a fight with him. He had never once defeated him. The more they fought, the stronger Kang Hun-chon got. He really was a monster born for combat. Kang Hun-chon roared in anger. You little brat. Why haven't you shown your face yet? Scared after just getting a little singed? As soon as he finished speaking, a tentacle smashed the bridge pier. The place where the 3 of them were standing shook violently, ready to collapse. He gritted his teeth. That bastard. It's destroying the bridge supports. Kang Hun-chon looked at No Un-ha, thinking to himself, I can't fight and protect these kids at the same time. Suddenly, a staff struck the ground hard. 2 magical bridge piers appeared. Seeing this, Kang Hun-chon chuckled coldly. Right on time, Saintess. Above them, a helicopter arrived. Saintess Park Hee-rin retorted. I told you not to call me that. I'm not that old. What kind of saintesses are you talking about? Seriously, you could have just come by helicopter. Why did you run the whole way to the Seongsan Bridge? She pointed and laughed. As long as I got to Seoul, that's what matters. Park Hee-rin sighed. Fine, fine. You're always right. The rescue team will be here shortly. The rescue operation will start soon, so focus on taking down the Kraken. With her buff, Kang Hun-chan felt his power surging. He muttered, annoyed, I didn't even need a buff. Park Hee-rin snapped, shut it. You got a buff, so stop complaining. Kang Hun-chan shouted back, all right, I'm leaving the kids to you. She turned her attention to No Eun-ha and No Eun-ah. Park Hee-rin furrowed her brows, responding, got it. Beneath the water, the stillness began to churn as the Kraken surfaced once again. It thrashed its terrifying tentacles. Kang Hun-chan charged forward, laughing loudly. Finally, showing your face. He sprinted to the edge of the bridge and leaped high into the air. Kang Hun-chan plunged into the sea, creating a massive explosion. Below, a small light began to emerge. It was Kang Hun-chan's flame, burning right beneath the surface. His face rose above the water. With his whole body engulfed in flames, Kang Hun-chan walked across the water. Every step he took left a small trail of fire. The Kraken unleashed its tentacles to attack. Kang Hun-chan looked up at the two tentacles coming for him. They coiled around from multiple directions. It attacked from 4 directions at once. Kang Hun-chan gave a cold, dismissive laugh. Pathetic. He raised his sword high. Get lost. He slashed his flaming blade down. The flames, burning with extreme heat, scorched the Kraken's entire body. It shrieked in agony, struggling violently. Kang Hun-chan stared at the Kraken with an icy gaze. The flames around his body dissipated. Eun-ha cheered. Finally, the Kraken is down. The helicopter landed, and Park Hee-rin rushed over. Hey, are you kids okay? Don't be afraid. I'll use healing magic right away. She suddenly widened her eyes in shock, realizing these kids didn't have a single scratch on them. Was that magic earlier a miracle? Did a miracle heal these children? This is amazing. Witnessing a miracle, Park Hee-rin couldn't help her curiosity and reached out. No, Eun-ha's voice turned cold. Don't. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Don't touch her. Park Hee-rin went pale. Killing intent? How can a child have such intense killing intent? She couldn't help but wonder, who are you? Just then, the helicopter reached them. Park Hee-rin spoke up. The rescue team is here. Let's get you kids to the hospital first. He picked up No Eun-ah and looked back. Today at 5 p.m., a giant octopus suddenly appeared on the Songsan Bridge, causing many casualties. Rescue efforts have been underway for a while. The Saintes administration has spoken out regarding this tragedy. Eun-ha sat blankly on his hospital bed, listening to the news. His face darkened, looking very sad. Seeing Eun-ah still unconscious on the bed, Eun-ha remembered what the doctor said. She's suffering from mana exhaustion. Since there isn't enough mana in her body, she will recover after taking a mana dose, so you don't need to worry too much. A faint smile appeared on his lips. It's all over. No one died. I've changed the future. Suddenly, a voice calling out startled him. No Eun-ha! No Eun-ha turned his head to look at the person calling him. It was none other than his parents. When they saw him, they began to sob as if they were about to cry. His face went pale, and he broke into a cold sweat. I'm done for. Eun-ha lowered his head, not daring to face them. His mother spoke up. No, Eun-ha, are you hurt anywhere? He avoided their gaze, stuttering. No, I'm not. His father asked. What about No Eun-ah? He pointed. She's sleeping because she's low on mana. She'll be given medicine. Hearing that, he exhaled in relief, then suddenly grew angry. No Eun-ha. Why did you run out there and not listen to Dad? He shrank back, only able to bow his head in apology. No Eun-ha thought to himself. Apology? What am I apologizing for? My family survived. This is the best outcome for me, the fact that everyone is still alive. I don't feel guilty at all. He slowly looked up and saw No Eun-ha's eyes. They were wide with shock, filled with the fear of losing him. His mother was the same. Her eyes looked like they were about to tear up. Eun-ha frowned, not understanding what was happening. They didn't care about the result. They wanted to know why he had risked his life, running toward that giant octopus. I understand how scary it is to lose a family, but I only did what I wanted without caring about their feelings. So, he stammered, trying to get it out. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I won't do it again. As he spoke, Eun-ha started to cry. A warm hand reached out. No. Eun-ha's mother smiled and said, come here. He ran into her arms and hugged her. His father hugged them both from behind. Don't do that again, okay? Do you know how worried your mother and I were? Tears kept flowing down his face. Yes, I promise. I don't need to fight monsters anymore. Now, I can live like a normal child. Perhaps that's what Mom and Dad wanted for me. The next morning at the hospital where his family was staying, No Eun-ha's father gave instructions. No Eun-ha, Mom and I are going to handle the discharge paperwork for No Eun-ah, so wait here for us, okay? He happily replied. Yes, no matter what happens, I'll sit here and wait. No, Unha thought. After this incident, my parents' trust in me has hit rock bottom. Am I just going to sit here like this now? No, Unha was lying on the bed, still fast asleep. He kept sitting by the bed. Unha put a snack into his mouth. He blushed, happy. So good. Unha turned around and realized it was all gone. Already? I must have used too much power, but I still crave sweets. As soon as he finished the sentence, someone handed him a snack. Eat this, kid. He happily accepted it. Oh, thank you. Seeing that it was Kang Huncheon standing in front of him, Unha froze. His face was full of surprise. As he unwrapped the cookie, he spoke, "What? You don't like chocolate chip cookies?" Kang Huncheon held the cookie out toward his mouth. Unha kept the cookie in his mouth, thinking to himself, is he about to kick the bucket? He doesn't look like he's dying at all. He should have gone insane by now, shouldn't he? He was insane from the very beginning. Kang Huncheon gave a cold laugh and asked, "How old are you, kid?" He replied calmly, "I'm 6. Kang Huncheon crossed his arms. "You're still so young. What about your older sister?" "No," Yunha replied. "She's 10. Kang Huncheon continued. "What's her name?" He frowned. Suspicious. "Why do you want to know her name?" He gestured. "Not her. You. What's your name?" Yunha was a bit guarded but answered, "No, Yunha." Kang Huncheon made an offer. "No, Yunha. Do you want to join the academy? I'll nominate you." He shivered, thinking, this bastard, he wants to put me in the academy and turn me into a fighter to battle when I grow up? Is he raising others just to fight them? Is it because he has no rivals left? Kang Huncheon stood up and said, "Well, you're still young, so take your time thinking about it. No, Unha, I'll remember your name." Outside, Park Hee-rin was waiting. She spoke up. "Are you really going to leave it at that?" That was definitely magic. The kind of magic that hasn't appeared in Korea for a long time. Kang Huncheon picked his ear and replied, "I don't care if it's magic or not. The question is whether they're strong enough. That's all." Park Hee-rin was furious. "You battle-obsessed idiot," he retorted. "I'm not an idiot. I'm older than you. Now that you've become one of the 10 throne holders, you should watch your tongue. Besides, if magic is such a rare ability as you say, then that kid will draw the attention of the whole world if we announce it. If that happens, she will never be able to live a normal life again." "You wouldn't want that, right?" she stammered. That Kang Huncheon pointed. "If you understand, then don't meddle in this. Let's go to a cafe for some sweets." Park Hee-rin turned pale at the thought of sugary treats. "Are you insane?" he frowned. "Didn't I tell you to watch your mouth? I just want some sweets because I used up a bit of my power." We arrived at Grandma's house a day after the giant octopus disappeared. After getting out of the car, No-Eunha's mother spoke up. "Mom, why are you out here? Mom, why are you outside? You're still not feeling well, are you?" "No," Eunha's grandmother smiled. "I missed you all so much, so I came out. I also wanted to see my grandchildren." Looking into the car, she realized, "Oh my, they look exhausted. That's good. Sleep well, my grandchildren." That evening, No-Eunha woke up groggily. At this moment, his face still looked tired. It turned out that Yuna, Eunha's older sister, was sleeping right on top of him. Eunha sat up and sighed. How bad can her sleeping habits get? Suddenly, he noticed his mother sleeping across from them, exactly the same way. Eunha's mouth twitched. She has the same sleeping habits as Mom? He gently covered Yuna with a blanket. Eunha slowly stepped outside without waking them up. Sitting alone at a large table in the yard, Eunha looked at his hands and thought, "My mana has increased." His eyes darkened. Is it because of the ability? My ability before I was reincarnated was madness. With that ability, the more mana I use, the stronger my physical state and magic power become. But, just like the name suggests, the more mana I use, the easier it is to lose my sanity and fall into madness. No, Yunha fell into deep thought, but back then, I didn't lose consciousness. It would be the ultimate ability, if it didn't come with a penalty or make me lose my mind. Do I not understand the essence of madness? Suddenly, No Eunha's grandmother appeared beside him. "Why are you still awake?" He was surprised. "Grandma, how long have you been here?" I didn't even notice her appearance. "No," Eunha scratched his head and replied, "I slept too much in the car, Grandma." She smiled gently. "Is that so?" Grandma No Eunha draped a warm blanket over him. "But if you want to grow up to be an adult, you need to sleep a lot." No Eunha mused. "That's how Grandma is. Even when my mind is lost, she's still by my side. She waits for me to talk, even if it's not important. Is that a problem? My emotions? Or just a small conversation?" Thinking that, he asked, "Why aren't you sleeping, Grandma?" She smiled. Because you aren't sleeping either. No Yunha turned away shyly, thinking, I know now. This is what I wanted to see. When did I become a child in her eyes? Grandma No Eunha asked, do you want some warm milk? He waved his hand. No, I'm fine. Suddenly, No Eunha's mother appeared behind him with 3 glasses of milk. It's really hot. No, Eunha was startled. Mom, how long have you been here? She pointed at the glasses. So, who's going to drink these? He took a glass of milk and drank it obediently. No, Eunha's mother said, but Mom, do you know how shocked I was when I heard the news? Grandma No Eunha replied, that's why I told you I was feeling better. You know how chatty the neighbors can be, she worried. Even so, Mom, do you know how worried I was when I heard you fainted? He thought to himself. She tripped, but she woke up with only a scratch. She recounted, I lost consciousness. No, Eunha's mother was skeptical. Lost consciousness? She explained, should I call it sleepwalking? I was going up the stairs, but then I saw him. I'm not that old yet, dear. Just hear me out. He kept waving his hands. He told me not to go up there. Now that I think about it, he wasn't talking to me. He was talking to you, Eunha. Eunha fell into deep thought. He rubbed his chin, musing. Calling it a dream would be very strange if there was a real problem. The whole family would follow Grandpa eventually. If something like that happened, you should have told us. Grandma No Eunha happily recounted. But isn't it miraculous? I dreamed about it just a while ago. He said there was a beautiful deer lonely out there, but when I went out, it was No Eunha. No Eunha's mother was surprised. Huh? A deer? Grandma No Eunha was puzzled. What's wrong? She remembered. Before this, you dreamed about it, and Dad was left behind. A deer. Grandma No Eunha was astonished. Oh my God, you! Her face flushed, and she waved her hands. Ah, no! No Eunha's mother quickly turned to him and asked, No Eunha, what do you want to be when you grow up? No. Eunha stopped drinking milk and stammered. I. Behind him, something dark seemed to follow. They were demons, constantly screaming, Save me! Save me! Help me! It gave Eunha an extremely fearful feeling. Seeing his expression, she worried. What's wrong, dear? Eunha instinctively looked behind him. He gave a forced smile and replied, It's nothing. I don't know yet. Grandma No Eunha's voice rose. It's okay not to know. No Eunha turned to her, surprised. You're still young, so just take your time. Experience the happy things and the difficulties. Make lots of friends, then fight them. Study, play, and one day you'll know what you want. If you still don't know, just live until you figure out what you want. He broke into a cold sweat. Is she telling me to live my life to the fullest? No Eunha's mother and grandmother hugged him together. Grandmother said, That's right. The time belongs to our No Eunha. So, No Eunha, you can do whatever you want. Exactly. You can do it. No Eunha. In his name, No Eunha comes from the universe, a place filled with infinite potential. No Eunha blushed. That's the meaning of my name? She looked at him with loving eyes. I will support you no matter what you do. No Eunha's grandmother also said, I will support you too. Suddenly, No Eunha called out from inside the house. I want some milk too. They laughed happily. No Eunha, you're awake? Come here. Do you want the same milk Grandma is drinking? She smiled and answered, Yes, please, yes. No. Eunha looked at them and smiled happily. As they were talking, he suddenly remembered something. No Eunha brought over a few flowers. Grandma, here you go. No Eunha's grandmother was surprised. Oh my, thank you. I'll put it on the shoe cabinet to show it off, he thought to himself. Putting it near the entrance means she wants to show it off to the neighbors. She didn't know about that, right? Well, I don't care if she knows or not. Let's create beautiful memories in this life together, Grandma. Thank you for raising me. The scene of Grandmother No Eunha appeared gently in his mind. One afternoon at home, No Eunha's father's voice rang out. No Eunha, No Eunha. You two are going to have a new sibling. Both of them were surprised. What? No Eunha asked joyfully. I'm going to have a sibling? No Eunha's parents replied. That's right. You're about to have another little one. Suddenly, No Eunha's mother looked at No Eunha and saw him trembling. Worried, she placed a hand on his shoulder. No Eunha looked up and cried loudly. Thank you, Mom. Thank you so much. This is the greatest thing for me since I was born. The greatest thing? No, Eunha's father said shyly. You're acting like a dad already. The whole family laughed happily. The scene shifted to the kindergarten. From afar, 3 little girls ran in. No Eunha, over here. Did you miss Mom? No Eunha was wearing dog ears, crawling down, exhausted. No Eunha, the 2-year-old, 7-year-old goddess. The kids came over and patted his head. No Unha. Oh, you mean no Unha. Why are you crying? Don't cry, no Unha, good dog. He blushed and thought angrily. I'm not crying, damn it. Suddenly, Kim Minji spoke up nearby. I don't see what's cute about no Unha at all. I wish we could just throw this mud away. He gritted his teeth. You bitch, Kim Minji. Every chance she gets, she mocks me. She cold-shouldered him. Want to get yelled at? Want me to tell the teacher? No, Yunha recalled being discovered by the teacher while sleeping. This is going to drive me crazy. Sleeping. And then being thrown into a monster pen like this. Another little girl walked in. Kids, my loves, Mom is home. While the kids were distracted, he quickly snuck away. Stepping outside, No Unha took off the ears and sighed, exhausted. His eyes caught sight of someone nearby. It was Dong Ha-jung, sitting and reading a book alone. No Unha hid the ears and asked, What are you reading? She smiled and replied, Sherlock Holmes. I've been addicted to this lately. He rubbed his chin. Sherlock Holmes, huh? Sherlock and Professor Moriarty fell into the waterfall and died. Dong Ha-jung went pale and asked, What? No, Yunha was startled. I let it slip. She hung her head as if about to cry. You're so mean. I haven't even finished reading it yet. He forced a smile. I'm sorry, but he will come back in The Return of Sherlock Holmes's. Before he could finish, tears were already falling from Dong Ha-jung's eyes. No, Yunha, you're so mean. He hurriedly left. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. No Yunha walked away, but his feet stopped at another place. A voice caught his attention. It's nothing. Another waste of blood. It's so unfair, you jerk. Next time, I'll take you down. A little boy's gaze suddenly landed on No Unha. I was just deciding who the strongest person in class is. You came at the right time, the kids around started whispering. Are No Unha and Choi Eun-hyuk finally going to fight? Who's the strongest? He chuckled weakly. What are these kids watching on TV? Seriously? The kids started surrounding the two of them. Choi Eun-hyuk made a motion of drawing a sword and pointed it at No Unha. A forest cannot have two tigers. I will put an end to our fate right here. Picking up a sword, he was speechless. Seriously? Two boys behind cheered for Choi Eun-hyuk. Take him out with one move. That's it. Show him who's the strongest. He chuckled. These kids. One stood on the outside and yelled, Take down No Unha. The girls just stick to him. No Unha thought, Is that what you care about? Kim Min-ji cheered. No Unha. He was happy. Right. At least I have the neighbor girl. She made a threatening gesture. Drop dead. No Unha sighed. Ah, that's right. This is who you are. He felt a bit sad. I don't have anyone cheering for me. No, Yunha suddenly noticed Dong Ha-jung, but she just cried loudly, I hate you, no. Hearing that, No Yunha jumped. He picked up the plastic sword. That's right. I'm alone in this life, aren't I? He became menacing. You all, it's all because of you. No Unha imagined himself and Choi Eun-hyuk standing in the middle of an arena. The boy charged forward, screaming, Bring it on, monster! He stood calmly in the face of Choi Eun-hyuk's approach. No Unha gently blocked the boy's sword. He used a great amount of force to knock Choi Eun-hyuk's sword away. The sword spun in the air over his head. The boy just stared up at it. Taking the opportunity, No Unha quickly lunged forward. He ran past him, slashing across Choi Eun-hyuk's waist. At the same time, the sword spun many times and fell to the ground. No Unha stood tall without looking back at his opponent. He slowly put the sword back into its sheath. Choi Eun-hyuk clutched his stomach, trembling. No way I could still if I could use my sealed power. The boy coughed repeatedly and then collapsed. No, Yunha stood tall, surrounded by the admiration of everyone. He turned back and smiled. That was an interesting fight. The kids cheered happily. He laughed. That's really No Unha for you. Did you see that? He's so good because of playing house. Right. If anyone can pull out that Excalibur, it would be No Yunha. He looked blankly. Huh? What? In front of him was a toy sword stuck in the ground. A pile of building blocks? I've never seen Excalibur be pulled out. You can do it, No Yunha. He scratched his head. I guess I should try. Huh? He stepped forward and grabbed the hilt. No Unha easily pulled it out to the cheers of the kids. No Unha got the Excalibur. No Unha is the best. No Unha. No Unha. He was shy and screamed internally, Please, stop. Stop it. The scene shifted to a spot in the park. He approached a phone screen displaying the latest news. A rank 7 goblin has appeared. The Macronier Engineering Guild is already on the front lines, but there are reports that 2 of the goblins have escaped the scene. According to the Mana Management Association, it is highly likely that they are hiding in a crowded area. If anyone spots them, report it immediately. Outside on the playground, the children were running and playing freeze tag. Kim Min-ji tagged a girl. playfully freezing her. Yunha let out a soft sigh, watching the kids play. He sat tiredly under a tree, thinking, I'm exhausted. How are they not tired? Yunha sat cross-legged and pressed his palms together. Since the future has changed, I need to store up as much mana as I possibly can whenever I get the chance. As time goes on, the world will see mana as a form of power, so it's better if I have plenty of it. Once they find out about it, ever since that incident, I'm sure I'll have more space to store mana. Two kids noticed him and called out, No Unha, are you done resting? Come here and play with us. No, Unha thought to himself. Are they actually okay? Their stamina is terrifying. Just then, Teacher Taejo brought over a bag of snacks. Kids, come get some ice cream. Everyone stopped playing and ran over. I want melon flavor. I want watermelon. He watched the scene before him and smiled. They're really just kids. After a while, Taejo was covered in a mess. All right. Who hasn't gotten an ice cream yet? Come and get it. Suddenly, two hands grabbed the same ice cream. No, Unha and Kim Min-ji. The two locked eyes. Let go, you little piggy Kim Min-ji. This one is mine. I grabbed it first. Why don't you let go? I grabbed it first. Let go. Why are you being so petty? You're a boy. You know. What does me being a boy have to do with grabbing an ice cream? Taejo looked at them, exhausted. He snatched the ice cream and spoke up. Hey, you two. Didn't I tell you that friends shouldn't fight? Saying that, Taejo broke the ice cream into two pieces. He handed one half to each of them. See, isn't that effective? You guys can share. They both ignored his words and started playing rock, paper, scissors to decide who gets the whole thing. Rock, paper, scissors. Taejo was furious. You kids should share. Don't do that. Both of them turned pale. Yes, sir. Behind them, Dong Ha-jang approached and asked, Teacher, where is Choi Un-hyuk? He was startled. Choi Un-hyuk? I'm not sure. Maybe he's at the Moon Garden. Kim Min-ji said calmly. I bet he's over there swinging his sword around. Why does he always play by himself? Yunha thought. Special training should be done in secret. Kim Min-ji asked, confused. What? Why would you want to bring ice cream to him? If you want to, you should go get it yourself. The girl said shyly. But I think he'd be sad if he were left out, while we're all eating together like this. Kim Min-ji shook her head. Dong Ha-jang, your only flaw is that you're too nice. Taejo suggested. Do you want to take the ice cream to Yoon-hyuk? Dong Ha-jang? The girl nodded in agreement. Yes, I do. Kim Min-ji asked. Want me to go with you? Dong Ha-jang shook her head. No need, Taejo said loudly. You kids, put your trash in here when you're done. Yunha watched her leave and frowned slightly. Who wants to play tag next? Come on. Kim Min-ji walked up to him. You should go out there, too. Yunha refused without hesitation. No need. I've played enough for today. The girl raised her voice, reminding him. If you do that, no one will want to play with you anymore. He didn't care much. You don't need to worry about that. Go play over there. Kim Min-ji huffed. No. My sister, No Una, told me I have to play with you. No Unha scratched his face, thinking, my sister really... She grabbed his shirt and pulled him up. Get up, let's go. The children gathered to play rock, paper, scissors. No Unha lost, so he stood there awkwardly. No Unha lost. He gritted his teeth and angrily turned toward Kim Min-ji. He didn't hesitate to chase after her. No Unha sprinted at full speed. Just as he was about to touch Kim Min-ji, she stopped, crossed her arms, and said, Freeze! Kim Min-ji stuck her tongue out to tease him. He didn't pay attention and changed direction toward another friend. Suddenly, No Unha ran past his friend without noticing. His friend saw him running toward Kim Min-ji and was surprised. The girl was distracted and suddenly looked up. Yunha ran past her like a lightning bolt, turned his head, and gave a loud, crooked grin. Yunha tapped her on the shoulder. Unfreeze! Kim Min-ji finally reacted and blurted out, You! A boy with curly hair ran by and tapped the girl on the shoulder. Your turn to chase. Now Kim Min-ji is... it. While saying that, the boy laughed loudly. Kim Min-ji's eyes blazed with fury. No Unha, you. She looked at him with murder in her eyes. You're not getting away with this. No Unha. No Unha tilted his head and smiled faintly. You think you can catch me? His expression suddenly became stunned with surprise. No, Unha stopped dead in his tracks. Kim Min-ji ran up and tapped his shoulder. No Unha, you're tagged. Seeing his reaction, the girl was confused. What's wrong? Why are you just standing there? No, Unha unleashed his mana with murderous intent. Why is this happening at a kindergarten? This is unexpected. From out of nowhere, a green, sharp-clawed hand grabbed him. He gritted his teeth, turned his head, and observed the nearby children standing frozen in confusion. Huh? What is that? On the fence appeared a monster wielding a weapon, a rank 7 goblin. It jumped down into the kindergarten. A girl with pigtails stammered in fear. "Mommy!" The goblin opened its terrifying mouth and raised its weapon high, preparing to strike. It swung its massive weapon down with all its might. The girl looked on in despair as the goblin raised its weapon high. Just then, it slashed horizontally toward the girl. Suddenly, a hand reached out just in time. He shot an object forward. The object struck the goblin's hand hard, causing it to drop its weapon. The goblin gritted its teeth in anger. It glared toward the attacker, and that person was none other than No Unha. Behind him, another goblin was creeping up. No Unha agilely dodged and weaved. He frowned and muttered, "These guys are so annoying." No Unha gripped his popsicle stick. "I have to take them down right now and call for backup." He dropped his center of gravity. Using his force to strike at the distant goblin, Taejo's footsteps came thundering in. He slammed a broom onto the head of a goblin. "You guys aren't getting away." Taejo turned to No Unha and shouted, making him jump. "No Unha, stay there." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the broom from his hand with great force. The broom flew like the wind and pierced deeply into the belly of a nearby goblin. Unha took the opportunity as Taejo ran over, grabbed him and the girl from earlier, and took off. "Hold on to me, teacher." Behind them, the two goblins chased after them in a rage. He asked loudly, "Are you okay?" He was extremely calm. "Yes." Up in the air, the goblin had almost caught up and was preparing to bring its axe down. Unha, on Taejo's shoulder, gathered mana into his palm. A mana orb was quickly formed. "Don't even dream of it." With a burst of pure strength, he hurled the mana orb. It struck the giant goblin square in the gut, sending it flying in pain. The massive creature crashed right into the goblin behind it. Unha breathed a sigh of relief, glad they were okay. The three of them scrambled into the building in a panic. As soon as they reached the room, Taejo collapsed, panting heavily from exhaustion. The principal asked anxiously, "Teacher Taejo, are you all right?" "Principal, what about the other kids?" he asked. She reassured him, "They've already been evacuated. But is it true that goblins are here?" Taejo nodded. "Yes, there are 2 of them. They seem to have been here for a few days." Unha stood by, observing the scene. The principal declared, "I'll go report this immediately. We have to wait until the players arrive," he suggested. "Then let me go guard the entrance with the other teachers." Suddenly, Kim Min-ji's panicked voice rang out. "Teacher, I can't find Dong Ha-jung and Choi Un-hyuk anywhere." Taejo lost his composure, shouting, "What? I just saw them in the garden." The children around them chimed in. "It's true. They said they were going to get ice cream for us." Taejo's face went deathly pale. "I have to go save them." The principal quickly held him back. "You can't. The other teachers and children are all terrified and trembling. Teacher Taejo, you need to stay here," he stammered. But 2 young children nearby started crying, "Teacher, what about them? Please, you have to save them." They were so caught up in the conversation, they didn't notice someone had already slipped out of the room. Outside in the garden, a scream of terror echoed through the air. Choi Un-hyuk had been grabbed by a goblin. It raised its axe, ready to strike. Dong Ha-jung thrust her hands forward, channeling her mana. "Stop!" She ran over and slammed into the goblin, sending it tumbling away. Dong Ha-jung helped the boy up, asking anxiously, "Choi Un-hyuk, are you okay?" The goblin quickly stood up and growled. Trembling, Dong Ha-jung and Choi Un-hyuk leaned on each other as they tried to flee. The boy gritted his teeth, determined. Choi Un-hyuk grabbed the girl's hand with all his might and pulled her along. They ran as the goblin, drooling, glared at them. They bolted toward the playground. Dong Ha-jung gasped, "What should we do?" Choi Un-hyuk quickly reassured her, "The adults will come to save us. Let's hide until then." He pointed toward the jungle gym. "Quick, climb up there." Choi Un-hyuk quickly boosted Dong Ha-jung up. "You go first." A growl from behind made him turn around. The goblin had caught up to them. Choi Un-hyuk urged her, "Get up there first, Dong Ha-jung." She panicked. "What about you?" "You have to climb up too." The boy turned around. "I'll fight them until the adults get here." "Go," Dong Ha-jung cried out from above. "Don't do that. Just climb up." Seeing Choi Un-hyuk shaking with fear, the goblin looked confused. The boy gripped his sword, his eyes filled with resolve. Choi Un-hyuk remembered seeing Kang Hun-chon on TV. The boy shouted excitedly, "He defeated it. He's so cool. I'm going to be a hero just like him." Choi Un-hyuk's grip on the sword tightened, and he stopped shaking. "I'll be strong too." With a pale face, he lunged forward. The goblin's foul-smelling mouth gnashed its teeth. It opened its mouth wide and let out a terrifying roar. As the goblin lunged to attack, he thought, "It's okay. Just do what I practiced." Choi Eun-hyuk closed his eyes and swung the sword with all his might. The sword was swatted away instantly. Choi Eun-hyuk collapsed, terrified. Seizing the opportunity, the goblin raised its axe. Behind them, Eun-ha stepped forward and picked up the dropped sword. The goblin brought its axe down hard. Choi Eun-hyuk cried out, raising his arms to shield himself. Suddenly, a moment passed, and nothing happened. The boy slowly opened his eyes. On the jungle gym, Dong Ha-jung looked down, trembling. No Eun-ha had appeared just in time to save Choi Eun-hyuk. No, Eun-ha praised him. You did well. He turned back and smiled. That's a real man right there. Choi Eun-hyuk sat there, stunned. What? Suddenly, the goblin lunged at Eun-ha. The boy screamed in panic. Watch out! A beautiful, precise sword strike followed. The sharp blade sliced cleanly through its arm. The goblin's arm was severed, flying into the air. It stared at the stump, spurting fluids. In shock, Eun-ha's eyes were cold as he raised his sword again, using immense force to slice the goblin in two. Its body dissolved, leaving behind a magic stone. The crystal-like stone hit the ground with a thud. Eun-ha shook the sword gently to clear the fluids from the blade. He tilted his head, reassuring them. You're safe now. Choi Eun-hyuk burst into tears and ran to hug Eun-ha. You really are a hero. Eun-ha tried to peel the boy off. What's wrong with you? Get off me. Suddenly, Dong Ha-jung ran over and wrapped her arms around him too. Both kids sobbed. I was so scared. Eun-ha, his face pale, tried to push them away. Hey, you two a moment ago? He had been thinking. What about those other two? While everyone was distracted, Eun-ha snuck away. He took a deep breath to focus his mind. His eyes widened and flashed. His mana radiated outward to help him sense their location. Dong Ha-jung has a lot of mana, and Choi Eun-hyuk is okay too. They're already fleeing. Eun-ha suddenly noticed another goblin. Wait a second. I need to deal with the one heading toward the gym first. The goblin was wandering around, growling. Suddenly, his voice grabbed its attention. Hey, what are you looking for? Standing in front of it was No Eun-ha, blocking the path with a utility knife. He imbued the blade with mana, his killing intent overflowing. The goblin roared and charged. It swung horizontally, but No Eun-ha ducked to avoid it. Using the force from his legs, he kicked off the ground and shot forward. Faster than lightning, No Eun-ha circled behind it. He swung the knife down with tremendous force, the blow so strong it pierced the goblin's chest. It angrily turned around, ready to swing its axe. He quickly jumped high into the air to dodge. Once again, Eun-ha kicked off the ceiling to gain momentum, diving down to slash the creature from head to toe. Just like the last one, the goblin's body turned into dust and vanished. A magic stone fell in front of him. Eun-ha sheathed his knife and muttered, "This thing is useless now," then tossed it aside. "Whoever dares to set foot in this kindergarten will face my wrath." Eun-ha took off running. "Please, let the others be okay." Eun-ha channeled mana into his eyes. "Dong Ha-jung, Choi Eun-hyuk, I'm coming." Back in the present, the two kids were still crying. He lay there, sighing to himself. Anything is fine as long as Taejo suddenly appeared. No Eun-ha. Eun-hyuk. Dong Ha-jung, are you two okay? He was startled. Teacher Taejo. No. Eun-ha looked down at the two children, who still hadn't stopped crying. He answered, looking exhausted. Yes, sir. A moment later, the players arrived at the daycare. One of them stood in front of No Eun-ha and asked, Wait, you actually defeated it? Seriously? How? The goblin was badly hurt, so I just stabbed it a few times and it disappeared. He handed over the magic stone. Even for a level 7 to 8 goblin, it shouldn't be weak enough for a 7-year-old kid to take down. The only way to defeat a monster is to destroy its core with mana-enhanced weaponry or an incredibly powerful physical attack. He frowned. Then what about the goblin in the hallway? No, Eun-ha quickly made up a story. The goblin outside must have taken it out. Those two were probably fighting. No wonder it was so badly hurt that I could finish it off. I guess they weren't exactly friends. The player was still suspicious. Yeah, I guess so. The scene shifted to the award ceremony. We, the Doan Kindergarten Shuttle Service Office, would like to express our deepest apologies to the school for the recent accident that they had to endure. From now on, we promise to do our absolute best to protect the school and today's main character. Thank you, No Eun-ha. He received the Brave Child Award certificate. Teachers and friends below were cheering and applauding. He remembered his parents scolding him. Was the Kraken incident not enough for you people? Write a letter of apology yourself and we'll talk about it. No Eun-ha held the certificate, his whole body trembling so embarrassing. Someone reminded him, No Eun-ha, smile. He forced a stiff smile. The Doan Kindergarten Festival. Parents were dropping their children off at school. It was incredibly lively. A long, long time ago, There was a Princess Snow White with a fair and beautiful face. Snow White Hajang. Snow White also had a warm heart, so she was dearly loved by the 7 dwarfs in the forest. The children were completely immersed, and their teacher, Taejo, stood leading the narration deep in a corner of the stage. No Unha and Choi Eun-hyuk were waiting. The kid was panicking. Captain, what do I do? I can't remember any of my lines, he frowned. What's wrong with you? You only have one line. You shouldn't eat it. Choi Eun-hyuk suddenly remembered. Ah, right. Yes, Captain. You remember everything. No, Eun-ha sighed. He had changed so much since the monster incident. He remembered how Choi Eun-hyuk used to keep calling him a warrior. We had a deal. Call me Captain, not warrior. Choi Eun-hyuk pointed at himself and grinned confidently. All right. I'll show you how cool your captain can be, okay? Eun-ha just blanked out. How strange. Back on stage, the evil queen, played by Kim Min-ji, stepped forward. Princess, look at this red apple. Doesn't it look delicious? Dong Ha-jang, playing the princess, said excitedly. It's so beautiful, and it looks delicious too. The dwarfs rushed to stop her. No, princess, you shouldn't eat things from strangers. That's right. I'm sure that apple is poisoned. Princess, don't eat it. Choi Eun-hyuk started shaking. The panicked kid shouted, Yes! Choi Eun-hyuk pointed and shouted, startling all his friends around him. Joe, who was narrating, froze at the sight. The surroundings went silent for a long time. Suddenly, the audience below burst into laughter. Eun-ha stood inside and sighed. He's acting like a robot. Kim Min-ji angrily threw the apple hard. Eat it and get away from me. The apple flew straight and wedged into Choi Eun-hyuk's mouth. She shouted, Not you! A nearby friend cried, Choi Eun-hyuk is dying. Suddenly, the narration spoke up. The dwarf ate the poisoned apple instead of the princess. He waved his hand to signal, but the queen wouldn't give up. The queen forced the princess to eat the rest of the apple. Taejo signaled. Kim Min-ji turned pale, not knowing what to do. She shoved the apple straight into Dong Ha-jang's mouth. You eat it and get out of my life. Dong Ha-jang reached out, calling, Mommy! Kim Min-ji ran away, screaming. Who is your mommy? I'm your stepmother. I told you not to call me that anymore. After a moment, the girl's cheeks turned red. Dong Ha-jang felt dizzy and collapsed. While the other friends pulled Choi Eun-hyuk off the stage, Taejo patted his shoulder with anticipation. No, Eun-ha, his eyes tearing up. Teacher only believes in you now. Let's bet on whose class will do the best today. He cursed the jerk teacher in his heart. It was his turn. Eun-ha slowly stepped out. He slowly approached where Dong Ha-jang was lying. Suddenly, a voice from below rose, making Eun-ha stand frozen. Is that him? The kid looks scary. Is that the kid who killed the monster? No way, right? The city rewarded him, but a kid handling a monster? Monsters don't hesitate to sacrifice humans. So he's no different from an immortal player? Oh, how strange. The scene in No Eun-ha's mind went blank. Suddenly, his sister, No Eun-ah, called out loudly. No Eun-ha! He shivered and regained his senses. Below, No Eun-ah was standing with his parents, waving. No Eun-ha, it's your sister. His parents also cheered. My son is the best. You're so handsome. No, Eun-ha, Mom is here. Hearing his family's voices, he was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, Eun-ha smiled happily. So shy, his body relaxed, and his feet started moving. Eun-ha stood tall in front of Dong Ha-jang, who was lying still on the flowers. Eun-ha took a deep breath and exhaled. He sat down and touched the girl's forehead. How could there be someone so beautiful in this world? Eun-ha leaned down and gently placed a kiss on Dong Ha-jang's forehead. Her cheeks turned red, and she slowly opened her eyes. He took Dong Ha-jang's hand and gently helped her sit up. The audience below didn't stop applauding his performance. Eun-ha and Dong Ha-jang bowed to the audience together. Choi Eun-hyuk and his friends rushed out. Cool. No Eun-ha, come here. Everyone lifted No Eun-ha up high. His face turned pale. You guys are dangerous. I'm going to fall. Suddenly, a pair of hands caught No Eun-ha. It was his dad. No Eun-ha, my son. You did well. He was carried on his shoulders. Of course. That's my son. Hearing that, he laughed loudly. Right? No. Eun-ha's mom carried the newborn sibling over. No. Eun-ha was confused. What's wrong, Mom? She smiled. Have you found what you want to do yet? No, Eun-ha, he pondered. Last year, Mom said the same thing. What do you want to do when you grow up? Eun-ha's gaze dimmed. I don't know. I still don't know what I should do. Seeing everyone playing happily in front of him. But I want to be happy. I don't want anyone to ruin this happiness. So, Eun-ha smiled and exclaimed. Well, he hugged his dad's head. Maybe a warrior? Dad, put me down. Dad! No Unha teased. Of course, as the warrior wishes. No Unha's mom's face became gentle, looking at him with a satisfied gaze. That's right, my No Unha. Do whatever you want. Mom will cheer for you, my son. Time passed quickly, and No Unha entered the class for students admitted to the elemental school. We sincerely congratulate you. And on a spring day, the flowers bloomed. Goddess Calendar, Year 3. No Unha was now 8 years old. Kim Minji stood behind and spoke up. Why are you doing something so embarrassing? The principal is giving a speech. Why are you so uptight? Why do you even care about that? Dong Hajang stood nearby, reminding them. The teacher told us to be quiet, Yunha said excitedly. Boss, there are so many strong kids here. When are we going to show them who's in charge? Yunha said sternly. I'm not you. So stop acting out. The boy was eager. You really are the boss. Were you worried that I'd get hurt? Yunha was speechless. It's not just about that. The teachers hope you'll enjoy your time at this school. Choi Eun-hyuk kept bothering him, making Eun-ha feel drained. I'm already exhausted before we've even started. A room down the hall served as a classroom. Kim Min-ji stood up confidently to introduce herself. Hello, I'm Kim Min-ji. I live in Hihwa District. I came here to attend Duan Kindergarten. Just like any other kid, I want to have fun and make lots of friends. I like watching movies and listening to music. No Eun-ha thought to himself. Why is she talking so much? The teacher stood at the podium and gave an awkward smile. Kim Min-ji, we don't have much time, so let's share more next time, okay? It was the first year for their homeroom teacher, Georgina. The little girl let out a sigh and sat down as the other kids stared at her. Yes, ma'am. She couldn't hold it back. Georgina spoke up. Next is No Eun-ha. Come on, introduce yourself. He stood up immediately. Yes, my name is No Eun-ha, and I've just enrolled at Doan Kindergarten. Let's get along. She smiled and asked, No Eun-ha, is that all? He nodded. Yes. Georgina flipped through the list again. All right. Next is Dong Hajang. Dong Hajang, why don't you introduce yourself? The shy girl stood up. Dong Hajang closed her eyes and tried her absolute best to blurt out, ugh, her head was spinning. I'm Dong Hajang. Yunha sat beside her, observing her silently. He recalled back at Dong Hajang's house when Dong So-hoon spoke. It's nice to meet you all. I'm Dong Hajang's dad. Along with the kids from the daycare who had come to play, they said, Hello, sir. He smiled. Was it hard getting here? I'll make you all a delicious lunch. Do you want something to drink? He looked at Dong So-hoon with suspicion. This is Dong Hajang's dad? Why does he seem so familiar? Have I met him somewhere before? The kids were delighted and swarmed him. I want mango juice. I want mango juice too, mister. I like yogurt. Dad, I want yogurt too. He turned to Yunha and asked, How about you, No Eun-ha? Eun-ha pointed to himself. Me? I'd like a glass of wait. No, banana milk, please. A spread of food and drinks was served, looking absolutely stunning. One kid couldn't help himself and popped a piece of food into his mouth. This is so good. Is this bacon? This is amazing too, Kim Min-ji boasted. Now do you get it? Dong Hajang's dad is a great cook. Choi Eun-hyuk looked confused. Why are you so proud of that? She huffed. Because Dong Hajang is my friend. The two started arguing. I get it, you dummy. I told you not to call me that. Fine, whatever, pig. Kim Min-ji and Eun-ha glanced over at the two of them, bickering nonstop. He took a sip, wondering, what could possibly be so good that the kids are this happy? After one gulp, his eyes widened in shock. What is this? What did I just drink? His mana was surging. He couldn't believe it. This was a potion. These potions, the kind of mana-recovering energy drinks that monster hunting players always carried because mana was so vital to their lives. Seeing his strange reaction, Dong Hajang asked worriedly, What's wrong? Does it taste bad? No, Eun-ha smiled. No, it's delicious. Dong Hajang, what's your dad's name? The girl was surprised. My dad? He's in the kitchen right now, making more. His name is Dong So-hoon. Hearing the name, Eun-ha was startled as it clicked. His eyes lit up. Dong Hajang, let's be best friends. Eun-ha chuckled to himself. Dong So-hoon. He's the one who revolutionized the potion market with his refinement skills. He could select the best ingredients to extract pure mana. In the future, he'll become a tycoon in the potion market for the Alice Group, one of the top 3 companies in Korea. Wait, but I remember him not having a daughter. Oh, right. The reason his daughter is alive is because I saved her. Eun-ha placed a hand on her shoulder. Dong Hajang, if anyone bullies you at school, just tell me. I'll protect you. Dong Hajang blushed, feeling shy. Then thank you. Returning to the present, Dong Hajang was struggling to introduce herself. She took a deep breath to regain her composure. I like Eun-ha and Kim Min-ji, from Doan Kindergarten, and I like reading books and drinking tea, even though I'm really shy around people I meet for the first time. But let's be friends. Eunha gave her a thumbs up. Great job. That's it. That's my friend. Georgina smiled happily. Very good. Dong Ha-jang. Next up is Jin So-na. Everyone turned toward the girl. Even No Eunha couldn't help but be surprised. On top of Jin So-na's head was a pair of cat-like ears. A tail flicked back and forth behind her. Are those real? Is she a monster? A demi-human, the term for children whose genes mutated due to uneven mana distribution in their bodies. People who had family members killed by monsters despised demi-humans because they looked so much like monsters. The girl spoke timidly. I'm Jin So-na. I didn't go to kindergarten. Please, nice to meet you. The people around them started whispering. My mom told me not to get near her. Why? I don't know. She just said not to play with her. Eunha thought to himself. Looks like there's a lot of prejudice against demi-humans, huh? Georgina prepared to read the next name. Next is, before she could finish, Choi Eun-hyuk stood up straight. Hello, I'm Choi Eun-hyuk. I love swinging my sword, and I'm learning how to control mana from the boss. A classmate asked, confused. Who's the boss? The boy acted mysterious. You guys don't know the boss? Choi Eun-hyuk pointed toward No Eunha. No Eunha. The person sitting over there is the boss. The strongest person in our class is the boss. Don't even think about fighting him. He's super strong. Yay, boss. Boss is number one. She hurriedly interrupted him. Choi Eun-hyuk, sit down, please. Georgina's face suddenly turned angry. And another thing, No Eunha. Stay after school. I'm inviting your parents to come and meet me too. He sat there, crying. I didn't even do anything. Oh my god. No. Eunha sat in the corner and sighed. What rotten luck. Choi Eun-hyuk's voice kept ringing out. Boss is number one. Boss is number one. Georgina was furious. No Eunha, come to the teacher's office. He gritted his teeth. Choi Eun-hyuk, from now on, you're going to face hellish training. At the cafeteria during lunch, No Eunha spoke up. This is your third serving already. The lunch lady is going to remember your face for sure. Choi Eun-hyuk was startled. How do you even know that? She already remembers my name. Kim Min-ji stood up and shouted, No Eunha, do you want to get more food? I was actually planning to get seconds. No Eunha gave a wicked smirk. Yeah, go get more food, you glutton. The girl was furious. I am not a glutton. I only took a small portion earlier because Dong Ha-jang chimed in to defend her. That's right, No Eunha. You're mistaken this time. He chuckled coldly. Just then, the two of them stopped arguing and looked over. Look, is that her? I'm surprised she really has a tail. How is someone like that even in our school? Hey, be careful. Don't make eye contact. Jin So-na carried her food tray, looking around for a seat. She suddenly spotted an empty one. There were 3 girls at that table, looking quite arrogant. Jin So-na stammered, Can I sit here? The girl at the table replied with a cold smirk. No, you can't. Eunha sighed. Out of everyone, why did she have to ask them? The girl looked at her with contempt. What's wrong with you? Are you crazy? Jin So-na was bewildered. What? Who do you think you are to sit with us? The other 2 girls joined in the insult. Where do you think you are? You need to know your place. And that outfit? What's up with those clothes? Did you pick them up somewhere? You really should have just stayed at your temple. The girl trembled and managed to choke out. I'm sorry. Kim Min-ji shouted angrily. Jin So-na, do you think being rich means everything? You're being really mean? Dong Ha-jang started crying. She's so mean. Seeing Eunha's unhappy face made Choi Eun-hyuk nervous. He called out, Big brother. The surrounding kids kept laughing. Look, she's crying. Remembering his past life, half humans aren't all good people. You have this idea that the poorer or more marginalized someone is, the kinder their heart must be, right? Eunha asked. So what? Jin Parang, sitting opposite him, said, But you're wrong. Of course, there are good people, sure, there are good kids, but on the other hand, there are far more bad ones. Eunha asked again, So what? That confused him. What do you mean, so what? I'm trying to say you shouldn't treat them better. Just because they're half humans. It seems like you've been taking care of half humans lately, because I know Eunha cut him off. Stop right there, Jin Parang. Why do you think I'm such a saint? He replied, I didn't mean it like that. No, Eunha drew his sword, startling Jin Parang. So, do you think I'm some weakling who can't distinguish between good and bad? He fell back in fear. That's not what I meant. Why are you suddenly so tense? No, Eunha growled. It's because you crawled into my tent in the middle of the night and ruined my sleep with this nonsense. Get out and stand guard or something if you don't want to get beaten up. His hair stood on end. Fine. The abyssal dungeon. Jin Parang had just finished off a monster. Those monsters are pretty strong. They really are monsters from the abyss. His eyes widened in shock as he quickly turned around. Jin Parang was suddenly hit by an object. He wasn't fast enough, and his stomach was badly wounded. What attacked Jin Parang was a sharp leg. In front of him was a monster shaped like a giant scorpion. Seeing that he was still alive, it continued to attack. From afar, a leg was rushing toward him. It was Yunha. He swung his sword, slicing the monster's leg in two. Yunha's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The monster, having lost a leg, backed away in pain. It roared furiously and lunged at Yunha. Yunha struggled to lean back, trying to dodge, his hands gripping his sword tightly. Countless wounds appeared on the monster's body from his sword strikes. No Yunha flew past it, unleashing multiple attacks at once. At that moment, the monster's entire body was shredded into pieces. He hurriedly ran over. "Jin Parang!" he shouted. "Jin Parang!" No, Yunha held up his exhausted body. Jin Parang urged, "Go quickly, Yunha. You've come this far, and there's still a boss to face." From afar, Li Yujung ran over. "Jin Parang, Yunha." His voice turned cold. "Li Yujung, heal him, quickly," he growled. "Quiet. Yunha, have you forgotten? I know my own wounds better than anyone. The reason I lost my life, the reason we are fighting, is so we can take down the boss here for the happiness and peace of our homeland. Then what are you hesitating for?" "No," Yunha gritted his teeth. "Fine. Any last words?" He repeated, "That sounds more like you. Do you remember what I said earlier? Half-humans aren't all good people. I mean, you shouldn't treat them better just because they are half-humans." He nodded. "I remember," Jin Parang trembled, "because I'm not much different from them. In reality, I'm a very bad person." As soon as he finished, his body went limp. No Yunha looked at the blood on his hands, trembling. Jin Parang, back to the present, he clenched his fist. "Why am I remembering that now?" No Yunha stood up and said, "Kim Min-ji." She was surprised. "What?" He turned and walked away. "I'm sorry. I'll be right back." She held her forehead. "I knew he'd do that." Choi Eun-hyuk called after him. "Big brother, do you want me to come with you?" "No," Yunha replied calmly. "Just sit there and eat. What's wrong with him? What is he doing? This is ridiculous." Jin So-na was standing with her head down when his hand reached out. He took her food tray and led her away. "There's a spot over there. Let's go." Jin So-na was startled and couldn't say a word. She grabbed No Eun-ha's sleeve. "This is going to be Jin." So-na jumped. "Sorry." He turned back and smiled. "It's fine. Let's go. My friends have already saved a seat for you." She stammered. "I'm sorry. But things might get harder if you help me." Yunha said coldly. "I don't care." Someone asked, "Which kindergarten are those two from?" The two girls from earlier replied, "Doan Kindergarten." "Should I ask other schools about them?" Jin So-na smirked. "No. You don't need to do that. Judging by their behavior, they're just low-lifes." Kim Min-ji pointed and spoke up. "Welcome." "No. Yunha is a bit stubborn, so please forgive him." She was furious. "You idiot. Kim Min-ji, you little brat." Eun-hyuk ate while saying hello. "Hi. The food is delicious today." Jin So-na greeted him gently. A glass of water was brought over. "Here, it's barley tea," Dong Ha-jang suggested. "Let's be friends." She took it. "Thank you." The four of them looked at Jin So-na. "It's delicious. It's very hot, so drink slowly." She held the glass with both hands very carefully. Jin So-na gulped it all down in one go. "You drank it all already?" She kept shoveling food into her mouth. Yunha said, "Eat slowly." Seeing Jin So-na cry, Choi Eun-hyuk said, "Don't worry, we won't steal your food." Kim Min-ji and Dong Ha-jang also spoke up. "Don't cry. Why are you crying? Here, take this tissue to wipe your tears." The scene shifts to the playground. No Yunha says, "I'll go first. From now on, you all have to conceal your mana to hide. Or, use your mana to enhance your physical abilities to distract me and run away. That way, I won't be able to catch you." Jin So-na raises her hand. "I don't know how to control mana," she says. He replies, "But you know how to hide, so you can still play, right?" Kim Min-ji gives a thumbs up from the side. "That's right, beat him." She smiles awkwardly, thinking to herself, "That's impossible. She doesn't know how to use that unique skill, her telepathy. I'll teach her later." With that thought, he says, "And no hiding inside the houses. You can only play within this area." Yunha buries his face against a lamppost. "I'll start counting to 100. 98, 97, 96, 3, 2, 1. Yunha slowly opens his eyes. He cracks his knuckles and says loudly on purpose, "Here I come." Yunha quickly catches 3 people. "Found you. Gotcha. Found you too. He rubs his chin, calculating. Now only Dong Hajang and Jin Seona are left. I can't sense Dong Hajang at all. She's really good at mana control. Let's find Jin Seona first. Unha senses her, then dashes off. Found you. He runs behind a bush. Found you. Jin Seona quickly dashes away. Seeing this, Unha chases after her. Stop right there, Jin Seona. He reaches out, almost touching her, but suddenly, Jin Seona leaps high into the air. She lands on a roof. No way! I won't lose until you catch me. The three who were caught watch the two of them, one chasing, one running, and exclaim, Are you serious? Choi Eun-hyuk laughs coldly. We were just caught, that's all. It's not like we're out. Kim Min-ji claps her hands firmly. You dared to trick me, you little mouse. Let's go. Yoon-ha is excited too. Sure. I want to play again. I'll run even faster if I use mana. Seeing the three of them running away, Yoon-ha panics. He clutches his head and yells, What is going on? Why did it turn out like this? Yoon-ha channels his mana to chase after Choi Eun-hyuk. I'll catch all of you. Stop right there, Jin. Jin Seona looks at the scene in front of her and smiles happily. Just before that, a pair of small feet walked into a house. It was none other than Dong Hajang. Where should I hide? Eun-ha's voice booms. I'm coming to find you. She channels her power. I have to withdraw my mana first. Mana around her body is drawn back into her palms. I can't hide inside, so I'll go back out. Suddenly, a stack of books above the stairs catches her attention. She stares in awe and walks up. The scene before her is a room full of books. Dong Hajang walks deeper inside, looking around constantly. She picks up a book, overjoyed. It really is heaven. So many books. Dong Hajang realizes, wait, where is this? I should head back out. A red book catches her eye. So pretty. How do I read this? Suddenly, a voice echoes. Alice in Wonderland, perhaps? Before she knows it, an old man is standing behind Dong Hajang. His eyes gaze coldly at her. Dong Hajang looks up at him, trembling with fear. A moment later, Yoon-ha's group finds them. Sir, let's see. Alice went back to chase the rabbit, he says, raising his voice in anger. Inside, Dong Hajang is sitting on the old man's lap reading a book, and she jumps in surprise. Yoon-ha steps forward to greet him. Hello. This girl disappeared while playing with us, so I came to pick her up. Dong Hajang jumps down and says, You have to tell me where you're going first. The other four whisper, My younger brother is so cool. Is he angry? Captain, don't be mad. Eun-ha becomes furious. Forget it? She trembles. I'm sorry. He flicks Dong Hajang's forehead hard. Dong Hajang, next time you go anywhere, you have to tell me first. Understand? She tears up. I'm sorry, Eun-ha thinks to himself. She's going to cry if I scold her more. He turns to Jun-sik. I'm sorry for the trouble. The old man smiles. It's all right. She made me less lonely. Come by and play again next time. I really like friends who enjoy reading. Dong Hajang is overjoyed. Really? He pats her head. Really? Dong Hajang excitedly says, I'll come again tomorrow. Let's finish this book tomorrow, mister. Yoon-ha pulls her hand. Let's go home. It's getting late. Jun-sik speaks up to stop Yoon-ha. Wait a minute. He holds up his phone and suggests, I should drive you kids home, shouldn't I? Outside, a luxury car pulls up. A bodyguard in a black suit opens the door for the kids. Come on up. Whoever wants to go home, get in the car. He is astonished. Who is this old man? Choi Eun-hyuk exclaims. Such a fancy car. It's so smooth. Yoon-ha is startled. Hey, this is an expensive car. They get in, and Jun-sik orders, let's go. Eun-ha, No-na, and Ming-ji stand watching them leave. He blurts out, I've never even been in a car like that before. Eun-ha cries silently in his heart. So jealous. Outside the school, the rain falls incessantly. Yoon-ha sits listlessly, looking out the window. Suddenly, the teacher's voice makes him jump. All right, I will write Yoon-ha's name down as a candidate. On the board is the text, Class President Election. What? Seeing the name No Eun-ha on the board makes him jump out of his skin. No Eun-ha raises his hand. Teacher, why did you write my name? Kim Min-ji speaks up from the side. What do you mean? Someone said you wanted to be class president. He stares blankly, pointing at himself. Who? She points toward Choi Eun-hyuk. Who else? Looking at the admiring face of that kid, his expression darkens. Choi Eun-hyuk waves his hand and calls out loudly, Big brother. No Eun-ha grinds his teeth. Choi Eun-hyuk, you're going to pay for this. The kid continues. Big brother is the only one worthy of being class president. But before that, No Eun-ha raises his hand. Teacher, I don't want to do it. Georgina tries to persuade him. Eun-hyuk nominated you. You shouldn't disappoint your friend. He replies, I don't have the strength to be class president, teacher. She frowns. What do you mean? You have the ability to do it. No. Eun-ha turns to Kim Min-ji and shouts, Kim Min-ji, you should have told me earlier. She turns away, smiling. I did tell you. Who told you to keep looking so grumpy? Georgina hurriedly calms things down. All right. The only candidate right now is No Eun-ha. Does anyone else want to join? Jin Seo-na raises her hand. Teacher. No Eun-ha instinctively notices her. Jin Seo-na turns back and smirks. I want to nominate myself. No Eun-ha frowns at her expression. The next day, large boxes of burgers are brought into the classroom. Jin Seo-na announces, My dad bought these. Eat up, everyone. The kids see it and swarm over. Jin Seo-na. You're the best. Hamburgers. Hamburgers. Lunch today is hamburgers. Two of her friends start handing them out to the people around. Jin Seo-na says, If I become class president, I'll treat everyone to hamburgers once a month. Choose Jin Seo-na. No Eun-ha's group stands to the side, observing them. Here's a burger for you. No Eun-ha stood with his hands in his pockets, staring at Jin Seo-na without a word. She smirked. Thanks for your vote. He let out a cold, annoyed huff. I'm not eating that. With that, No Eun-ha turned and walked away without hesitation. Jin Seo-na called out, Hey everyone, if I become class president? He sighed. They're just kids. How are they already at this level? Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through. Hey, pay attention. It was Choi Eun-hyuk, holding a burger, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The kid tried to hold it back. Just take it. Go ahead and eat. Kim Min-ji and Dong Ha-jung both refused. I'm not a beggar. And I'm not eating that either. Standing to the side, he watched them and muttered, You guys. No Eun-ha frowned, thinking to himself, All right then. Let's just see how this goes. The scene shifted to the great outdoors, with lush mountains and greenery. At the elementary school field trip, teacher Georgina shouted, All right, everyone. It's time for roll call. Raise your hand when I call your name, okay? She looked over at No Eun-ha and Jin Seo-na. Class president and vice president, help me out. For class 4-1, class president, Jin Seo-na. The girl smiled smugly. Here. Class 4-1, vice president, No Eun-ha. He gritted his teeth in annoyance. Here. After a while, Georgina finished the roll call. She led the kids up to a temple, where they stopped. After walking around and getting tired, they started laying out their picnic mats. They sat down to eat lunch. No Eun-ha opened his lunchbox, which had gotten a bit jumbled from all the walking. A girl looked at his lunch in surprise. Whoa, that looks so good. He blushed, thinking, When did No Eun-ha pack this? Kim Min-ji leaned in, teasing him. Your sister really loves you. Huh, No Eun-ha? No Eun-ha turned bright red. Shut it. What about yours? She opened hers to reveal Japanese-style dishes. Another student noticed Dong Ha-jung. Dong Ha-jung, your lunch looks so cute. It was a perfectly balanced, beautifully decorated bento box. Eun-ha stroked his chin. Classic Dong Ha-jung. Suddenly, Choi Eun-hyuk shouted, Field trips are all about eating cup noodles. He and Kim Min-ji stared at him blankly. Cup noodles? Didn't you bring a lunch? The kid pulled out a cup of noodles. Yeah, my mom said, cup noodles are the best. The two of them looked at Choi Eun-hyuk with pity. His mom didn't even bother cooking him a real meal. He patted the kid's shoulder. Yeah, you've got a point. No, Eun-ha thought to himself. From now on, I'm toning down my training. The scene shifted to somewhere deep in the forest, where a young man in black was running for his life. He was cursing as he ran. What the hell is this? As he ran, he tripped over a branch. Why are there monsters here? The young man in black was covered in blood as he tumbled to the ground. He crawled in pain, but suddenly, a pair of feet appeared in front of him. He felt pure despair. Facing him were two rank 7 hound monsters. The young man in black scrambled back in terror, screaming, Help! Suddenly, behind him, another monster appeared, a rank 6 hellhound. He watched in despair as the pack of dogs lunged at him. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the forest. The hounds tore into the young man's body. One of them growled, Stop! As soon as it spoke, a surge of electricity coursed through the two hounds, making them yelp in pain. They backed away in fear. The hellhound gave an order, and the pack obeyed, snapping their foul, razor-sharp jaws shut. The hellhound tilted its head back and howled toward the south. At that very moment, Eun-ha's class was still having a blast, completely unaware. Choi Eun-hyuk said excitedly, All right, count to 3, then open it. 1, 2. No Eun-ha wasn't paying attention, thinking, Good thing I have a change of clothes. After Choi Eun-hyuk reached 3, everyone held up the paper in their hands. Seeing the result, Choi Eun-hyuk said in disappointment, I didn't get it. Jin So-na stood nearby, sulking. Me neither. Seeing this, Yunha advised, just give it up. Hearing that, Choi Un-hyuk shouted, no way! Big brother, I have to find the treasure, he replied. What are you, a pirate or something? Turning to Kim Min-ji, she gripped her paper, her eyes burning with intensity. No way. Let's go a bit deeper, okay? Hearing this, Choi Un-hyuk regained his spirit and replied, all right, let's go. No Yunha looked at Kim Min-ji, thinking, you too, Kim Min-ji? Dong Ha-jung heard their conversation and said, I'll go too. Jin So-na replied, yeah, whatever. No Yunha walked away coldly. I'm out. Nice knowing you guys. Seeing him try to leave, Kim Min-ji grabbed him, saying, where are you going? Prompting No Eun-ha to curse under his breath. A while later, the five of them were trekking deep into the mountains. No Eun-ha walked along, bored, thinking, I want to go home. This isn't a picnic. This is mountain climbing. Why come to Bukhansan when Gyeongbokgung is way closer? And besides, if we cross this mountain, we're in Uijeongbu. As they were moving, a scream from behind made the whole group stop. Jin So-na asked with a worried expression, what was that? Dong Ha-jung also asked, is something wrong? Eun-ha looked serious and held up a hand. Everyone, be quiet. A massive shadow rushed from the distance. It burst out of the bushes right in front of them. Kim Min-ji pointed in terror. What is that? Her hands trembled uncontrollably as she pointed at the beast. A giant hound slowly revealed itself before their eyes. Eun-ha gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it. Is it today? The flower viewing accident at Bukhansan in Seoul was heavily protected, but for some reason, the monsters from Uijeongbu had breached the barrier and headed south. It was a major tragedy with many casualties. The hound locked its predatory gaze on the group. Kim Min-ji saw its bloodthirsty expression and instinctively backed away in fear. Seeing the opening, it lunged at her. It sprinted toward Kim Min-ji. She stumbled back in terror, lost her balance, and fell backward. The hound immediately pounced, baring its teeth to attack. Kim Min-ji shut her eyes and screamed. Right at that moment, a figure dashed from behind her. Eun-ha kicked the hound hard in the flank, sending it flying. The hound slammed into the ground. Not giving it a chance to recover, Eun-ha lunged on top of it, his face filled with killing intent, a fork in his hand. He channeled mana into the fork and plunged it into the hound's head. What followed was a gruesome sight. Eun-ha repeatedly stabbed the hound with the fork. The scene left, the other four staring at him in pure terror. After finishing off the hound, he tossed the bent fork aside and used magic to incinerate the body. After checking that everything was handled, No Eun-ha looked back and said, are you okay? Kim Min-ji, still terrified by the scene, stammered, I'm fine. Choi Un-hyuk looked at him and asked, big brother? We're the ones who should be asking you that. No, Eun-ha replied. What do you mean? Choi Un-hyuk continued, I don't know how to say it, but that wasn't the big brother I know. No Eun-ha wiped the blood off his face and answered, I'm fine. I was just a little worried, that's all. He pondered whether Choi Un-hyuk was right that by slaughtering those monsters, he had become just like a zombie, just another player. He was hunting monsters, madly wiping them out. He looked at his blood-stained hands, thinking he'd shown them a side of himself they were never meant to see. Suddenly, countless screams snapped him out of his thoughts. Choi Un-hyuk turned and asked, No Eun-ha, boss, what should we do now? Kim Min-ji quickly replied, what do you mean what? Run, obviously. No Eun-ha thought to himself that he'd been planning to run too. He analyzed the situation. The hounds moved in packs and were pouring down from the mountaintop by the dozens. He probably couldn't save everyone. There's only one way, No Eun-ha told the kids, his expression serious. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. The scene shifted to a spot on the mountainside, where a hand carefully placed a towel on a rock. I'm going to rest here, she said. Jin So-na took out her phone, started tapping away, and spoke to the others. You guys go find the treasure, the three of them replied in unison. Us? The chubby girl replied awkwardly. We can't do that. The boy with glasses scratched his head and answered. Can we rest with you? Jin So-na shot a cold, annoyed look at the three of them. They immediately turned around to continue searching for the treasure. The girl with blue hair said, Never mind, we're heading out now. The chubby girl also hurriedly replied, You go ahead and rest. Seeing the three of them working hard to find the treasure, Jin So-na went back to her phone. Suddenly, Jin So-na heard the three of them screaming. She looked toward the sound, annoyed, and saw the three of them looking terrified. They were running back down the mountain, screaming at the top of their lungs. Her face darkened as she glared at them. What's going on? Instantly, she saw a pack of hounds sprinting crazily toward her. Jin So-na panicked, thinking, Monsters? Already? Before she could react, the three of them had already sprinted past her, leaving her behind. A hound saw Jin So-na standing frozen and lunged at her. She screamed in absolute terror. "Is anyone there?" Jin So-na's eyes filled with desperate tears. "Help me!" She squeezed her eyes shut as tears rolled down her cheeks. At that exact moment, a bullet flew in and embedded itself in the hound's stomach. The beast collapsed to the ground, shivering. A voice rang out. "Huh? Is that you?" Jin So-na heard someone else and looked up. Before her stood No Yun-ha. He walked toward her, sword in one hand and a gun in the other. Seeing she didn't reply, he continued, "If you don't want to get hurt, get down the mountain." Still in shock, Jin So-na replied, "Huh?" No Yun-ha said calmly, "You take care of the rest." In front of him, two more hounds were growling at them. As No Yun-ha started to walk away, Jin So-na grabbed his sleeve and shouted, "Where are you going? You have to protect me." Seeing he didn't react, she gave him a pitiful look. No Yun-ha looked down at Jin So-na with a terrifying expression and replied, "Don't drag me down. Get lost." No, Yun-ha's face darkened further. A cold voice escaped his lips, echoing through the air. "From now on, listen to me. All of you, run to the foot of the mountain. If you find any adults, tell them to call the other players." Hearing this, Choi Yun-hyuk, who was standing nearby, asked in a curious low voice, "Boss, aren't you coming with us?" No, Yun-ha didn't hesitate for a second. "I'm staying behind to find the other children." Immediately, the boy hurried to interrupt him. "Then, I'll go with you. I've been practicing my mana too. I can." But before he could finish, No Yun-ha said in a stern voice, his eyes turning cold and threatening, and his tone sharp, "Don't you dare joke around. Focus on staying alive." Seeing this, the boy's expression froze, and he stammered, I'm sorry." Not caring much, he pointed at them and said, "The four of you will form a team, and keep this in mind. Hounds have a great sense of smell. You have to suppress your mana as much as you possibly can. You can do that, right?" They nodded hurriedly. No Yun-ha stepped into the forest alone. As he walked, he threw food from his bag in all directions, thinking, "There's a small amount of mana in Dong Ha-jang's food. These hounds are sensitive to tracking mana, so I'll use this to distract them." Suddenly, he muttered, "Now, use your mana. Let's see where they are." A blue glow suddenly surrounded him, radiating out in every direction. No, Yun-ha closed his eyes tightly. An image of everyone's locations flashed in his mind. He told himself, "All right, I can buy some time for the kids to run away." In a flash, he darted from one side to the other with incredible agility. Suddenly, No Yun-ha looked up at the sky. A wave of dark energy was closing in on him. Surprised, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn it, this is no joke. I really can't mess around with these things." Suddenly, he noticed the water bottle tucked into the side of his backpack, and a thought flashed through his mind. "I only have half my mana left. Compared to before the regression, I still have that tangerine tea, but I should probably save that for later." Unexpectedly, a loud roar erupted from the direction of that dark energy, making No Yun-ha jump. The hounds were currently clinging to corpses, feasting, and even fighting over them. Amidst their ravenous growling, a voice cried out, "Help me!" A man with teary eyes stared as a hound opened its jaws toward him, screaming in fear. "Help me! Help me!" the man cried out in agony. Even though his body had already been attacked mercilessly, the hound quickly licked its blood-soaked mouth. But it didn't stop there. They continued to tear at the remaining bodies with immense savagery. Suddenly, one of the hounds in the pack froze. In that instant, No Yun-ha lunged with his weapon, attacking them with decisive force. A hound collapsed. This made the rest of the pack scramble back in retreat. Suddenly, he turned to look at the man who had been screaming earlier, causing the nearby hounds to cower. He observed the man in front of him. No Yun-ha's eyes caught the glowing little sword tucked at the man's waist. He thought to himself, "Just as I expected, there would be weapons brought along if he was a player." Without hesitation, he reached out to grab the sword. His inner voice echoed, "I can't use a long sword. It's too heavy, so this should be long enough." As he grabbed the item in his hand, Yun-ha observed them closely, silently assessing the sword. It was drenched in mana. Even without using his own, he could wipe these bastards out in an instant. He pointed his sword at the hellhounds, beckoning them with his finger, mocking them, "Come and get it." Provoked by his arrogance, they let out a howl. A large hound lunged at him, but Yun-ha's eyes were locked on its underbelly. Without hesitation, Yun-ha gripped his sword tight and thrust it directly into the beast's stomach with a deafening clash. He didn't stop there. Other hounds attacked ferociously, but Yun-ha cast a chilling glare at them and moved with blinding speed. His blade flashed past the hounds, leaving them howling in pain. Suddenly, one lunged from behind, but he reacted just in time. He ducked, causing the hound to miss, and quickly drove his sword deep into its body. He didn't hold back, ripping the weapon out to worsen the wound. Yet, more hounds circled him, looking at him with hungry eyes. As they charged, Unha placed his hand on the ground. A surge of light erupted, creating a powerful shockwave that sent his body soaring into the air. Fearless, Unha looked down at the hounds, who watched him in bewilderment as he ascended. He placed his hand on his blade, gathering power that radiated outward. In the blink of an eye, he channeled that energy toward the ground. Where the pack was gathered, a whistling sound cut through the air. That energy exploded into countless light streaks like meteors, raining down on the hounds. Soon, they were wailing as the beams struck them. Their faces twisted in agony, and gruesome wounds appeared, making them shriek even louder. Yunha gradually descended, but he wasn't finished. He flashed past the pack, leaving a trail of light that made them cower. The light formed a geometric pattern in seconds, and a star-shaped magic circle appeared among them. Unha dashed away, and in a blink, a massive explosion erupted, sending the hounds flying everywhere. The area finally returned to silence. Jin Sona stood before the burning bodies, unable to stop herself from trembling. Looking at the carnage, she watched in horror until a voice called out from afar, "What is this? Is that you?" Yunha walked toward her, gun and sword in hand. He calmly added, "If you want to live, get down the mountain immediately." Jin Seona sat shivering on a rock, staring at him, but No Yunha turned his head to the distance, saying, "I've done my part, so do yours yourself." Suddenly, from far away, the hounds were still watching them menacingly. No Yunha turned to leave, but Jin Sona quickly grabbed his arm, shouting, "Where are you going? You're supposed to protect me." Her eyes were still brimming with tears as she commanded No Unha. He didn't seem to care at all. His eyes darkened and his voice went ice cold. "Stop bothering me and get lost." Hearing this, Jin Sona's hand trembled, and she pulled away. He continued with a threat, "They're coming. The uncle you brought is in critical condition. You should go heal him quickly." Having said that, No Unha spoke his final words, then dashed away. "I'm leaving." Suddenly, Jin Sona whispered to herself, and her eyes turned dark. She watched No Unha's retreating figure. "I want to go with him." Meanwhile, No Unha kept running forward with long strides. His body emitted a cold aura as he headed into the darkness ahead. He rushed forward, when suddenly, a black mist appeared to block his path. Undaunted, No Unha smiled triumphantly. "Found you." Right there on the ground was a massive pack of hounds, led by a giant level 6 monster, the Hellhound. As soon as it saw him, it let out a ferocious roar, enveloped in dark, murderous intent. In a blink, the aura surrounded him. Suddenly, a streak of light cut through the black intent, accompanied by No Unha's voice. "Whether you're marked or not," before he could finish, his eyes became terrifyingly intense. He said smugly, "You're done for, dog." Fast as lightning, beams of light rained down. The Hellhound, sensing danger, leaped backward immediately. The light struck the hounds, making them scream in agony. No Unha landed on the ground, a sinister smile on his face as he watched the Hellhound moving above. He stood up and glared at the giant beast on the hill. It shrieked in fury. In an instant, the remaining hounds charged at his back. Reacting just in time, Unha dodged to the side, evading the blow, and drove his sword into them. He pulled the blood-stained blade out and leveled his gun. He fired repeatedly at the hound in front of him with relentless aggression. Unha spun around just as a pack rushed at him, looking as if they wanted to devour their prey. Unha's eyes were just as fierce. Gritting his teeth, he attacked with his sword, dashing forward and stabbing them. Simultaneously, the hounds wailed in pain as they were struck. Just then, a fire erupted, incinerating them. Unha stopped moving. He gazed at the Hellhound on the heights, surrounded by fierce, stalking hounds. Unha lifted his gun, muttering, "What a pain." Meanwhile, 4 children were running down the mountain. Suddenly, they remembered what No Yunha had told them. "You guys understand what you need to do, right? Hounds are incredibly strong monsters. You must suppress your mana as much as possible. You can do it, right?" Along with that were their responses. Suddenly, they froze and stopped in their tracks. A fork in the road appeared ahead, making them hesitate. Choi Un-hyuk spoke up. "Dong Hajang, where are we going now?" Hearing that, Dong Hajang didn't respond. She was gasping for air, but in her mind, she whispered to herself, "So tired, but I have to keep going." No Unha's words echoed in Dong Hajang's mind. "Dong Hajang, Jin Seona, the 2 of you will be the guides. Dong Hajang will be our guide because of his sharp senses, and Jin Seona will provide support. You all must follow Dong Hajang." Suddenly, Dong Hajiang's eyes flashed with a spark of light. She whispered to herself, I have to do this. In a flash, a black aura radiated from one side. Seeing this, Dong Hajiang whispered, something's not right on the left. At that very moment, Jin So-na remembered what No Eun-ha had said. Jin So-na, your senses are sharp, so if there are monsters nearby, you'll be able to sense them. Hearing this, Jin So-na seemed to agree with Dong Hajiang and replied, yeah, the noise from the left doesn't sound good. Just as she finished, Kim Min-ji spoke up from the side. All right, I know we're tired, but we have to keep moving. Having said that, the four of them continued moving in the other direction. Suddenly, a thought crossed their minds. Why was Choi Eun-hyuk looking so tired? He wondered to himself. Why? Why aren't there any other players? Suddenly, a fierce sound echoed, making the boy turn his head quickly toward where it came from. Another small hand quickly and decisively grabbed Choi Eun-hyuk's hand. Kim Min-ji raised her voice and told him, don't look back. Just run. At that moment, Kim Min-ji recalled their conversation from earlier. Make sure the others don't do anything reckless. Kim Min-ji whispered, curious. Is it all over? No. Eun-ha quickly patted her head and teased her. Kim Min-ji, you dummy. Hearing that, Kim Min-ji scolded him angrily. You. Then he replied softly, yeah, it's over. Finishing the flashback, Kim Min-ji was still running, exhausted. She looked quite annoyed and clicked her tongue. Suddenly, something appeared in front of them, emitting a terrifying black aura. Dong Hajiang immediately spoke up. Wait, there's something in front of us. The four of them stood frozen before the dark, growling energy. Suddenly, a hairy foot stepped out. Its back was covered in large, jagged horns. Seeing the monster right before him, Kim Min-ji looked like she was about to panic and let out a soft cry. In a blink, a massive hound appeared. It opened its mouth wide and roared fiercely. Hound! Hound! It kept howling at the sky as if calling for someone. Seeing its strange behavior, Choi Eun-hyuk asked, what is it doing? Kim Min-ji, standing beside him with a terrified expression, replied, look there. Immediately, in the distance, more hounds were closing in on them. This side was no exception. It seemed they were completely surrounded by the howling pack of hounds. The beasts were continuously closing in on the four children. Choi Eun-hyuk watched everything anxiously. Trying to find a way out, the boy remembered what No Eun-ha had once told him. Choi Eun-hyuk, you are the only one who can protect everyone. You're the strongest, so you'll be the main damage dealer. You have to fight the monsters on our path. As soon as he finished, Choi Eun-hyuk high-fived No Eun-ha, declaring firmly, I can do it. At this moment, Choi Eun-hyuk was holding a long sword in his hand, thinking to himself, Big brother, I can really do this, right? Quickly, another scene flashed in his mind. No Eun-ha was standing nearby, supervising the boy's training, shouting, don't close your eyes, hurry up, and Choi Eun-hyuk kept counting, 566, 567. Shaking off the memory, Choi Eun-hyuk faced the swarm of hounds rushing toward him. Without hesitation, he quickly attacked with his sword. With just one strike, a hound cried out in pain. In an instant, it lost its footing and fell. Seeing his own actions, Choi Eun-hyuk was thrilled. I did it. Kim Min-ji, behind him, shouted, what do you mean, you idiot? But it didn't last long. The hounds growled continuously and lunged at Choi Eun-hyuk again. The boy didn't hold back this time, gripping his sword to strike again. In a flash, several hounds were hit and howled in pain, but unfortunately, a hound's claw slashed the back of Choi Eun-hyuk. This made the boy panic and cry out. Immediately, the pack lunged fiercely, brushing past him. They quickly snatched his sword away and used their sharp claws to rake across his body. The other three watched as Choi Eun-hyuk suffered, filled with worry. Kim Min-ji whispered, Choi Eun-hyuk. Jin So-na, with a horrified expression, whispered to herself, those monsters, they're just playing with Choi Eun-hyuk. But the boy was stubborn and continued toward the hounds, saying, I won't give up because I am. Before he could finish, the hounds lunged. Choi Eun-hyuk hurriedly clenched his fist, his power radiating out. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to strike. Just then, a hound reached his face, and the boy finished his sentence. The team's main damage dealer. Quickly, a powerful punch struck the hound directly. This caused it to be knocked back, its teeth shattered, looking absolutely pathetic. Choi Eun-hyuk suddenly froze. He looked at his own hand, thinking to himself, what did I just do? Suddenly, another hound lunged, but Choi Eun-hyuk was still lost in his thoughts, thinking, it feels just like what Big Brother did earlier. It attacked the boy decisively, leaving Choi Eun-hyuk with no time to react, and he was knocked away immediately. The other three looked at the boy flying into the distance and screamed in panic. Choi Un-hyuk! Choi Un-hyuk was in pain, hand on his wound, trying to sit up. But the hound was already closing in. It stepped on Choi Un-hyuk's body and clawed at him. It looked fierce, as if it wanted to swallow the boy whole right in front of them. Immediately, the three girls watched the scene in horror, unable to contain their anxiety, and screamed, "No!" Jin So-na, with 2 lines of tears streaming down, whispered, "No." Suddenly, they recalled the happy moments they had spent together, and a thought flashed through their minds. Please, someone save us. Someone, please. Suddenly, the fierce hound opened its mouth wide and lunged. Quickly, Choi Un-hyuk raised his arm to shield himself, leaving his arm caught in its jaws. On this side, the girls stretched out their hands, channeling magic to attack the howling hounds. From Jin So-na's direction, her hair began to glow. Jin So-na clasped her hands together as if chanting something. In her mind, she kept calling out, "Is anyone there?" Suddenly, a bright light burst forth intensely. It spread to everything around them, blinding the entire space. Suddenly, a gentle aura began to radiate, slowly moving toward the hounds. It left them bewildered, as the aura became as powerful as a whirlwind, sweeping the hounds away. In no time, it created a barrier shielding the 4 of them, throwing the hounds far away. Seeing the phenomenon, Jin So-na whispered, "What is this whirlwind? It doesn't seem like it's hurting us." Suddenly, Dong Ha-jang seemed to realize something and shouted. She quickly moved toward the injured Choi Un-hyuk. "You kids must be terrified," a voice boomed. Un-ha quickly helped Un-hyo stand up. A pair of feet slowly appeared in the air along with the voice. A woman was floating above them, leaving the kids and the hellhounds in shock. She took a step through the air, drifting closer to them. The 4 of them stared, stunned by the sight of her red hair. Without hesitation, she spoke. "Can you kids close your eyes for a moment?" Shin Seo-young turned her gaze toward the pack of hellhounds. She covered her mouth with a fan and said, "I'll punish these brutes for you." Meanwhile, Un-ha had already wiped out most of the hellhounds nearby. Flames were consuming the remnants of the pack. Un-ha reached for his water bottle and tossed his backpack aside. He opened the bottle and muttered to himself, "You've got to have some rice wine when you're up on a mountain." He took a few gulps, his mind racing. The skill hasn't been created yet, so I can't do anything about it. After drinking, No Un-ha tossed the bottle behind him and started walking. He gripped his sword, a provocative look on his face. "You're dead meat." As the water bottle hit the ground, Un-ha lunged at a hellhound. With one clean strike, he sent it flying. From behind, more hellhounds swarmed in to attack. Reacting quickly, Un-ha kicked them away, growling, "Stop barking like dogs." In an instant, he darted between them, cutting them down. As another one lunged at him, No Un-ha raised his gun. "Stay down until you rot," he said with contempt. Without hesitation, he finished it off. But he didn't stop there. Un-ha turned to face the oncoming hounds, his eyes sharp, his sword glowing with a faint light. As their black blood splattered everywhere, again, Un-ha moved like lightning, tearing through each one with savage intensity. Suddenly he stopped, panting heavily. No, Un-ha glared at the main hellhound and raised his sword. "You're next." A glint of light flashed in his eyes as he charged at the beast. He muttered in his head, "Heavenly strike." Suddenly, a surge of energy like electricity coursed through his body, causing him to stiffen. Un-ha winced, thinking, "Am I out of gas already?" But his legs pushed off the air, and he launched himself forward. "That's right," he thought. At that moment, the hellhound dug its claws into the ground to build momentum. Un-ha didn't hesitate, rushing headlong into the fray. He whispered to himself, "How about this?" Suddenly, the sword was caught in the hellhound's jaws. Seizing the opportunity, No Un-ha fired his gun several times. 2 bullets whistled through the air. The hellhound seemed to realize something, its eyes glowing with malice as it looked at No Un-ha. He froze, cursing. "Damn it!" The hellhound opened its maw, spewing a massive torrent of fire at No Un-ha. Reacting just in time, he twisted his body and leaped aside as the heat scorched the air. Even while dodging, he didn't stop, firing his gun at the hellhound repeatedly. The bullet struck true, causing the beast to howl in agony. The moment he landed, Un-ha tossed the gun aside. He locked eyes with the monster, man and beast facing off. Un-ha gripped his sword tight. "I'm out of ammo. Gotta go close range. My mana is running dry, but I can still hold on." The hellhound glared back at him, still aggressive. Suddenly, the aura around the beast vanished, but in a blink, it was surrounded by pulsing black orbs. A chilling voice echoed, "Arrogant human." Hearing this, Un-ha narrowed his eyes and muttered, "It still has the strength to attack?" No, Un-ha wiped the sweat from his brow. Still has energy left for one more strike? Are those cracks? It's not something else? It's trying to smoke me out. The hellhound roared. I will destroy you. Enraged, Yunha charged forward. I don't care what that is. I'm cutting right through it. He swung his blade with all his might. Suddenly, a wall of darkness appeared in front of him. No Unha was surprised. I don't think it's poisonous, so I'll just blow it away. He struck at the hellhound with fierce determination, lunging forward without a hint of fear. The sword in Yunha's hand trembled. He worried. I'm completely out of mana. Golden light flared brilliantly as blade clashed against beast. Unha was sent flying. He slowly stood up, breathing hard. I used all my remaining mana for defense, and it still hurts like hell. No Unha leaned on his sword, remembering the bastard. That No Unha looks like he's about to collapse, Jinpa Rang said indifferently. Leave him be. You know why they call him a madman? Because the true power of a madman only awakens when… Suddenly, a blue light surrounded Yunha. Only when pushed to the brink can his passive skill be triggered. He gathered his inner energy and stood, making the ground shake. The hellhound backed away in fear. No! Yunha roared. Now! He launched himself forward like a gale, charging straight at the hellhound. You're finished! Yunha's face was twisted with fury. The hellhound realized it was doomed. Yunha severed one of its legs. The hellhound fell, terrified, staring up at him. Yunha prepared for a follow-up strike. The hellhound tried desperately to block, but it was growing weak. Yunha realized the beast was trying to push him back with a black orb that was growing larger. He assessed the situation. You call that stealth? If that's all the durability you've got, I can just smash it. That's why I told you from the start. Don't tell me you forgot, you blockhead. He swung his sword, tearing through the black orb. Inside, the hellhound was exposed. Yunha glared into the void, cutting the orb open. Didn't I tell you? You're dead meat. Yunha unleashed a final strike right in front of the hellhound. He swung his blade horizontally, and the hellhound's head rolled across the ground. Yunha collapsed, letting out a sigh of relief as he looked up. It's over, he gasped, before passing out. The surroundings turned to golden ash and drifted away. Shin So-young smiled. You kids, close your eyes. I'll handle the rest. Shin So-young turned away, smiling to herself as she closed her fan. You idiots, how can you be so reckless? What the hell were you thinking? She opens her fan. Shin So-young unleashes a technique, creating a whirlwind. She says nonchalantly, no report until now? Seriously? Shin So-young reaches out his hand. She gloats. You guys are done for. The two whirlwinds intensify. A purple bolt suddenly flies into the mix, tossing back and forth between the two tornadoes. The vortex turns a deep purple. Shin So-young looks at it confidently. She closes her fan. Shin So-young looks back at the children behind her. She waves her fan, and the whirlwind quickly dissipates. Shin So-young awkwardly says, I'm sorry, kids. I was pretty scary, right? Don't cry. No need to be afraid. Choi Eun-hyuk compliments. You were so cool, ma'am. Dong Ha-jong's eyes sparkle. You were amazing. Jin So-na shyly says, Thank you, ma'am. Choi Eun-hyuk asks, Who are you? Are you one of the 12 stars? Kim Min-ji reassures them. Thank him first. Eun-hyuk is stunned. You're really one of them? I just met one of the greatest people alive? Kim Min-ji reminds him. Don't be rude. Shin So-young chuckles to herself. The kids are still okay after going through all that? Or maybe they're just losing it from fear. Shin So-young observes. The kids look pretty rough. Need to check if they have any internal injuries. She sees Dong Ha-jong glowing. Shin So-young is surprised. What? Dong Ha-jong turns to look at Shin So-young. She runs over and hugs Dong Ha-jong tightly, leaving the girl stunned. Shin So-young flirts. Do you want to become a player? The girl is flustered. A player? She nods. That's right, a player. Choi Eun-hyuk cuts in. I'm the one who will become a player. Shin So-young probes. This kid, he's not bad. Suddenly, Shin So-young hugs them both tightly. You guys are so cute. Did you have telepathy with me? Well done. Thanks to you, I knew exactly where you were. Kim Min-ji is overjoyed. I thought I couldn't do anything, but I actually did it. She runs over and hugs Shin So-young. Shin So-young instructs, Go down the mountain, guys. The rescue team is already there. Kim Min-ji worries. You're not coming with us? She smiles. There are many others I still have to rescue, but I won't leave you guys alone. Shin Se-young turns her head. Just as she mentioned it, a shadow emerges from the mountain. Kang Hun-chan steps forward forcefully. He speaks up. Why did you leave me behind? Do you have any idea how hard it was for me to get here? Hayut says firmly, the boss isn't back yet. Both Shin So-young and Kang Hun-chon are surprised. The boss? At this moment, No Eun-ha is lying unconscious. When will you learn to take care of yourself? No Unha. If it wasn't for me, how many times would you have died already? Li Yujung scolds him. The monster's wounds are quite deep. You'd rather hurt yourself than lose your mind? She sighs. It's my body. What are you so angry about? She grinds her teeth. You little jerk. Who do you think healed you? Me. I'm the reason. If it's a body I'm managing, it belongs to me. No, Unha is frustrated. What are you even going crazy about? I said I'm sorry, okay? Li Yujung looks at him. Sorry? If you're apologizing, then spend some time with me this weekend. Unha is curious. Why? You're so casual. Just listen to me. Do you want to die? He is scared. All right. Just then, Unha opens his eyes, exhausted. He bolts upright in the hospital. No Unha looks at his wrist curiously. No injuries at all. There is a knock on the door. Shin So-young enters. Hello. No Unha turns. Hello. Shin So-young smiles brightly. Are you feeling better? Does anything hurt? He is suspicious. I'm fine. Did you save me? No, Unha muses. A member of the 12 Thrones. How much does she know? Shin So-young sits down. Yeah, I just found out, so I brought you to the hospital immediately. Your name is No Unha, right? He smiles happily. That's right. And you? She wouldn't know I'm the one who exterminated the monsters, would she? She is confident. Shin So-young. You can just call me sister. No Unha laughs. I need to be careful with my words. He realizes something. No Unha asks seriously. How long have I been here? And what about my friends? Shin So-young says nonchalantly. About 6 hours. Your friends are all fine. Jin Seona and Dong Hajang were very worried. I've already contacted their families, so they should be arriving soon. He is flustered. Thank goodness they're safe. What am I supposed to say to my family? Shin Seo-young is relaxed. No, Unha, I have something to investigate. Can you answer me honestly? No, Unha is firm. Huh? Sure. She rests her chin on her hand. First question. Why were you there? And who killed the monsters there? No, Unha is silent. He scratches his head and laughs bitterly. I don't remember. I was busy running, so I just ran up there. Right before I passed out, someone appeared and saved me, I think. Shin Seo-young is curious. Really? But there were monsters there, you know. Shin Seo-young leans her hands onto the hospital bed. She glares. You think I'm the one who killed them, don't you? Shin So-young stares straight at No Unha. I think you're the one who killed those monsters. How do you plan to defend yourself? He waves his hand. How could I kill monsters? I'm only in elementary school, Shin So-young argues. I believe you're capable of it. When I looked up your name, Unha, online, I saw you received an award for bravery last year. He dodges the point. That was just a coincidence. A coincidence, huh? She teases. What about this time? Was it also a coincidence that you happened to defeat the pack of hounds? Yunha laughs it off. This lady is so persistent. He stammers. Regardless, it still wasn't me. Shin So-young cuts in. I found your fingerprints on the knife, and you're still denying it? He is flustered. There's no making excuses this time. This is so awkward. This lady is already convinced I'm the culprit. No other way out. He speaks up. Let's make a deal. Shin So-young is smug. I have nothing to lose. Why would I make a deal with you? He says slowly. I'll give you some important information. She smirks. Information? You're going to give me information? What kind of information? Wait, if I don't talk, we're negotiating. Shin So-young guesses. It seems it's not denying it killed the hounds anymore. What kind of information is this kid planning to give me? She speaks up. So, what do you want? He shakes his head. I don't want anything. Shin So-young is surprised. Nothing at all? Yunha waves his hand. I just want to live peacefully like this. The sky darkens. Shin So-young leaves. The driver and staff are waiting in the car. She enters quietly. Investigate the heir of the Dan Gun Group. Shin So-young remembers, especially the female heir. No Yunha is serious. And the relationship between them and the head of your guild, the Ocean Guild. Shin So-young is stunned. She speaks up. I don't really like joking around. Will you take responsibility for this? He says nonchalantly. If nothing happens, I will join your guild. Shin So-young scoffs. Not just anyone can join the Ocean Guild. No Yunha counters. Didn't you believe I killed the Hellhounds? She replies. Doesn't that mean you'll benefit regardless? He looks at her. This is an opportunity for you to verify the loyalty of your subordinates and gain a useful ability. Shin So-young sits in the car. She looks outside. Shin So-young sat in the car, looking outside, contemplating his husband's power and how to gain a useful new ability. Can you investigate the female heirs of the gun group? The driver asked curiously. The gun group's female heirs? Why? Shin So-young, agree to investigate everyone related to my husband. And one more thing. Make a report evaluating the monster rank in the Gangnam area. She remembered No Eun-ha mentioned something else. You're also involved in keeping the balance in the Gangnam area, right? She glanced at him. So? He said calmly. Be careful with the new types of monsters. If you underestimate them just because they're low-ranked, you're going to be in big trouble, miss. Shin So-young was surprised. How do you know that? He cut her off. Right. And you must also announce that you've taken responsibility for handling this incident, she ordered. From now on, I will be in charge of managing the hellhounds on Bukhan Mountain. The driver was flustered. What? But that's… He glanced at her. Eun-ha smiled slyly. This isn't something that will harm you, right? And besides, I'll still be a normal elementary school student. Shin So-young praised him. That arrogant brat, he's interesting, isn't he? Eun-ha was sitting in the hospital bed when his friends came to visit. 2 in the afternoon today, at Bukhan Mountain, a rank 7 hound appeared. Player Shin So-young of Team 12 has already conquered the hellhound that was leading the pack. They are currently investigating all over Bukhan Mountain. Among the 34 casualties identified, there were also elementary school students on a picnic at Bukhan Mountain. The head of the Ocean Association, Ju Seong-jun. Mr. Jun, I apologize for this incident. Newspaper headlines. Families of the deceased protest at the funeral. Furious because of the Bukhan disaster. Controversy over Kiki Mr. Wan. Resigned. A suicide note was found in the cabin. The vice president made a tragic decision. A few months later, the sun was shining brightly. Everyone shouted, "Happy birthday, Jin So-na." The girl was overjoyed. "Thank you, everyone. How did you know today was my birthday?" Kim Min-ji said confidently. "How could we not know your birthday?" Eun-ha teased. "Stop putting on an act." Kim Min-ji added. "You were pestering our homeroom teacher the whole time, weren't you?" The girl yelled. "Can't you keep quiet? Do you want to disappear?" Dong Ha-jong laughed out loud. "Happy birthday, Jin So-na. This is chocolate I made myself." Jin So-na felt shy. "Thank you." Eun-hyuk was secretly doing something. He stood up excitedly. "We decided to throw a birthday party at Happy New." No, Eun-ha pulled him back. "Did you ask Jin So-na and Dong Ha-jong yet?" Eun-hyuk said confidently. "Of course. Boss, why are you bringing me along?" Kim Min-ji worried. "Everything is going smoothly, right?" "I'm worried because you're the one in charge of this." Jin So-na asked curiously. "Guys, where are you going?" No, Eun-ha stood frozen. "Something like that, I guess." They ran off. "You don't need to know." Kim Min-ji went to her seat. "The morning class is starting." Dong Ha-jong snuck away. "I'm heading to my seat." Jin So-na was surprised, not knowing what was going on. When it got dark, the whole group shouted, "Happy birthday." The girl blushed. "You guys?" Eun-hyuk shouted. "Surprised, huh?" Eun-ha laughed. "Happy birthday." Jin So-na was touched. "I was wondering what everyone was secretly doing." "Thank you, guys." Kim Min-ji laughed and cried. "Sorry, we even prepared a birthday cake. Now you have to blow out the candles, make a wish, and cut the cake, right?" "No," Eun-ha shouted. "Count to 3, then blow. 1, 2, 3. Jin So, happy birthday." Eun-hyuk was worried. "But you'll be okay, right?" Kim Min-ji told the story of Jin So-na mentioning her dad as an office worker. Then they threatened her that she had to attend his birthday party too. No, Eun-ha hesitated. About that, the group encourages the boss. Saturday in the finance industry in South Korea. Their main business is divided into 3 branches: electronics, construction, and advertising. The pharmaceutical branch is not a very important company to the group. Besides, Dong Seo-hoon could merge the pharmaceutical companies to monopolize the pharmaceutical market. Eun-ha flicked his forehead. "Kim Min-ji, stop frowning," he said calmly. "If you want to be an heir to the encouraged group, your last name has to be Kim, got it? But her family name Zin shows that her family is not the main line. Stop wasting time thinking about it, just eat." Kim Min-ji was annoyed. Kim Min-ji felt shy. "I was worried about you, that's all." She ran off. "Forget it." He sat down to eat alone. Eun-ha pondered. "Looks like things are getting complicated again, but that's okay. Whether it's the encouraged pharmaceutical company or the encouraged group, if you mess with my family, I will tear you guys apart." Eun-hyuk said excitedly. "Boss, today I'll show you the results of my training." Eun-ha breathed a sigh of relief. "No need, just don't trip and fall, that's all." He ran off. "Don't worry, it'll be fine. I guarantee our team will win." "Why are you so confident?" Eun-ha worried. "What is this feeling?" Eun-ha was anxious. "Hey, what's wrong?" Kim Min-ji asked angrily. Georgina explained. The teacher said she would buy fried chicken and pizza for us if we win, she said painfully. My money. Everything will probably be fine. Or no, not fine at all. No, Yunha looked at Gina. I understand how you feel raising these pigs, the referee shouted. Ready. Choi Eun-hyuk was cocky. I'll do everything. Tromat. Eyes widened. The starting pistol went off. Choi Eun-hyuk bolted like the wind. The whole class cheered enthusiastically. No Eun-ha predicted for Choi Eun-hyuk. This guy. Choi Eun-hyuk said confidently, I'm going to finish first. Did you see that, boss? It felt strange. Huh? But why is my body so heavy? When Choi Eun-hyuk ran to the finish line, he collapsed to the ground. He and Kim Min-ji were worried. Gina ran over to support Choi Eun-hyuk. Keep it up. Oh, heaven and earth harmonize. 10,000 things flourish. No, Eun-ha sighed. Knew it. He really doesn't know how to pace himself. I guess I'll have to teach him how to gauge his own strength. No, Eun-ha pounced and hugged him. No, Eun-ha, she said happily. Eun-ha, I finished first in the 100-meter race. He was surprised. Really? You're my sister, all right. Does that mean you beat the whole 5th grade? That's amazing. No, Eun-ha laughed. I have to compete in other events. See you later. Be careful, he said happily. You too. Don't overdo it. Kim Min-ji criticized. This guy isn't a mama's boy, he's a sister's boy. Jin So-na was shaking. Sister No Eun-ha runs so fast. He congratulated his sister. You beat our whole team? No, Eun-ha. It was hard to take. No, I was just thinking about what to eat for lunch, Kim Min-ji argued. That's not it. He's just happy for his sister. Both stayed silent looking at him. No, Eun-ha changed the subject. By the way, how's Dong-ha-jang? Jin So-na pointed. He's over there, Dong-ha-jang said joyfully. Found you, big brother and sister. Julieta and Bruno were happy. Oh, Dong-ha-jang, the girl asked. Brother, sister, can you help me? Dong-ha-jang pulled Julieta away. Hurry up, sister! She was flustered. Huh? What's going on? Julieta is talking to the referee, and the two of them are laughing. Dong-ha-jang lets out a sigh of relief. No, Eun-ha asks. Did you ask Julieta for a favor? Dong-ha-jang accepts a water bottle from an American person. He's confused. Wait, isn't she Italian? Julieta smiles. So I spoke in English, since I can speak it. No, Eun-ha is surprised. Really? How? Dong-ha-jang explains. The first person who popped into my head was Julieta. No, Eun-ha asks. Are you worried he'll scam them? I didn't expect that from you. Dong-ha-jang. When I first met her, she was a total crybaby. Now she can handle situations on her own. She's growing up so fast. Meanwhile, No Eun-ha collapses, looking dazed. Is this what it feels like to drink a potion? Please, try to be at least half as good as Dong-ha-jang, okay? Let's regroup after lunch, everyone. As he walks over, everyone greets him. Hello. No Eun-ha replies. Hello. He sits down. My mom told me to give this to you guys. Dong-ha-jang accepts it. Thanks, No Eun-ha. He asks quietly. Dong-ha-jang, who is that? She explains, that's Sujin. She's been coming around our spot a lot lately. No Eun-ha remarks. She looks so familiar. But I can't remember where I've met her. Jin So-na shouts. Oh my, hello, she asks confidently. If you're hungry, would you like to have some? Eun-ha walks away, wondering, what should I eat for lunch? Jin So-na chases after him. Wait, hold on. Jin So-na points at him. Dad, this is the boy I told you about. Jin Jan-un is surprised. So, you're Eun-ha? He asks sternly. Are you the one bullying my Jin So-na? What does your father do for a living? He sighs. Did she really go and tattle to her dad? He thinks. Like father, like daughter. Just because you own a single pharmaceutical company. Why are you being so arrogant? Jin Jan-un reaches out. You little brat. He gets close, but No Eun-ha doesn't flinch. Jin Jan-un is stunned. What? How can a kid have this much strength? He has an aura, just like the chairman. No Eun-ha pushes his hand away. Are you scared? Jin Jan-un is startled and swings his fist. You insolent brat. No Eun-ha dodges the attack quickly and steps back. No Eun-ha senses movement rushing toward him. His father lunges forward and punches Jin Jan-un. He confidently knocks Jin Jan-un out. No Eun-ha's father brushes off his hands. How dare you lay a finger on my son? Eun-ha, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? He says fearfully. I'm fine. You shouldn't have gotten involved because of me. Jin Jan-un sits up. How dare you, you dog. How dare you? Get him now. Eun-ha is fuming. I have to deal with all these people. If he dares to touch my dad, I'll take him down. Eun-ha's father smiles gently. It's okay, Eun-ha. Dad is here. He stands in front of him heroically. Dad will protect you. Jin Jan-un yells in pain. How dare you? How can someone like you, who's not even worth a dog, dare to hit me. He orders, catch him. Yunha thinks, if he dares to do anything to my dad, I'll end him. His dad reassures him, Yunha, it's okay. Dad can handle this. Jin Jong-un screams, you, who are you? Do you know who I am? He replies calmly, I know exactly who you are. Jin Jong-un is surprised. What? Yu Un-ha explains, you are Jin Jong-un, the chairman of the pharmaceutical company. Since that's the case, do you remember who I am? Jin Jong-un is terrified. You're a department head at Sirius. Jin Jong-un is anxious. Wait, why is a Sirius department head here? So, that's why the kid was so confident. Yun-ha is surprised. My dad is a department head at Sirius? He thinks, the Sirius group is the second largest group in Korea, producing most of the player equipment. Yun-ha says calmly, now you remember, don't you? Jin Jong-un points. Why are you here? He says sternly. Why indeed? Jin Jong-un cowers. I'm so sorry. I didn't know the strategic management department head would be here. No, Yun-ha thinks. The equipment department? At Sirius, Dad? He looks at his father. I came to watch my son compete, but it seems you have a problem with my son. He stammers. Ah, so he's the son of department head No. Jin Jong-un thinks. I have to swallow my anger. A mere company can't compare to a major group like Sirius. Plus, he's a key member of the Sirius equipment department. Jin Jong-un bows. I apologize. Please forgive this uncle. I can't afford to anger him. He's going to inherit the group. He points to Jin So-na. My family would like to apologize too. She is shy. Her father orders, So-na, hurry up and apologize. Jin So-na is stunned. She turns to the others whispering, did they fight? Jin So-na and No Un-ha fought, but it looks like Jin So-na lost. Serves her right for bullying people. Hey, don't look at her. You might get involved. Jin So-na trembles. I'm sorry. She runs away. He feels exhausted. Good grief, Dad. Yun-ha says calmly. Then we'll be going now. Let's call it even after that punch earlier. Shall we? Jin Jong-un grovels. What punch? I wasn't hit at all. He bows. Have a safe trip. Department head. No. No, Yun-ha worries. I'm done for. Am I going to get scolded? Dad. He places a hand on No Un-ha's shoulder and looks at him. Yes? He worries. If something like this happens again, you mustn't handle it yourself. You have to tell Dad, okay? He says seriously. No Un-ha, you're still young. It's okay to still rely on your mom and dad a little bit. A gentle breeze blows. No Yun-ha reflects on his feelings because of his father's warm words. He says happily, yes, thank you, Dad. He feels a firm resolve not to lose this warmth. At dawn, the man in the vest smokes. He turns around. Did I really have to come all this way to recruit you? I want to do big things, but there are a few people blocking my path. I want you to help me. The masked boss asks directly. What about the money? The man in the vest signals. I'll pay 1.5 million up front. If it's a success, I'll pay another 1.5 million. The masked boss turns to him and reaches out. A blue light appears. Understood. Suddenly, the briefcase of money vibrates violently. He pulls the briefcase toward him. The man in the vest sighs. Oh, for heaven's sake. Then he bursts into laughter, his cigarette butt falling. At the mall, No Un-ha walks away happily. No Un-ha watches from behind. He worries. It's been a long time since I've been here, but it's still so tiring. Julieta encourages him. No Un-ha, you can't be tired yet. We've only just arrived. Bruno laughs. Sorry about that, No Un-ha. He sighs. Buy me something good to eat. Bruno replies. Sure. He glances at him. I always get the chills when I'm around him. How can a regular office worker hide his mana so perfectly? Let's take a closer look. Bruno speaks up. No Un-ha. What's wrong? He turns away. Where is she? Julieta too? He's definitely not a normal person. Bruno points. They said they're going to the 5th floor. No, Yun-ha thinks. Exhausted. It's going to be hard to find them. No. Un-ha thinks. And now, she can hide her mana too? Bruno holds something out. Don't worry. We have this. Un-ha is surprised. A phone? Is it tracking their location? Why are you worried? Does Julieta know about this? Bruno hid it away. This is a secret. No Un-ha felt suspicious. This guy was definitely acting weird. Bruno cleared his throat. Let's go. The two of them started walking, passing by a mysterious figure in a hood who gave a sinister laugh. Let's begin. As they walked a distance away, No Un-ha felt something and turned back. A guy with a strong blue mana aura, it reminded him of the ruined city. He drew his sword to fight. No Un-ha faced the hooded man. On his hand, there was that same tattoo. This guy looked identical. It was the Nameless One. No Unha turned around in surprise. The Nameless One released a powerful burst of mana. No Unha remembered the tattoo. It was definitely the Nameless One from his memories. He laughed maliciously, the Nameless One. No Unha was anxious. Why is he here? Bruno spoke up. Is something wrong? No, Unha asked. You should run away. Don't you find it strange? The man was curious. Huh? Bruno looked back and forth. No Unha. Are you worried? Yes, Bruno explained. There are 3 people with a strange scent. A bald guy and the Nameless One. No Unha reached out, and 3 blue sparks appeared. He swung his skill, sending the 3 sparks flying. The sparks immediately struck the 3 targets. Yunha was surprised. You're just standing there? He observed them. Just as I thought. They're players. And what's more, they're well-trained players. Yunha looked at Bruno. What about the other one? He's monitoring us from where he's standing. 2 players stood not far from each other. They signaled each other and headed in opposite directions. No Yunha followed, feeling very suspicious. He watched the bald guy, who reached into his pocket. Was that? The bald guy accidentally dropped a blue orb. No, Yunha was shocked. A mana stone? Don't tell me those bastards. A blue light engulfed the entire supermarket. Everyone was stunned and speechless. Before the scene, the blue light became even more flamboyant and powerful, creating a deep pit. Everyone whispered, Mom, what is that? A mana distribution error? Bruno looked back in alarm. Hounds lunged from somewhere, chasing everyone. They dropped the civilians as if they wanted to devour them. More and more monsters appeared. An emergency alert sounded. Monsters have appeared in the grocery store. All staff and customers, please evacuate to the nearest fire station. The Nameless One acted nonchalant. Everything is going according to plan. Destroy anyone who gets in the way, Yunha observed. Terror at the grocery store, the flying car crash, before I regressed. How did this happen? I have to admit, but since that day, the future has started to change. No Yunha remembered the horrific scene of the city. No Unha lunged, holding him tight. Everything exploded and faded away. The hound howled and quickly lunged at No Unha. He turned back. Ah, right. Bruno lunged to attack the hound. He placed his hand on No Unha's shoulder. Pull yourself together. We have to find Julieta and No Unha. Do you think you can make it? He calmed down. Right. Saving Julieta and your sister is our top priority right now. No, Unha shouted. Where did the 2 of them go? Bruno explained. They're still on the 5th floor. Hopefully, nothing happened to them. A voice came from above. So, you're the one who released the mana earlier? Right? The Nameless One sneered. He stood high up. Why are you panicking and running away? Yunha guessed. What rank is he? I'm in such a hurry now. Suddenly, Bruno lunged forward. He threw a punch at the Nameless One, a thunderous blow. The Nameless One tumbled to the ground. No, Yunha remarked. He doesn't even need any help. He's this strong? Bruno, just as I thought. He's no ordinary man. He spoke up. Bruno, wait. We can't just kill this kind of person like that. The Nameless One's face was bruised and swollen. No Unha kicked him. Dealing with them is such a hassle. In the time before my regression, I was nagged a lot because I didn't confirm the Nameless One's identity before he disappeared. No Yunha was confused. What are you doing? Why aren't you leaving? Bruno was startled. Ah, I'm coming. He was worried. Kids these days are terrifying. I just wanted to knock him out. A while earlier, emergency situation. Monsters have appeared in the grocery store. All staff and customers, please evacuate to the nearest fire station. Julieta was surprised. What is happening here? Ah, no way. Monsters? Did monsters escape from the spatial gate? She calmed herself. First, I have to see. Let's see how many monsters are here. No. Una opened her eyes wide. She assessed. Directly to the left, there are 3. Directly to the right, there are 2. 1 in the middle. Luckily, there are none on our side. A total of 6. We just need to decide on a path down to avoid being caught. No Una turned. Sister, don't worry. I will protect you. Then, Julieta screamed. No Una, in front of you. A hound prepared to lunge. Julieta pulled her away and cast a spell. No Una cried. Sister Julieta. Julieta took a stance. She grabbed a clothes hanger and struck the hound, sending it flying back. No Una was surprised. Was that mana just now? Is Sister Julieta a player? Julieta ordered, No Una, we should evacuate quickly. Bruno and No Unha must be waiting for us. No Una replied, Yes, Sister Julieta is so cool. The hounds lunged. Julieta hugged No Una and pulled her along. No Una, Julieta reached out to summon mana. She attacked behind them. They're faster than I thought. At this rate, I'll run out of mana. Is there anything here I can use as a weapon? No Una shouted, Over there, there's an escalator. Julieta blocked her. No Una, don't go there. No Una looked up in surprise. A hound jumped towards her. Ugh, ah. Turning back, full of color, No Una stood stunned on the spot. She remembered. Compared to back then, I'm not afraid anymore. No Una quickly dodged. She kicked the hound. It slowly fell to the ground. The hound didn't understand what happened. No Una landed slowly. She breathed a sigh of relief, then suddenly twisted her ankle. No Una was in pain, leaning into Julieta's arms. She was worried. Are you okay? You scared me to death. No. Una smiled. I'm okay. The hounds all around them were howling everywhere. Julieta looked at the stairs and ordered, No Una, run to the escalator. In front of us. Can you? No, Yun-ah stammered. Yes, I can. Julieta seehid. Then let's run. Saying that, the two sisters dashed toward the stairs. They jumped, despite the hounds chasing them. The two sisters were close to reaching the stairs, right in the hound's sight. Very quickly, they arrived. Julieta ordered, Get down fast. No and ah, she nodded. Yes. The hounds signaled each other and turned away. Julieta was worried. I don't have any tools, so it's hard to eliminate them. At least I have to find a weapon I can throw from the stairs. A hound jumped down. Julieta quickly grabbed a model kit and swung it with all her might at the hound. The hound panicked and dodged the attack, quickly falling off the staircase. Julieta attacked the others at the same time. They lost their footing and fell off together. They were all defeated. No, Yuna marveled. Sister, you're so cool. Julieta teased. Sister, you're ruining things. No, Una grabbed an object and got into a throwing stance, but the guy with the hair tie blocked it with his own weapon. He dodged the move and quickly lunged at Una. She prepared to crouch and sweep his legs, causing him to lose his balance. Una then leaped up and struck him hard in the face. The guy with the hair tie's face was bruised. She calmly said, I'm done. What about you, Bruno? Bruno cracked his wrist and replied, Same here. Let's head upstairs. No, Una suddenly remembered. Wait, we can see them from here. She looked over. The guys from the guild. She was surprised to see a werewolf falling from above, followed by 2, then 3 more. No, Una and Bruno looked up high. Bruno commented, Looks like they're both holding up fine. She agreed. No, Una looked at the fallen foes. Let's find something to use as a weapon, then head upstairs. Bruno asked if she needed any defensive gear. She picked up a sword. This should do. Here. No, Una took it, trembling. Bruno called out to No Una, and he turned to face the nameless guy who was still emitting mana. She stood up and glared at him. You're the one behind all this, aren't you? Bruno calmly stated. Yes. He handed his sister over to you, brat. Una coldly retorted. No, I'll deal with the mastermind behind this myself. The smoker gloated. Oh wow, a foreigner, huh? The guy with the tie laughed. Looks like we're in for some fun. Is causing all this trouble not enough for you? Why not take what you can get? Julieta calmed down. Una, get over here. The tie guy said, At a time like this, you should be thinking about a slow retreat. The smoker looked down. Let's slip away before the Sinra guys get here. But before that, why don't we have a little fun? Julieta gritted her teeth. Disgusting. The tie guy asked, Should we just take it slow and then pull out? The smoker replied, We have to hide before those Sinra bastards arrive, but we should have some fun first, right? Julieta looked at them with contempt. You sick freaks. She commanded, No, Yuna, go find a place to hide, okay? I'll come find you later. No, Yuna hesitated. Sister, no, no. I want to stay with you. I can fight too. Sister, don't worry, Julieta shouted. No, it's too dangerous. The smoker chimed in. Hey, who said we'd let her go? The tie guy stood behind them. That's right. Who said that? Julieta quickly grabbed the model, preparing to smash it. A gunshot rang out, blowing up Julieta's weapon. The tie guy picked his ear and teased. Oh, you shouldn't do that. The smoker added. You haven't finished with me yet. You have to play with me. How could you be so distracted? The tie guy said maliciously. Let's duel, 1-on-1, before the Sinra guys show up and leave this place. No Una screamed. Get lost right now. He stepped forward, putting on pressure. Don't be so scared. I'm not a bad guy, you know? No Una quickly dodged. She immediately started running. The tie guy reached out, summoned his mana, and grabbed No Una's arm. No Una screamed. No! She quickly summoned a skill and pushed the tie guy away. 2 protective shields clashed against each other. He hesitated. Oh, what's this? Just a kid? Yet she already possesses this much mana? Is this real? He dismissed the shield and lunged. If I sell this brat, could I make a huge profit? His dagger touched the shield and bounced off. The Thai guy panicked. Why is it so hard? No, Una thought to herself. I can block him. No, Una taught me this. I can do it. The Thai guy felt discouraged. At this rate, even I've had enough. She said happily, I did it. Did I really do it? Suddenly, an arm reached in. Of course I broke through it. He grabbed No Una's arm. The Thai guy cheered. Gotcha. Down below, soldiers were screaming. Everyone, hurry! Cast aside the dignity of the Sinra clan and save everyone first. Everyone turned around. What the hell is that? A slime is escaping? Which company does it belong to? Go call the long-range attackers here, the bald guy volunteered. Captain, there's no need for that, the captain yelled. Don't! All monsters are the same. We just need to cut them down. The swamp slime grabbed a weapon and pulled the bald guy in. The slime slowly swallowed him whole. A notification sounded. Everyone, fall back. Physical attacks won't work on the slime. Report the situation at the shopping mall to them. We'll wait here until the mages arrive. The smoker gloated. Perfect timing. Thanks to that, we have more time. Well then, let's hurry up and finish this, shall we? Julieta turned to look at No Una. No Una asked, how? The Thai guy said casually. If I couldn't break through that, I wouldn't call myself a player. Suddenly, sparks of fire ignited next to them and quickly attacked him. It was Julieta's fire. She screamed, hurry up! Run away! The Thai guy was in pain. You bitch! Sounds of clapping were heard. The smoker praised her. You can do stuff like that too? Julieta quickly jumped back to defend herself. She held up her flaming finger. The smoker mocked. That thing is useless. Give it up, doll. Why don't you do something fun with me instead? Julieta bit her lip in annoyance. She took off her shoes. Julieta tore her dress in half. Don't call me a doll. The smoker was indifferent. That again? Those things won't work on us. Using your power in such an adorable way is a bit. He narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, a beam of red light pierced through the shield. The smoker stepped back a few paces. What the hell was that? Her power suddenly increased? No way, is that an innate enhancement ability? The Thai guy chased her into the toy store. He was sweating. You're exhausted, aren't you? No, Una turned around. The Thai guy shouted, give up on the idea of running away. Be a good girl and play with me. Come on, sweetheart. No Una activated her mana into her legs and quickly jumped onto a shelf. No Una grabbed a storage box and prepared to throw it down. The Thai guy put up a shield. So stubborn. Suddenly, No Una fell because she slipped. The Thai guy gloated. Gotcha. I'm going to break your legs. He was terrified. No Una took advantage of the situation and activated her mana to attack him. He blocked it. I was being nice to you, and now you're pushing your luck? No Una counted. 1. She attacked as she counted. 2. The Thai guy was nearly brought to his knees by No Una's power. She quickly kicked his shield and jumped away. No Una leaped high into the air. The Thai guy screamed, you annoying brat. This time, don't even think about escaping. No, Una remembered. Sister, was this the feeling you had back then? The feeling of mana filling my body? Mana bomb. No, Una released a massive mana orb. The Thai guy was terrified. What kind of crazy thing is this? An explosion occurred, and everything seemed to blow up. The smoker turned his head to look. Everything was destroyed. From within the smoke, No Una ran out. Sister Julieta. The smoker was surprised. No way. That idiot actually got defeated by a little brat? I've spent way too much time here, and I'm out of ammo. In this situation, I can't control both of them anymore. What a waste. Running away is the best strategy for now. Julieta screamed. No, Una, don't come any closer. Get away. She looks down at the power. What are you so afraid of, Julieta? The smoker wanders over. You look terrified. He grabs Julieta by the throat and pulls out a knife. You didn't see this coming, did you? No, Yunha screams. Sister Julieta. He commands, don't move. If you dare to move, I'll carve up that pretty face of yours. She is terrified. Sister. Suddenly, a hand reaches out. The man in the necktie quickly slams Yunha's head down. She is shocked. How did you? The man in the necktie laughs. What? Did you think I was dead? No way a player like me would be defeated by a brat like you. Yunha thinks, I can't just fall here. Suddenly, No Unha channels her mana, forcing the man in the necktie to back away. He asks anxiously, huh? What is this? This massive amount of mana. If this keeps up, it's going to explode. No, Unha shouts. Sister Julieta. She struggles. No, Unha. Just then, the smoker stabs Julieta in the stomach. No, Unha cries out, Sister Julieta. The smoker says to the man in the necktie, You want us all to go together? Unha is dazed. I will save you, sister. The man in the necktie knocks Unha to the ground. She opens her eyes. Just a little bit more, the smoker says. Forget it. Let's get out of here. The man in the necktie grumbles. What a waste. Her mana is both abundant and beautiful. If only I were a little stronger. Unha wakes up from the dream. She speaks. Who are you? Do you want power? Unha is surprised. True power. Can you grant it to me? Suddenly, Unha shouts, Don't listen to him. She turns back, scolding. That's too dangerous. Even though we made it through this time, I don't know what will happen next time. I will do anything you want. So, you must live a normal life. If that voice echoes again, you must not listen to it. Promise me. No, Unha looks at her, reaches out, and smiles. Pinky promise. Yeah, I promise. No, Unha sits up. No, Unha, I'm sorry. I have things I must protect too. She recalls the scene of everyone being happy. With these hands, No Unha stands up. To save her, she really needs power. The man in the necktie laughs mockingly. Oh, you can still stand? Go back to sleep. He throws a punch. No, Unha gently. Please grant me, her eyes open. Grant me the power, the man in the necktie shouts. Just lie there. No, Unha speaks. Please grant me power. No, Unha quickly punches the man in the necktie in the face, sending him flying. The smoker screams, You bastard! No, Unha looks up. It's Bruno. He puts his jacket over her head. Bruno praises her. You did well, No, Unha. From now on, leave everything to me. The smoker sneers. That bear-sized bastard Bruno rushes in the blink of an eye. He grabs the smoker by the head and shoves him down. Bruno slams him hard against the ground. Bruno worries. Julieta, the man in the necktie, tries to grab the knife. His hands tremble as he picks it up. Bruno holds Julieta, worried. Suddenly, the man in the necktie rushes at him. Bruno turns and kicks him away. He steps forward. For everything you've done to Julieta and Unha, the man in the necktie is terrified. Spare me. Bruno raises his fist toward the man's head. You will pay for those things. With your own life. A few days earlier, during the terrorist attack at the department store, Kyung-won screams, I've already done everything you told me to do. What more do you want from me? He is trembling with fear. Kyung-won prepares to pull out a weapon. He lunges. I will destroy you and that guy, Shin So-young, too. Kyung-won stabs but misses. He is terrified, sweating. Suddenly, a sword pierces his chest. A talent that can disrupt the enemy's perception. He turns around. The Nameless One says calmly, You talk too much. Kyung-won is choked. The Nameless One threatens, This is the message the Guildmaster wants to send you. I will take care of your family for you. Don't worry about anything. Especially your wife. I'll take good care of her. Kyung-won struggles, then gradually loses consciousness. The Nameless One says, Thanks for your hard work. Farewell. News. A suicide note was found in the cabin of Vice President Kim Kyung-won. Investigators believe he chose to end his life. Sabayoke Department Store, Logistics Warehouse. The Nameless One scoffs. Is there no one here but you lowlifes? Manhwa replies, The Floral Guild has arrived. We couldn't reach the rest of them. The Nameless One calculates, They're faster than I expected. Let's retreat quickly. They're probably off doing some useless things again. Manhwa nods. But who is that kid behind you? The Nameless One turns around. What kid? He looks terrified at Yunha. He laughs. Have you finally noticed me? I'm right here. The Nameless One worries. What's wrong with this brat? How long has he been hiding behind me? Manhwa is confused. What's wrong? Do they know each other? Or is he just a lost child? If that's the case, he speaks up. Why are you staring at that kid so much? I'll finish him in one blow. Manhwa laughs. You shouldn't follow strangers so carelessly, kid. There are some terrifying things that might, he stutters. No Unha swings his sword, decapitating Manhwa. The rest of them are fearful and on guard. He is flustered. Ah, right. I shouldn't have killed him, should I? The remaining soldiers rush in. You wretched brat, the Nameless One warns. Don't lower your guard. The opponent is not just some ordinary brat. Unha laughs, looking at them. You're hesitating just because this gorilla said something? Why is that? Are you afraid of the knife of an ordinary brat who isn't even a player? You don't look any different from a bunch of chickens, do you? The soldiers rush in. I will destroy you. No, Unha laughs to himself. Heavenly steps, bloody battlefield. He holds the knife out. Why are you still standing there? If you're not going, I'm going. You understand? The Nameless One is terrified. No way. He took down a B-rank player instantly? Why can't I fight him directly? I don't know any players on the same level as the 12, but this brat Unha glares at him. He quickly swings the knife at the nameless one. Unha kicks the nameless one straight on. Unha says calmly, "Look at you now. The nameless one is nothing. The reason others don't recognize you must be because you don't have a strong presence." The nameless one, furious, summons his mana. He screams and lunges. No, Unha quickly dodges to the side. The nameless one is surprised. How? How is this possible? How can this brat dodge all of my attacks? No, Unha says calmly. Back then, I felt the same way. While sweeping the nameless one's legs, he explains, "But, as I thought, there's nothing left to see, because your ability doesn't work when fighting me. But don't worry." No, Unha jumps up. "I will make sure not to destroy you." He grabs the nameless one's throat. No, Unha stabs hard. Shin Seo-young remarks, "They've almost wrecked this place." No, Unha laughs. "Please say that you managed to subdue them this time too." Huh? Shin Seo-young covered his mouth. "You know you still owe me, right?" He shot a glance. "I'll pay it back in full, I promise. I swear, I guarantee it." Since she asked, "So when will you laugh?" "One of these days. I'll leave dealing with that guy to you." Shin Seo-young headed inside. "Anyway, I'll let you off the hook this time." Yoonha ran over. "Wait!" She looked surprised. Are you worried? I've been curious to see what he looks like for a long time now." Nameless looked terrified. "Please, not this anything but this." No, Unha pulled off his glasses. Both of them covered their mouths, stunned. They started dry heaving. His face, he looks like a stingray. "Gross, I can't take it," a voice called out. No, Unha turned his head. It was Giulietta, No, Una, and Bruno. He looked thrilled. No, Unha ran over. "Sis." At 3 in the afternoon today, at the Sapa OK department store, a group of terrorist monsters was attacked by a mercenary player. His name has spread across the media as Nameless, alongside the Scylla Guild's Saint of the Storm, Shin So-young, one of the 12. He was able to subdue the player attacking the terrorists with a total of 23 casualties. Myron's eyes lit up. With a total of 23 casualties, the Heavenly Goddess government has expressed their condolences to the victims. Myron watched with indifference. He zoomed in on the image. Giulietta, Bruno, and No Unha. Myron laughed wickedly. "Found you." Outside the house, a barrier had been set up around the cafe, so that ordinary people can't recognize who we are. As expected from the Saint of the Storm, Shin Seo-young, the best mage in Korea. No, Unha said seriously. "This is the first time you've called for me," Shin Seo-young said casually. "I wanted to express my gratitude." He laughed. "I don't think you called me here, just to express your gratitude." "So, what happened?" Shin Seo-young set his drink down. "The Nameless group will be executed. This is the first time since the Heavenly Goddess government was established." Yoonha replied. "I understand. But the important thing is, who was it that hired them?" Shin Seo-young refused. "I'm sorry, but I don't have the authority to share this information with anyone else. So, I have to keep this a secret from you." He sounded indifferent. "So we don't have a choice then?" Shin Seo-young spoke up. "Is that all?" Unha said seriously. "Right. What happened with the Sapa OK group?" John explained. "Chairman Lee Jun-hee has returned, and the heir has decided to drop everything for the time being and focus on social welfare issues." He nodded. "I see." She stood up. "If that's the case, I have somewhere to be. I have things to do now." He waved. "All right then, see you next time." As expected, the future of the Sapa OK group has already changed. Dad asked, "The kids are coming soon. Do you plan on going out to play first?" "No," Unha nodded. "Yes, thank you, Dad." Before I regressed, a power struggle took place internally among his 3 sons, and in the end, the eldest son was the one who seized the throne, inheriting his family. Those who survived the Kraken, Luna had shown her miracle. That young child didn't die, and the accident at Bukhansan Mountain, along with the number of casualties, decreased significantly. The terrorist attack at the department store, which didn't happen before the inauguration of the Sapa OK group, did not occur. The future is gradually changing. If that's the case, this time, the clock struck nearly 1 in the afternoon. Unha looked at the drink, excited. "It's already afternoon." Una looked embarrassed. "Mom, Dad, I want to become a player." Unha looked at her, confused. He looked worried. "The future has changed, hasn't it?" Unha slammed the table. "I object." She looked worried. "Una," he cut in. "Becoming a player is extremely dangerous. It doesn't suit you at all, sis." "No," Una retorted. "How do you know if you don't try? You even said I had a talent for it, didn't you?" "No," Una interrupted. "That's true. You have talent. But I didn't teach you how to control mana so you could become a player. I taught you so you wouldn't have a magical disorder. Mana, contracts, or things like that. That's because I wanted you to live a happy, healthy life without being sick. No, Yunha said sulkily. Whatever you say, I want to become a player. Yunha slammed the table. Why do you want to throw away a normal life, huh? The life of a player isn't honorable or free-spirited. It's like a dangling hemorrhoid, she shouted. I want to be a player, no matter how much of a hassle it is. I also want to be someone who can help and protect others. I hate having to hide behind others and watch without being able to do anything. Mom laughed. That's fine. No, Unha, you should do what you want to do. No, Unha felt sad. Mom, the child burst into tears. Mom scolded. No, Unha, you shouldn't have done that. You made No Unha cry. See that? It's okay. No, Unha, I was wrong. I was wrong, wasn't I? He reasoned. Mom, Dad, Sis is demanding to be a player. Are you too sure you're okay with that? Mom said nonchalantly. Of course we're not. We know it's extremely dangerous too. But if that's what Una wants, Mom wants to let you do whatever you want. Dad laughed. Daughter, you can do it. Right? Una ran and hugged Mom. Yes. Thank you. Mom and Dad. Yunha pondered. Even Dad is like that? The evening lights were on. The boss looked tired. So Jong-hoon, please present the facts that were arranged beforehand. Seo Jong-hoon projected the terrorist attack that took place at the Sapa OK department store. That wasn't a normal attack. It was the result of internal conflict within the Sapa OK group. This chart shows the rankings of power in the Sapa OK group. As everyone knows, power is divided among the chairman's 3 children. Lee Junhee excluded the youngest, who had the least power. Within this circle, there were actually only 2 candidates, the eldest son and the second son. The eldest son, Lee Baeong-in, is a notorious thug because of his short temper, but many people thought he wouldn't be able to lead Sapa OK to success because he was the eldest son. But conversely, unlike his brother, Lee Jong-in has a very good personality, along with excellent management skills. Someone crossed their arms, skeptical. Don't tell me that the previous terrorist attack, the boss sighed, lamenting that scoundrel, Lee Baeong-in, had goaded the terrorists into attacking the store. SA department store is currently under the control of his younger brother, Lee Jong-in. The long-haired woman asked curiously, Does the chairman know about this? He pressed his philtrum. Of course. Thanks to this, he's decided to pause his retirement and return to manage everything. Seo Jong-hoon pointed to the board. But that's not the only problem. Everyone, please look up here. The force Lee Baeong-in is leading isn't just some nameless mercenary group. It is highly likely that it's the Ocean Guild. Everyone gasped. What? Are you serious? Oh my god. Isn't that a bit of an overestimation? Seo Jong-hoon explained. Including the Hellhounds, a total of 92 hounds were found at the Bukhan Mountain incident. Although the Ocean Guild took 70% of the magic stones, only 30% of them are currently being sold on the market, and it has been discovered that magic stones were used in this terrorist attack. The boss asked curiously, What if they're just waiting for market prices, for magic stones to rise before selling them? He replied, Unrefined magic stones are not exactly rare items. The boss asked seriously, Then what about the possibility that the Ocean Guild used the 30% of magic stones that were released onto the market? Seo Jong-hoon said confidently, All the information gathered by the Sela Guild has been investigated, including the source of the magic stones that are currently being sold on the market. That's impossible. The long-haired woman turned. But that's just a guess, isn't it? There's still no concrete evidence pointing to it. Seo Jong-hoon agreed. Yes, it's just a guess. But everyone here must have heard about this already, right? Everyone was silent. The boss spoke up. In April of this year, when Shin Seo-young found out that Ju Seong-jun was involved with the Dangun group, she was extremely angry. What Ju Seong-jun was thinking is quite clear. He must have wanted to cut ties with the Dangun group and focus his attention on the Sabai OK group. This is also the reason I called everyone here today. The long-haired woman wondered. War, you say? Kang Book laughed. War? That's not a bad option. The curly-haired person worried. The Saint of Violence is in the Ocean Guild, you know. The bald man added. Isn't he one of the 12? Isn't he in the Ocean Guild? We have the Thunder Emperor on our side, don't we? The curly-haired person warned. Not good. The Thunder Emperor is still too young, even if he is a genius. Fighting against the Saint of Violence is extremely difficult. The boss stood up. Unfortunately, we don't intend to decide on war, but we can't let the Ocean Guild run wild either. We will support Lee Jong-in of the Sabai OK group and begin to reform the Ocean Guild. 4th year according to the Non-Anha Nymph calendar. Does this make any sense at all? He laughed awkwardly. Is it them again this time? How can we all be in the same class? Kim Min-ji said happily. This is so interesting. We're in the same class. Jin So-na turned around. You're right. I was worried we'd have to be separated. Yoon-ha realized. However, that brat is in class 1. At least I don't have to deal with that person in the future. He felt relieved and smiled. I really hope this year will pass peacefully. Choi Eun-hyuk pointed. Big brother, those kids have been looking at us for a while now. No, Yoon-ha realized. Ah, Choi Eun-hyuk said angrily. Big brother, should I go over and give them a talking to? He waved his hand. Choi Eun-hyuk, don't be so hasty. No, Eun-ha looked over. The kids turned their faces away. Kim Min-ji worried. Don't you really think you should clear up this misunderstanding? He pushed Eun-hyuk out. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? The little girl explained. Don't you know? People are saying your father beat the school principal to a pulp. Because of that, the whole school is wary of you now. Eun-ha was stunned. Beat him to a pulp? Who did you hear that from? Besides, it's not exactly a misunderstanding, Jin So-na said fearfully. But will that be okay? Eun-ha ignored it. It's fine for me, but... He looked up. And what have you been eating? Why have you grown so much, Eun-hyuk? Eun-hyuk said proudly. Heh, I just trained exactly as you told me to. And I also drank Dong Ha-jung's dad's juice during practice. No, Yoon-ha was surprised. What? I told Kim Min-ji and Jin So-na to drink it to replenish their mana. But it didn't just replenish it, it actually helped me grow too? In that case, I should drink a glass every day from now on. Someone announced, Hey, the teacher is coming. Urgent footsteps entered the classroom. Choi Eun-hyuk greeted, Big brother, I'm heading to my seat. Im Do-hun introduced himself. This year, I will be your homeroom teacher. My name is Im Do-hun. He exuded powerful mana. No, Eun-ha remarked. This isn't the mana flow of an ordinary person. Who is he? Jun-sik touched the red notebook. He ordered, Report, minion. The minion ordered, Yes, he reported. The request to expel Jin So-na from the parents' side has been dismissed, as you requested. Jun-sik praised, Well done. He looked out, and although I tried to separate the children involved with the pharmaceutical company encouraging them to go to other classes, I have left those kids, including Dong Ha-jung, in the same class. Pharmaceutical company, right? That's the company the Kim Gun family is operating, right? The minion reported. Yes, that is correct. Jun-sik was surprised. How dare he touch the child I consider my own granddaughter? Has this world gotten a little better? And what about Dong Ha-jung's class? How did you handle that? The minion bowed. Although he is a player who retired due to injury, he is still a capable person in that field. Jun-sik said nonchalantly. And what about his background from before? The minion replied, The Regulars Guild. He realized, if it's the Regulars, that's an S-rank guild, isn't it? I guess he's quite reliable. Jun-sik recalled. Dong Ha-jung, do you want to be in the same class as him when you move to the 2nd grade? Dong Ha-jung said happily. If I could study in the same class as my friend, that would be great. But Dad said it's very difficult for everyone to be in the same class like that. Jun-sik interrupted. Really? Don't worry. Your grandfather will make your wish come true. The little girl turned to him. It's all right, old man. I'm old enough to understand. He chuckled. Sorry, I thought Dong Ha-jung was still just a kid. I guess I was just guessing, wasn't I? What was Dong Ha-jung trying to guess? Jun-sik replied confidently. I mean, even while Dong Ha-jung was in the 2nd grade, I was still in the same class as my friend. She went to school happily with her friends. Jun-sik touched the notebook and laughed. How interesting, my dear. That I have a child I think of and treasure, like my own granddaughter. As the sun set, No In-ha looked around. Look at all this dust. She really should have come here sooner. No In-ah was cheerful. But, how did you know about the Happy Need? He dodged the question. We got to know each other after meeting at Happy Need. Suddenly, the wind picked up. No Yoon-ha spoke up. She's here. It's so dusty here. The wind grew stronger. Inside, No Un-ah looked anxiously at the windows. Shin So-young stepped in, holding a fan. Sorry to keep you waiting. No Un-ha looked at her. It wasn't just a bit. It was quite a while. You're late, Nuna, Shin So-young retorted. You're really quite picky, aren't you? Other people have to wait to see me too. No Yuna suddenly stood straight and bowed her head. Hello. Shin So-young glanced over. Oh, hello, kid. Don't call me Saintess of the Gale, just call me Shin So-young, or Nuna, she remarked. As expected, she has a massive amount of mana. She has that much because she's controlling it, right? If word got out, everyone would be in an uproar trying to recruit her. Now, she's mine. No, Yunha asked. Are the introductions done? Did you bring what I asked for? Shin So-young laughed. Oh, I sure did. He looked on. Here is a device and a magic stone. He held it, examining it. That's good, Nuna. Will it really be okay? No, Unha nodded. It will. No, Unha was nervous. Then I won't stop you, but you'll have to take a test. Here's a device. Hold on to it carefully. No, Unha was excited. Okay, I understand. No, Unha hesitated. I don't know what you think understanding means. Well, let's get started. He finished and threw it on the ground. The stone quickly exploded into a beautiful blue light. A Borori monster appeared. No Un-Ah fearfully grabbed her sword. That's a level 8 Borori? No Un-Ah stood stunned, staring at it. Is this a real monster? No, Un-Ha remained calm. It is a level 8 monster called a Borori. Now, coldly, destroy it, Nuna. No, Un-Ha thought. Even though I've gone this far, I still couldn't make her rethink this. But now that we've come this far, I have to make her understand just how cruel a player's journey can be. The Borori jumped forward nimbly. No Una looked at it affectionately. It clearly didn't look dangerous at all. No Unha ran over. Don't let your guard down, Nuna. No Yuna turned around. The Borori opened its mouth, ready to attack. No Yunha quickly kicked it away. The Borori flew back and hit the ground, in pain. He scolded her. If you keep hesitating, or judging a monster by its appearance, you'll lose your life. I'm not joking. No, Una was terrified. He raised his voice. Can you still keep going? No Yuna remembered. No Yunha running away. Julieta, counterattack. She mused. I don't want to be protected by anyone else anymore. I want to protect the ones I cherish. I can't let Yunha bear this burden alone anymore. No Una raised her head. I can do it. Because of that, she had to overcome this. The blue magic stone was revealed. No Una sighed in relief. She trembled as she dropped her sword. No Yuna sat down on the ground. Shin So-young watched. After 15 tries, the kid finally succeeded. No Yuna was panting from exhaustion and fear. He stepped forward to comfort her. You did well. Very well, Shin So-young remarked. I also struggled a lot to reach the position I'm in today. Players have to be incredibly strong. But I can't believe this kid made his Nuna fight a monster so suddenly. No Unha, you're a truly scary kid. A few days later, in class, Im Do-hun brought in a heavy box. He explained, the captain should stand up and take as much milk as possible. For everyone here, and don't forget to put the milk cartons back in the crate. The whole class answered in unison. Yes, the class president shouted. Line up, and one by one, come get your milk, everyone. Everyone laughed and joked. Does anyone want my milk? Take mine too. No, Yunha observed. Thinking back, that little brat, Habik Leon, also hated drinking milk. Someone poked him. Big brother, Choi Un-hyuk, he whispered sneakily. Quick, take this. No Unha was surprised. This is a magical item that can turn regular milk into chocolate milk? He turned. Where did you get this? Choi Un-hyuk was proud. You're the only one who gets to know, all right? I bought it at the shop near the station today. No, Unha was worried. Aren't you going to get in trouble if you get caught? Choi Un-hyuk laughed. What about you? Since when are you afraid of things like this, big brother? He frowned. That makes sense. No. Unha spoke up. Give it to me. I'll heat it up for you. Choi Un-hyuk was delighted, as expected from the big brother. By the way, what was that stuff they've been putting in the milk cartons lately? No, Unha looked at the milk carton. So, it's that time of the year again. He walked up the stairs. Nuna is in the 4th grade. Class 6. No, Yunha remembered. It's all because of her. But I also feel a bit heartbroken seeing her cry like that. I hope she isn't too sad. Lee Kang-hyuk bumped into him. He grumbled, Damn it. This jerk. Lee Kang-hyuk teased. Hey, aren't you from Class 6? Who gave you permission to come up here? No, Unha scratched his head. Ran into some losers again. He was furious. Huh? Loser? You should apologize for bumping into me. Who do you think you are to be so bold? No, Unha remarked. Wait, this brat looks a bit familiar. Isn't this bastard Lee Kang-hyuk? Lee Kang-hyuk was a player who dominated the back alleys of Seobuk-gu. He wasn't a skilled player, but he was great at exploiting the weaknesses of others and managing his underlings. It wouldn't be a lie to say that all information about the slums in Seobuk-gu went through Lee Kang-hyuk's hands. He must have liked Seobuk-gu since he was a kid. But could that be the reason he became an information broker? The remaining lackey whistled. Kids these days are so arrogant. Lee Kang-hyuk grabbed his shirt. The lackey cheered. Yeah, teach him a lesson. He was annoyed. Anyway, I was planning on re-educating this little brat. The lackeys provoked him. What are you looking at, kid? Don't you dare tattle on me. He wondered if he should give them a little scare. Lee Kang-hyuk shouted, "You're done for!" Just as No Eun-ha was about to retaliate, No Eun-ah appeared. She spoke up, "Hey, Lee Kang-hyuk." He was surprised by her voice. Everyone turned around. Lee Kang-hyuk blushed. No, Eun-ha was confused. No, Eun-ah? She scolded him. "Didn't I tell you not to bully others?" Lee Kang-hyuk was terrified. No, Eun-ah. It's not like that. He straightened his clothes. "Oh my God, don't tell me this jerk has a crush on my sister." He stammered, "I'm sorry." No, Eun-ha was furious. "How dare you? That's my sister. I'm going to beat you up." His lackeys tried to calm him down. "No, it's not like that. It's because he bumped into Lee Kang-hyuk and didn't apologize first." "That's right. So we were just going to teach him a little lesson." "Teach him a lesson, you say? You just said you wanted to teach my younger brother a lesson?" Lee Kang-hyuk was shocked. Younger brother? He looked back and forth, but they didn't look alike at all. No, Eun-ha was fuming. These people. Seriously, Lee Kang-hyuk was flustered. "Anyway, I'm very sorry. We didn't mean it. We promise this won't happen again." "Sorry. Are you No Eun-ah's younger brother? Does anything hurt?" He glared. "What is this? This bastard is so two-faced." No, Eun-ah pulled him away. "Let's go, Eun-ha." Lee Kang-hyuk called after them. "Hey, No Eun-ah, have a good day, little brother. If anyone at this school bullies you, just tell me. I'll take care of them for you." No, Eun-ha turned his head. "What is this crazy jerk saying? Sis, do you like that guy?" No, Eun-ah snapped back. "What do you mean that guy? He's older than you, Eun-ha," he said nonchalantly. "That guy. This guy. Whatever. So, do you like him or not?" No, Eun-ah stayed silent, walked on, then smiled. No, Eun-ah turned back. "I like No Eun-ha the best. Let's go. I'll take you back to class." He sighed. "Well, that's fine then." Suddenly, No Eun-ah hugged him tightly. "My No Eun-ha likes me that much? You're so cute." A few days ago, it was raining cats and dogs. How long had the kids been here? Grandma No Eun-ha checked her phone. No Eun-ah and No Eun-ha had indeed grown up a lot. She walked along happily. Suddenly, she heard a commotion in the small alley. Did I hear that wrong? She turned her head and noticed a trash can. Grandma Eun-ha approached. "Oh my God." She opened the lid and saw Jin Pa-rang curled up. She said kindly, "Oh, it's a demi-human child. Such a tiny little thing to have gone through something so horrible," she said worriedly. "Hey little one, are you okay? Oh my, you're ice cold." Jin Pa-rang remembered. "Look, it's a demi-human. Right, why don't we sell him? What do you think? Nobody would buy a kid like him. It's better to just use him as a punching bag. If we don't need him, just throw him away. Nobody cares if a demi-human dies anyway." He pushed Grandma Eun-ha's hand away, and he fell out of the trash can. She screamed, "Oh my heavens!" Jin Pa-rang yelled, Mom, who are you? Get lost." She looked sad. Does this kid really not have any adults to protect him? He was badly injured, and it was raining too. Jin Pa-rang shouted, "I'm warning you, don't come any closer." Grandma Eun-ha was determined. "I can't just leave him like this." He was raising his hands to shield himself, blocking and dodging. He peeked an eye open. Grandma Eun-ha said gently, "If you don't have anywhere to go, do you want to come to my house?" He and No Eun-ah ran over. "Grandma," she smiled. "Welcome. You've arrived? My No Eun-ha and No Eun-ah have grown so much." Her mother complained. "In front of Grandma, they act so childish." "Mom, that hurts my feelings." Grandma scolded her. "You have 3 kids, and you're still acting like a child yourself." "Mom," she whined. "I don't understand what you're saying." Grandma Eun-ha asked, "Son-in-law, living with my daughter must be tough for you, right?" He scratched his head and laughed. Grandma stepped forward. "So, you're Eun-ah we met last year, right?" No, Eun-ah didn't remember. "Grandma, she was shy." Grandma Eun-ha said kindly, "That's right. How old are you, little one?" The girl suddenly jumped out. No, Eun-ah held up 3 fingers. 3. Grandma Eun-ha was delighted. "Oh my, that's so cute. You all must be hungry, right? Come inside and eat." Both were happy and agreed. As the door opened, he and Eun-ah walked in. First, Eun-ha felt something. He sensed mana. "Sis, wait. A monster? But it's so calm that doesn't seem right. Maybe a thief? If it's a thief, I won't let it slide. Who are they to dare enter Grandma's house? They don't look that big." Jin Pa-rang's ears twitched. He turned around. "Oh, you're here?" Eun-ha decided he could attack directly. He quickly lunged forward. Jin Pa-rang. Outside, the parents and Grandma were carrying stuff Erden. A loud noise drew everyone's attention. "What was that? What was that noise?" Eun-ha was surprised. Why are you here?" Jin Pa-rang was in pain. Damn it, what's wrong with you? He was annoyed. Haven't you arrived yet? Yunha's jaw dropped. Jin? Jin! He yelled. Jin Parang. No, Unha understood. So, that's how it is. He looked flustered. Mom should have told us. No, Unha raised his hand to his face. That's right. Do we have any reason not to be told? Grandma smiled. I was just going to tell you whenever you arrived. The parents sighed. Unha looked at Jin Parang. Thinking about it, this really is his hometown. Who knew our friendship would start this way? Just how much has the future changed, I wonder? Jin Parang glared. What are you looking at me for? This is mine. I won't share a single bite with you people. Get lost. Grandma. Unha was scared. Rang, I told you not to use words like that. He didn't know what to do. Obviously, he looked at me first. Grandma laughed. It's because of the way No Unha looks at you. Sometimes it looks a bit fierce, that's all. Rang, are you done eating? Should I go get you some more? Rang was cursing under his breath. This old lady is really something. Yunha was boiling with rage. This old lady? He remembered when they first met. He also exclaimed that the guy was a total lunatic. But even so, how could he talk to his grandma like that? All right, while the puppy is still young, I have to fix his attitude, don't I? Unha suggested. Grandma, can Jin Parang and I go outside to play? Jin Parang was surprised. He was surly. Did you take the wrong medicine? Why should I go with you? Yunha ignored him. Grandma, is that okay? Grandma said gently. Of course. If you two can get along well, that would be wonderful. Go on. And Rang, whatever you drink or play, know your limits. You hear? No, Yuna spoke up. I want to go too. Don't stop her sister. Just keep eating. All right, Jin Parang, let's head outside. As Jin Parang was busy stuffing his face, not paying attention to what was said, No Unha suddenly grabbed him by the collar. You'd better shut your mouth and follow me right now. That evening, No Unha and Jin Parang went outside, and he tossed the kid onto the ground hard. Jin Parang stood up in pain, furious. He screamed, My chicken! You bastard! Don't you know that you shouldn't even touch a dog while it's eating? And yet, you wouldn't even let me have a bite of chicken. Unha. Unha replied coolly. The only reason people don't touch a dog's food is because they're afraid of getting bitten back. Jin Parang was terrified. What is this? Unha calculated. If anyone hears this, it'll be a hassle. Even if it's not as big as Shin So Young's, it should be enough for now. He stepped closer. You aren't a dog, are you? But, of course, with the way you've been acting, you're hardly worth the effort of me teaching you how a human being should live. Jin Parang clenched his fists. Are you looking for a fight? I never liked you from the start. Yunha jumped at him, holding a water bottle, and struck Jin Parang hard. He shouted, I'm the one who should be saying that, you little jerk. Jin Parang wondered. What was he using to hit him? Was that a cannonball? Yunha pondered while he kept attacking. Treating your benefactor like this after being fed, clothed, and even having your wounds treated? As the father collapsed, the kid knelt on the ground. He was furious. And you dare use such language toward this old lady? Mother of God, do you have absolutely no manners or shame at all, huh? Jin Parang shrieked for help. Unha was smug. I'll tell you this now. Screaming is useless. Whatever you say in here won't travel outside. Jin Parang held his head. You should have said that before. You already beat me up, he laughed. Well, if you knew telepathy, you could probably still call for help. I'm annoyed, but I don't even know how to use it. I'm only 10 years old. Telepathy? How would I know how to use that? Unha thought to himself. So, the kid was lying about knowing telepathy at 10 years old. Since he lied, there was even more reason to keep beating him, right? Then let's have some more fun together. Shall we? Holding his head. You! Are you still not done? Sounds of beating echoed continuously. The next day, Jin Parang yelled, It hurts so much. He only picks spots where no one can see him to hit me. Is he really a 9-year-old kid? Or is he some gangster in disguise? He knelt in the father's house. Yunha worried. Jin Parang is 10 now, right, mother? Yunha looked flustered. Then he should probably be in the 3rd grade, right? The father replied. That's true, but since he's never attended school before, the father was cut off. I'm not going to school, he glared. The father was scared. Go to school. Unha remembered, before he regressed, he heard that he had been accepted into an academy a year earlier than him, and he was quite the bully there. Let's go together this time, shall we? Yunha put a hand on his shoulder and thought 2nd grade would be more suitable for Jin Parang. Jin Parang glared. I told you I don't want to. He stared at his mother. No, Yunha asked. Jin Parang, what do you think? Jin Parang trembled. I want to go to the 2nd grade. No, Unha was overjoyed. Then you can be in the same class as Jin Parang. That's wonderful, isn't it, Jin Parang? The father laughed. It's only been a day, but Jin Parang and No Unha are already so close. Mother is happy too. Kids really do make friends easily. Jin Parang said sadly and angrily. What are you guys talking about? Don't you see I was just threatened by him? The whole family was happy. Jin Parang looked much cuter when he smiled. He cursed under his breath. That's not the point. No Unha put a hand on his shoulder. Jin Parang, can we go out and play again? Jin Parang was terrified and sweating. No, please. Early in the morning, Lim Ga-eun sat in a serious meeting. Einbach reported. We are currently trying to help 4,000 South Korean citizens who are stranded in Italy to be repatriated. However, under the condition that we help your country defeat the monster that just appeared in the North Atlantic. In theory, that type of monster is beyond a Class 1 level. It's the most terrifying kind, capable of causing disasters that could wipe out an entire nation. An extinction-level monster. Although we had a premonition, this is undoubtedly the worst-case scenario. Ga-eun sipped her tea. Asking us to send our players to a completely unfamiliar place is a bit difficult. How about we provide herbal medicine for the Nordic players instead? Albert looked at the teacup. The effects of the herbs you showed us before the meeting are truly excellent. A revolutionary item that doesn't even need to be ingested to be effective. However, we could also trade this for magic alloy. Lim Ga-eun was serious, but that is also something Italy desperately needs. Janko Myron kicked the table, sending wooden debris flying everywhere. He was irritated. Why are you all being so cautious? We are just asking that if you want us to bring your people home, you help our people, that's all. I guess the Korean players are so weak they have to cling to the goddess's skirt like that. Huh. Albert Valentine spoke up. Janko, Myron, you've crossed the line. He looked over. What of it? She won't even bother to refute it. That's why I hate Korea. Aside from kimchi, what else do they have? Lim Ga-eun mocked his blonde, nonsensical head. Suddenly, everything turned gray, and the earth shook, terrifying them. Fine. To ensure the South Korean citizens stranded in Italy return safely, we will do everything in our power to help you. Outside of the Holy Saint Namgong Sanggun, the strongest player in this country, we will also dispatch 2 other players from the 12 kings. I believe that is more than enough for you to safely return our citizens to us. Lim Ga-eun gestured. Both Albert Valentine and Janko looked exhausted. Albert Valentine slammed the table. This won't end well for you, Lim Ga-eun. She was indifferent. If you want to file a complaint about what I just did, feel free. I will also report back to the International Mana Management Association about the leaders who sent thugs and street trash to negotiate with us. Janko Myron trembled. You guys need to know your place too. You're just a bunch of nobodies. I'll show you how I can wipe you all out. Einbach shouted. Janko Myron, wait. He intended to unleash a move, but was surprised. Why? A sharp gaze flashed. Janko Myron was frozen. I'll die if I move. Lim Ga-eun turned her head. Turns out you aren't a complete idiot after all. The meeting ends here. I hope you guys leave. She left, slamming the door. Janko Myron was furious. So annoying. The Blue House is a government office, you know. Speaking like that in there, it's way too reckless. You really should be more careful, Park Sung-jin said seriously. You're not just some famous actress anymore. You're a goddess. Lim Ga-eun called out to Park Sung-jin. Are you saying that as my bodyguard? Or as the manager of the actress Lim Ga-eun? Lee Jung-hyuk laughed. So what if they're skilled? Can you even understand how women think? Lim Ga-eun also scolded him. That comment was completely uncalled for. Jung-hyuk bowed his head. Yes. I am very sorry, ma'am. And now that I mention it, the grandmother gifted us a Maserati Gran Turismo. Lim Ga-eun was surprised. A Maserati Gran Turismo? Lee Jung-hyuk explained. From what I've heard, they sent over a car that the grandmother is particularly fond of, just to show their goodwill toward us. Lim Ga-eun said indifferently, send it back. Tell them I don't need it. Lee Jung-hyuk was flustered. What? Send the Maserati back? But, ma'am, it's a Gran Turismo model, Lim Ga-eun said coldly. I haven't met the grandmother personally, but I still know for a fact she's not a good person. Sending people like that to act as ambassadors, there must be some kind of scheme, or they're just looking down on us. Lim Ga-eun ordered Lee Jung-hyuk, send some of your trusted men to tail those ambassadors. If you see anything suspicious, report back immediately. He took the order, and Lee Jung-hyuk quickly left. Lim Ga-eun stood up. Park Sang-jin reported. Thankfully, the results of the negotiations were brighter than expected, she replied calmly. A large part of that is thanks to the herbs from Alice's group. It seems we owe engineer Dong Seo-hoon and Alice's group a huge debt. After the negotiations with the Italian side were finished, we should really return the favor. Park Sang-jin nodded. I will report this to your subordinates, but regardless, provoking the Italian ambassador is still extremely dangerous. Lim Ga-eun glanced at him. Are you saying that as my bodyguard? Park Sang-jin avoided her gaze and smiled bitterly. I'm already standing guard right here in the room, after all, next to you. If anyone's going to have a problem, it should be those Italians, not me. On her way back, Giulietta was happy. She remembered the doctor's words. Congratulations. You are 6 weeks pregnant. Giulietta looked up at the plane, feeling joyful. Giulietta remembered something and called Bruno. Hey, it's me. Bruno asked, have you eaten lunch yet, Han? Giulietta thought to herself, I really want to tell him right away, but it's better to wait until we meet. Aloud she said, I'm just getting ready to eat. Have you eaten? Bruno replied, I'm on my way out now. You went to the hospital today, right? Is everything okay? Giulietta felt shy. Everything is fine. Bruno, you definitely have to come home early today, he replied gently. All right. Giulietta was delighted. I just want to see his happy face as soon as possible. A voice called out, who could this be? Is that not Giulietta Valentine? She looked up. Giulietta was terrified. Junko Miran greeted her. How have you been lately? Compared to the last time we met, you look much prettier. It's such a shame, though. Junko Miran grabbed Giulietta. He glared at her. The little canary needs to go back to its cage. Bruno was working when he suddenly got a call. He turned, wondering what was wrong since they had just talked. Bruno picked up. What is it, Julie? Giulietta said calmly. Bruno, thank you for everything. Don't look for me anymore. Bruno was anxious. What are you talking about, Julie? Julie? Giulietta hung up. Jenko laughed. A wise choice, princess. You should let the one you love live a normal life, shouldn't you? At the end of the school day, Jin So-na was cheerful. I feel fine now. Dong Ha-jong invited them. Do you want to come to my place? My dad's cafe has air conditioning. Yoon-hyuk followed along. I want to go. Jin So-na laughed. Me too, Choi Yoon-hyuk said calmly. Then I'll go put my bag away and come there later. Kim Min-ji agreed. Same here. Kim Min-ji teased. You'll probably end up playing with Eun-hyuk and lose track of time. Then show up late. Just wait and see. Yoon-hyuk brushed her off. Are you planning on following me just to nag me? Kim Min-ji looked over. Oh, that's Giulietta. Yoon-hyuk noticed Giulietta being forced into a car. Janko Myron, why is he here? If I think about it, isn't this, the summit between South Korea and Italy is taking place during this time, right? The conquest of the Level 2 Leviathan monster was meant to bring the Koreans back from Italy safely. The Saintess's administration dispatched 3 out of the 12 thrones. Because of that, South Korea became short on forces. The Holy Lancer Namgong Sanggun lost his left arm. The Windlord Shin Myung-won could no longer function normally due to the side effects of mana berserking. The Heavenly Flower, Bang Jeonji, was sacrificed in the mission, or so everyone thought. However, Bang Jeonji did not die. She was imprisoned in Italy by Janko Miran himself. Visiting Korea as an ambassador, many countries including Korea protested vehemently. The event ended with the Saintess making the decision to execute him publicly. No Yoon-ha predicted. This person is with Giulietta again. He ordered Kim Min-ji, wait here. No matter what happens, don't follow me. The girl was worried. Why? Where are you going? He said calmly. I already told you. Don't follow me, no matter the reason. I have to find out their goal and contact Shin So-young or Bruno. He activated his mana boots. Kim Min-ji shouted, Hey, no Eun-ha. He quickly ran after the car. Eun-ha drifted through the turns. He got close to the car. Albert was suspicious. A kid? Janko Myron was arrogant. I was wondering who had been following us this whole time. Just a kid? Yoon-ha was worried. They've noticed me. Janko Myron stepped out. Hey kid, what's your problem with us? Yoon-ha saw him attack. He was hit and quickly retreated. Janko Myron challenged him. What's up with this kid? I guess children around here are good at using mana too, huh? Albert Valentine advised, Don't make a scene. This kid is special. He laughed. Is that so? Then it can't be helped. Janko lunged. I'll take care of him. No, Yoon-ha quickly dodged the kick. That bastard, he's trying to kill me. He spun around. No, Eun-ha quickly moved in front of Janko. He kicked him in the head. Janko quickly dodged. He reached out to grab him. No, Eun-ha was frustrated mid-air. It's hard to dodge. If that's the case, I'll concentrate my mana into my legs. Janko Myron was surprised. He quickly kicked his hand. Eun-ha tumbled in the air. He created a mana orb. Yoon-ha kicked it hard at Janko Myron. He landed on the ground. Janko remarked, His ability to utilize mana is no joke. But even so, you're nothing more than a brat, Janko said as he stepped behind No Eun-ha. He spun around, and Janko Myron grabbed him by the throat. He lifted him up. This is more interesting than I thought. No, Unha struggled. Janko Myron channeled his mana. Not so fast. You're not the only one who knows how to use mana. No, Unha panicked. If this keeps up, I'm done for. Damn it, I have to get out of here. I'm suffocating. Julieta stepped out. Let him go. Didn't you promise not to harm any of my acquaintances? Janko Myron turned his head. You know this kid? Julieta screamed. No, you can't do this. She shouted. He's just a normal kid. Let him go. Janko laughed. But he's not as simple as you think. In my experience, I need to eliminate guys like this as soon as possible. Albert spoke up. Janko was stunned. Janko let go. How annoying. I get it. No, Unha slumped to the ground, gasping for air. Julieta ran over, looking worried. No, Unha, thank you for helping me. But you didn't have to do this. He turned to her. What's going on, sister? Julieta was silent. She took off her ring. Julieta pleaded. Can you give this to Brew for me? Tell him I'm sorry. No, Unha was terrified. Sister? Julieta smiled. I've been very happy up until now. He stood up. Sister Julie! Sister Julieta, come back here while I'm still trying to talk to you nicely. Janko Myron shoved No Unha hard, and he flew into the trash bin across the alley. Janko Myron just said, Get lost, kid. The car drove away. No Unha collapsed by the trash can, thinking, I was sure my second life would be different. I saved my family, people who were supposed to be gone. I saved my friends and minimized the casualties from the Bukhan mountain accident, and I became complacent because of that. No Unha gritted his teeth. Who would want this to happen? No Unha stood up. Who would want to keep the past the same when I'm working so hard to change the future? He looked at the ring. Your happiness includes you too, sister. He clenched his fist. Don't decide everything on your own. Dong Seo-hoon put the box down and sighed. Dong Seo-hoon looked worried. To finish the amount of medicinal potions required by the government, I haven't been able to sleep much. Suddenly, Sujin brought him a glass of water. Dong Seo-hoon took it, making her curious. What's wrong? He smiled. Nothing. I'm just happy. Sujin smiled back. Is that so? The phone rang. Dong Seo-hoon picked up. Hello? No Unha? The voice on the other end answered. Yes, uncle. It's me, No Unha. I'm sorry for calling so suddenly. He said happily. It's fine. Is something the matter? He spoke softly. There are some things I'd like to ask for your help with. Dong Seo-hoon was surprised. Help? The afternoon faded. Shin Seo-young and No Una were training. Behind Shin Seo-young was a mana tree. She snapped her fingers. The tree's branches stretched out, lunging toward No Unha. She watched seriously. No Unha jumped to avoid the monster's attack. Shin Seo-young remarked, Niece reflexes. Now, how about this? No Unha was surprised and stumbled as a whirlwind formed. It sucked. No Unha inside. Shin Seo-young observed. His abilities still need improvement. She suddenly noticed a skateboard inside the whirlwind. No Unha was riding it. She spoke up. Sister, you shouldn't have attacked so suddenly. Shin Seo-young said nonchalantly. It's better practice if it's like real life. He seems to react quite quickly. I guess I'll do this then. Shin Seo-young made the whirlwind vanish. No Una looked down in surprise. She quickly dove to the ground. No Una yelled, Jelly! She immediately summoned mana. No Una landed safely and quickly darted away. Shin Seo-young watched. Well done. No Una commanded, Jelly. The projectile was quickly swallowed. Shin Seo-young praised him, because he's still a child. His imagination and adaptability are quite quick. He has enough mana to defend and counterattack. I knew he was a hidden gem. No, Yunha laughed. All right. Shin Seo-young was quick-witted. Not yet. You're still lacking. Suddenly, the tree roots surged out, grabbing No Unha. Shin Seo-young covered her fan. But you've improved a lot over these 3 months, she shouted. I give up. Let me down. She laughed. Not being on guard is also part of the training. There was a call from No Unha. Shin Seo-young was suspicious. It's rare for him to call. Don't tell me he's causing trouble again. That evening, the streets were empty. Bruno opened a suitcase. It was a weapon case. He picked one up. All set. Bruno changed his clothes. He stood in front of the mirror. Bruno remarked, I feel like I've lost some muscle. If someone called me the Beast of Valentine now, it would be a stretch. He remembered Julieta speaking up. Bruno, she pointed at the strangers. I'm sorry. I didn't know she was the Princess of Valentine, the blonde guy shouted. You think I'll believe an excuse like that? Who in Sicily hasn't heard of the lady? He was terrified. I swear, I'm just a tourist visiting Sicily, Bruno interrupted. No excuses. Nothing you say changes the fact. That you offended the lady. Bruno's figure loomed arrogantly over the pervert. He turned pale with fear. Bruno delivered a punch that sent the pervert flying. Julieta stepped forward and praised him loudly. Truly the beast of Valentine. Thank you again, Bru, he blushed. At the lavish palace, you chose the Myron clan to take over Sicily? Everyone panicked. Why Myron? Why not us? What are we supposed to do now? Our people have already had clashes with the Myron clan before. Those bastards, the boss shouted. Silence, he ordered. The Valentine house has made the decision to merge with Myron. Julieta was worried. Father, how can you call this a merger? The white-haired man was terrified. That's right, boss. At this rate, we'll end up kneeling before those Myron bastards, the boss said seriously. Nonsense. Everything I'm doing is to protect the interests of the Valentine family. Our house will not kneel before anyone. We are only joining hands with the Myron clan for a short time. Furthermore, to show our good faith in the partnership, Julieta will be engaged to Vincent Myron. She was shocked. What? Vincent Myron? That playboy from the Myron family? If we're talking about the son of the Myron head, it's definitely that bastard. The boss ordered, marry Vincent and bear his child. Julieta was furious. Father, he said nonchalantly, your great gift talent can strengthen mana extremely effectively. If Julieta has a child with Vincent Myron, that child will certainly be influenced by the great gift. The bald man was worried. Boss, do you mean? The boss nodded. Exactly. The child about to be born will definitely have talent surpassing Vincent Myron. We will seize that child and raise them into a prodigy. We will rebuild the House of Valentine. Julieta stood up in a fit of rage, while Bruno watched, thinking back to how they used to force her into things she never wanted, treating her like a mere commodity. Could it be that, in his eyes, besides the growth of the clan, the House of Valentine, there was nothing else? Everyone started pleading. My lady, please, think about the future of the Valentine family. We beg you, think of us. The bald man added, that scumbag is pretty smart too. He definitely doesn't have any medical conditions. Please, my lady, give your all for the future of our House of Valentine. The master said sternly. If you still want to be a member of the Valentine family, then swallow your pride and become that Myron brat's lover. Julieta shouted back, but he cut her off. The Valentine clan has given you such a comfortable and luxurious life until now. So, now go fulfill your duty to the clan. Everyone chimed in, pressuring her. It's your duty, my lady. Give us a child. My lady, please, bring a healthy heir into this world. Julieta stammered. You. As the man in glasses hung his head and looked away, Julieta was left stunned, frozen in place. She slumped her head in defeat, and everyone left, looking pleased. Bruno watched Julieta in the room. Julieta, Bruno asked, tell me the truth. Tell me everything. Julieta hung her head, and Bruno stepped closer. Julie, she stammered. I don't want to get married like this. I don't want my child to be treated like a chess piece. I am sick and tired of this place. Bruno took her hand. Julieta Valentine, I will protect you, even if I have to face the entire world. Bruno kissed Julieta's hand. Will you come away with me? She wept with happiness. The window swung wide open, and light poured into the gloomy room. Bruno whispered, Julieta Valentine, just wait a little longer. Bruno checked the tracker. I will save her, no matter the cost. He opened the door to find No Unha waiting. Bruno? He was surprised. Are you ready? No, Unha replied firmly. Let's go. Bruno and No Unha headed out into the night together. He worried, knowing that No Unha was far more skilled than the average player. Still, our opponent is JDC. I didn't want to drag you into anything this dangerous, Bruno warned. No Unha. Just as I thought. Get out of here, fast. Things are getting way too dangerous. Look away. I know what I'm getting myself into. I mean, we should have said that before we even left, right? So, I'm going with you. Bruno sighed. Do whatever you want. Please. Two looked at him and thought, can you find her? Bruno checked her profile. Looks like she has her phone with her. He pointed. The Alice Hotel? Looks like that's the place. He glanced over. Speaking of which, shouldn't we put on some armor? It's going to be extremely dangerous to break in there without any protection. Yunha pulled at his shirt. I'd love to do that. But there's no armor that fits this tiny body of mine. Besides, just wearing this is already hard enough to move around in, Bruno thought. He's acting like he's about to charge into a battlefield. Is he used to this kind of thing? He spoke up. I have the ring you gave me, so don't worry about it. Bruno was curious. You do know how to use it, right? No Unha. Picked it up. Sort of. Unbelievable. His wedding ring is actually a mana-boosting item? In the year 2026, the Southern European Alliance successfully raided the Abyss. Everyone on Earth thought it was impossible, but they cheered for those who successfully raided the Black Dungeon. Players read the raid diary with excitement on their faces. However, the truth recorded in that diary was that the dungeon was absolutely disgusting. Most of the players from Italy, the key members of that raid, were all surnamed Myron. The woman who was used as a breeding tool for the Myron family's uniquely strong genes was their mother. I thought Brother Bruno couldn't save her, and that she died before I regressed. Bruno announced, "We're here, don't go regretting this." No, Unha chuckled. Regret? Those words should be for them. The white-haired and blonde guys were curious. Who are they? Bruno saw them. Well then, let's do this, shall we? He nodded. Right. Both of them dashed forward instantly. They attacked and took them out in one strike. Inside the hotel suite where Junko was, he was furious. Why the hell did you change the hotel location all of a sudden? Tom explained. I mean, maybe they had a reason for it? It is strange that there's suddenly an issue with the hotel on the day of the meeting, even though it was booked days ago. Julieta taunted. Looks like the hotel doesn't want scum like you inside. Junko Myron cursed. You bitch. Tom was flustered. But I really didn't know the young lady was even in this country. Junko Myron laughed. Me neither. If we hadn't checked the news, we wouldn't have known either. Well, at first I didn't believe it, but since my own brother confirmed it, it must be true, right? Julieta sneered. I find it hilarious that a whole group of men planned to kidnap a woman and actually came all this way. Looks like the Myrons don't know the meaning of shame, do they? Janko Myron held his weapon. Princess of Valentine, why don't you just sit there and keep your mouth shut? You probably think that we wouldn't dare touch you, right? But we're not doing this because we pity you. Julieta spoke up. What? Janko placed a hand on her shoulder. He grinned wickedly. If we really wanted to, we could have already had some fun with you in bed over there. Julieta shoved him away. You crazy bastards, she spat in Janko's face. He roared. You bitch. You're really asking for it, aren't you? A voice called, Janko Myron. From behind. Albert released his mana. He looked at Janko with a serious expression. Janko Myron was flustered. What a touching display of brotherly love. Albert asked, Where are you going? Janko cursed. This is bullshit. I'm just going out to get some fresh air. Tom showed him something. Julieta called out, Albert Valentine, I'm hungry. Go buy me a bento box from the convenience store, and get some cake for dessert while you're at it. Albert Valentine rubbed his forehead. Tom Myron shook his head. Can't we just call room service? Albert Valentine said firmly. Didn't you hear her say she wants food from the convenience store? He was terrified. Ah, yes. Tom walked away. Albert Valentine. Remember this. You are not Albert Valentine. You are Albert Valentine. He stared at Tom. Albert Valentine replied nonchalantly. Don't worry. Tom laughed. All right then. I'll be back later. The door closed, leaving Julieta and Albert Valentine alone. Albert Valentine saw her stand up. Where are you going? Didn't you say I couldn't leave the room? Julieta snapped, frustrated. You really have zero tact, don't you? I'm going to the bathroom, for God's sake. Julieta sat back down, burying her face in her hands. She remembered, even if the whole world becomes your enemy, I will be the only one to protect you. Will you come with me? She whimpered, then buried her head and cried. From the bathroom, Janko Myron walked out, looking pleased. On his way back, I'll call room service. Janko Myron looked surprised. He spun around, radiating killing intent. Wait! Unha was flying towards him with a weapon. Janko Myron used his hand to block the slash. He stumbled back several steps. Janko Myron hit his head against the wall. You're challenging me? Looks like it's my lucky day. Janko Myron gritted his teeth in anger. You bastard! Unha swung his sword. Pull your pants up first. I'll give you 1 hour to get dressed before I raid the hotel. Shin Seo-young cast a spell to enhance physical speed. She boosted him, followed by a spell to enhance his muscle power. Spells were cast in rapid succession. Defense, recovery, mana recovery, magic resistance. Yunha spoke up, grateful. Thank you. But what should we do about the guests in the hotel? If they get caught in this fight for some reason, Shin Seo-young laughed. Don't worry, the Holy Nation authorities have ordered the hotel to evacuate everyone outside. He sounded excited. Oh, that's a relief. That's great. With the mana potion he got from Dong So-hoon, he had been significantly powered up. Now he was ready to go. Unha faced Yanko. Now is your chance. There wasn't much space, and he didn't even have a weapon. He couldn't miss this opportunity. He lunged aggressively. I'll finish you off. Janko threw a punch, but luckily, Unha managed to dodge his attack just in time. The strike hit the wall, shattering it. Unha pivoted on his heels to counterattack. He held his sword tightly, eyes burning with murderous intent, and charged. With all these buffs and potions I have, I should go all out, right? Janko Myron created a shield to defend himself. No, Unha didn't back down. He aimed straight for him. His sword collided violently with Janko Myron's protective shield. His defenses were pierced after that collision. Janko was stunned. That brat is completely different from before. He had even set up 3 layers of shields. And you still managed to pierce through them all? Unha pressed his advantage. Is that all you've got? He landed a direct kick, sending him flying. Taking the heavy blow, Janko Myron slammed into the wall with great force, screaming in pain. He used his protective shield once again. In this situation, there was no other choice. Janko Myron growled. Damn it, the space is too cramped, so he couldn't unleash his full strength. He had to get out of there at all costs. Unha glared, attacking relentlessly. A lethal blow was struck, the sword aiming straight for Janko's head. He quickly and agilely dodged it. Janko pulled a gun from his pocket. Unha also used a protective shield to defend himself. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. He had escaped from there. Unha shouted, "That bastard, is he running away?" He tightened his grip on his sword and quickly chased after him. How dare you run away? His defensive layer was under heavy fire and couldn't hold up, shattering. Janko Myron gritted his teeth. He didn't expect the situation to get this bad. Unha watched him desperately running away. I was careless. After all, is the 3rd tower still just a 3rd rate? Seeing him chasing, he cursed, "You annoying brat." He then pulled out his gun. "I'll finish you." Unha didn't show mercy either. "Look who's talking. This time next year will be your death anniversary." He did a quick mental calculation. There was no more time. The buffs and his mana were gradually running out. No, Unha drank some kind of potion. He saw it and was surprised. That thing, don't tell me, is that the potion the Holy Nation once boasted about? This annoying brat is too careful. I should have dealt with him sooner. There was no time to run back to the room on the 18th floor. He had to find something he could use as a weapon. At this moment, Janko saw a knife. No, Unha didn't see him anymore, so he turned his attention to a nearby room. He rushed over. No, Unha swung his sword, intending to ambush Janko. Suddenly, he sensed danger. No, Unha's sword collided with the knife with a force so powerful that the surrounding glass windows shattered. Janko Myron glared fiercely. "Who the hell are you?" Unha said bluntly. "I'm going to finish you." His strength was overwhelming, knocking him back. Unha lunged forward, swinging his sword toward him. His blade struck his protective shield. Janko smirked. "You're exhausted now, aren't you?" He took the opportunity to grab his hand. Unha had his sword hand held by him and couldn't launch any more attacks. He was pinned to the ground by Janko. He grabbed Unha's sword. He had to deal with him the moment he had a chance. "Do you think I should have a weapon to fight with too?" A wave of killing intent spread around him. No, Unha shouted, "Vengeful soul." A pitch-black aura covered Janko Myron's body. He panicked. This is a mana-corroding skill. Inside my body? How annoying. Get lost, you pests. Janko Myron glanced at something. Unha used Sky Step, aiming directly at him. A sword swing as fast as lightning was launched. He continuously unleashed relentless attacks, leaving Janko no time to react. He struggled to fight back. This brainless pest. He couldn't hold out much longer. Janko Myron was knocked away by No Unha. The surrounding objects were smashed and scattered. The room was now a ruin. The battle between the two of them showed no sign of ending. "Janko," Myron said smugly. "What's wrong? Your attacks are getting weaker. Where did that fighting spirit from earlier go?" A tall figure was standing waiting in front of the door. Albert looked serious. "Giulietta, everything is for the sake of the Valentine family." There was no sound in response. At his words, Albert Valentine grew impatient. "I'm going outside. If you need anything, just call Tom or call me." He stopped suddenly, standing as if waiting for someone. Albert Valentine's face darkened slightly as he adjusted his glasses and spoke calmly. "Long time no see." Bruno stumbled toward him from a distance, glaring and growling. "Where is Giulietta?" Albert glanced at him, looking annoyed by the interrogation. He spoke indifferently. "Bruno, those who take Giulietta out of the family will be dealt with. You know the consequences, don't you? It's your life. But, I'll give you one chance. Return to the Valentine family, Bruno. Return and help me destroy them." Before he could finish, Bruno attacked. Albert said in a steely voice, "Don't waste your breath." Albert drew his gun, looking composed. "So that's how it is? Come on then." He aimed his gun straight at Bruno. Bruno didn't hold back either, ready to fight. During their previous battle, Albert and Bruno had been defeated. Janko Myron gloated. "What's the matter? Your attacks have grown weak. Where did that fighting spirit of yours go, No Unha? He smirked. Where is it, you ask? It's right here. He raised his voice, mocking, You crafty little brat. At that moment, No Unha revealed his true confidence and gave a sly grin. Why don't you just drink your potion, old man? You don't have any, do you? Junko Myron gritted his teeth in anger. He pulled out a sword and launched an attack toward him. No Unha struggled to defend himself, taken by surprise. It seemed his strength hadn't fully recovered. He was about to collapse. Finally, No Unha couldn't take it anymore and was knocked backward by Janko Myron's attack. He quickly regained his footing to avoid being thrown too far. Janko mocked him. After drinking a potion, is that all you can do? You've become weak, haven't you? Why don't you play with my hounds for a bit, No Unha? He leaped high to avoid the hounds created by Janko Myron's power. He thought to himself, this isn't working. If that's the case, No Unha spun his sword, creating a force like a drill, the piercing strike. He didn't hesitate and lunged straight at Janko Myron. By the time Janko realized it, he was already right beside him. Janko Myron looked momentarily stunned. No Unha moved so quickly that he couldn't keep track of him. Janko quickly pulled a gun from his pocket. No Unha also drew his gun to counter immediately. Janko fired, aiming straight at his target on the other side, and he pulled the trigger almost at the same time. Janko Myron managed to use a shield to keep the bullet from hitting him, while No Unha was struck in the shoulder. He let out a few sounds of pain. Janko exhaled. Finally, I can catch my breath. This is my territory. He laughed arrogantly. Energy-infused arrows created by Janko Myron were aimed at No Unha. Scattershot. His eyes flashed, glimmering with cruelty. No Unha was startled, gritting his teeth. The arrows rained down on him. No Unha moved quickly, trying to dodge. Janko boasted, Little mouse, let's see how long you can avoid them. The arrows kept relentlessly pursuing him. No Unha had to dodge constantly, exhausting his stamina. He regained his footing and turned to counterattack. No Unha tried his best to retaliate, struggling to defend himself. He was struck by the arrows, yet No Unha still forced himself to endure. Even though his wounds were bleeding incessantly, another arrow pierced his thigh. No Unha gritted his teeth, holding out stubbornly. The arrows vanished. He stood still, exhausted. No Unha furrowed his brows. It was a dilemma. Janko Myron wouldn't let him go, pulling out his gun and threatening, That's the end of you, kid. The hounds from before reappeared. They bit tightly onto No Unha's legs, making him panic. Suddenly, a vortex appeared above his head. He thought calmly, I can't dodge this. Then piercing strike. Afterward, he quickly escaped the hound's grip. No. Unha turned his head, aiming his gun straight at them. They still tried to chase him to bite his legs. No Unha leaped, getting close to Janko. He swung his sword straight at him. Janko's eyes widened. Damn it. He knocked him into the air. Mid-air, as soon as No Unha's feet touched the ground, he stepped onto magical circles. They surrounded him on all sides. No, Unha was shocked. A magic trap? By the time he realized it, it was too late. Everything shattered in an instant. The ground was torn apart. He slumped to the ground, droplets of fresh blood falling beneath his feet. Inside, No Unha calculated quickly. In this condition, I can't run anymore. I have to recover first. But suddenly, Janko Myron snatched the potion from his hand. He wore a vile expression, planning to drink it all by yourself. Huh? He snatched the bottle away. No, Unha was furious, cursing him under his breath. Janko Myron stood there, rambling. The potions in this country are actually pretty good. They restore stamina and mana instantly, just like this. He ignored him, thinking only, I have to get out of here first. Damn it! Janko shouted, launching a sneak attack on No Unha. Heavenly step. He was startled but immediately turned to counter his attack. The weapon in his hand fell to the ground. Janko Myron ruthlessly kicked him in the chest. He growled, I'm not going to finish you off that easily. No Unha. His body was thrown backward by the momentum, slamming into the wall and creating a large explosion. Janko Myron gloated, Animals have to be beaten to understand the problem, right? How could a little puppy like you dare to get involved in this? Red blood flowed violently from No Unha's body. Janko Myron stood still, skeptical. Is this kid dead already? It shouldn't have been enough to take him out yet. He opened his eyes wide in shock. No, Unha threw the empty potion bottle to the ground, his voice flat. I really should have used it sooner. Emerging from the smoke, he appeared with a face as cold as ice, his eyes radiating a piercing, murderous aura. Janko Myron shouted in fear. You bastard! How many bottles did you drink? He answered calmly. I've got a whole set of fruit-flavored potions. So, what now? Janko wondered. Restoring stamina and mana for someone on the verge of death is shocking enough, but I never expected him to refresh the buff effects without any cooldown time. Furthermore, his mana was amplified even higher than before. Don't tell me he unlocked an ability? No, Yunha added. It's not just an ability. I've also got this. His face went deathly pale, blood draining away. He was stunned. What was in No Unha's hand was a ring with the power to amplify abilities. Janko doubted. No way, just how strong is this bastard? But I still have one chance. He doesn't aim that accurately. I'm definitely better than him in that regard. No Unha gripped his gun tightly. His eyes looked as if he wanted to devour him alive. Without another word, he pointed his gun straight at him and pulled the trigger. Janko Myron counterattacked, sneering inwardly. You're mistaken, brat. You pulled the trigger too early. I'm going to be the one who wins. No Yunha agilely dodged a fatal blow. While Janko Myron was still off balance, he picked up the sword the other man had dropped earlier. Janko Myron stood frozen, not understanding what had just happened. Yunha was ready to take him down. He aimed his blade directly at Janko Myron's gun-wielding arm and sneered, "Fool." A wave of pain shot through his arm, causing him to grimace and groan. His arm was severed in two. Unha said coldly, "Already hurting? I'm just getting started. Didn't you say animals only understand things when they're beaten?" The man clutched his arm in agony as it bled, profusely. The sword from earlier flew back to Yunha. Janko Myron hissed through his teeth, "But I'm not the animal." He staggered, still talking tough. "You are, aren't you?" In the quiet, long hallway, a figure was sent flying. Bruno Valentine unleashed a powerful punch. Beast's fangs. Wild beast's roar. His fist slammed into the hallway, shattering the tiles into pieces. Albert Valentine watched the scene. His brows furrowed tightly. Bruno Valentine didn't give him a single second of rest, continuing his assault. Albert Valentine dodged nimbly. Seeing the situation, he turned to flee. Bruno's moves kept Ray relentless. Suddenly, the man stopped. Bruno Valentine had caught up, his face fierce. His lethal fist grazed the face of Albert Valentine. He mocked, "Your skills haven't changed at all." Then, he gripped Bruno's arm with a disdainful expression. "I was looking forward to seeing how your skills had evolved. What a disappointment." A loud explosion echoed throughout the hall. Albert Valentine pointed his gun at Bruno Valentine's chest and pulled the trigger. Yet, the bullet didn't pierce his chest, but fell straight to the ground. Albert Valentine lost his patience. "So, what are you going to do? Just stand there and take the hits?" Bruno Valentine had used the fighter's shield to survive. Blood spilled from his mouth. No Unable to hold back. He raised his fist, intending to strike Albert Valentine, but before Bruno's fist could land on Albert Valentine's face, the man spoke, cutting him off. "There are two reasons you're going to lose. First, your moves are too predictable. Second, your mana is nearly depleted, and the effect of the mana potion is about to wear off. While the potion was active, you couldn't move. The only thing you had was defensive magic. You've backed yourself into a corner." Bruno Valentine cursed, swearing about his mana. His shield couldn't withstand the pressure and cracked into pieces. Albert Valentine leveled his gun to pull the trigger, when suddenly, Julieta Valentine rushed over. She screamed to stop him. "Wait, this is different from what you promised. You said you wouldn't touch the people around us." "Dear." He didn't stop. Instead, he pointed his gun at her, his voice cold. "Did you come here just to talk about our promise?" He ordered, "Stay back. I'm almost finished here. Just stay there." His gun muzzle was pressed against her forehead. Julieta gripped the gun, challenging him. "Shoot then, if you can." Not expecting her to go that far, Albert Valentine was furious. She turned to Bruno. "Valentine, Bruno, go back. Do you really not want to live anymore? It's not just him. Janko and Tom Myron are here too. Do you think doing reckless things like this makes me happy? What I need is..." Before she could finish her sentence, Bruno Valentine interrupted. "I once promised that I would only protect you, my lady. You only need to say one word, and that's enough," she screamed. "Don't move." Bruno Valentine had stepped closer to Albert Valentine and didn't hesitate to pull the trigger on his own gun. Julieta Valentine wailed helplessly. Bruno Valentine raised his hand to block the bullet. Albert Valentine was confused by his actions. Bruno Valentine's hand caught the bullet. He said, "One word is enough, Julieta. Even if the whole world turns against you, my lady." His eyes were sharp and cold. His voice became more determined than ever. "I only need you. So, please, answer me." Bruno Valentine unleashed a blazing flame. Albert Valentine was stunned, then quickly used a shield to dodge to the side, avoiding the surprise attack. He hid behind the shield to escape the wildfire. As he sought to take the man's life, Bruno Valentine clutched his painful arm and softly called out, "Julieta." She replied weakly, "Save me," and slowly reached out her hand. Warm tears streamed down Julieta's face, her voice gentle, "Save me." Over on No Unha and Janko Miran's side, the two had stopped fighting. Hearing Janko Miran's groans, he mocked, "It's just a severed arm. Is such an exaggerated reaction really necessary?" Janko Miran's arm lay discarded in a pool of red blood. "No," Yunha asked indifferently. "You could still use healing magic to reattach it, right?" Seeing this, Janko Miran screamed in terror, "Stop!" But of course, he wouldn't spare the man. Janko Miran froze, watching him. No Unha's foot stomped hard onto the severed arm on the ground, sending blood splattering everywhere. Janko Miran couldn't do anything. He could only stand there, blinking. Then, he shrieked, cursing the brat. He summoned Ignition Burst. Yunha wondered, "That's a large area bombardment magic, right?" Watching the ignition point rushing toward him, he calculated, "It won't affect me if I stay clear of the blast." The ignition point was like a starving beast, relentlessly chasing its prey. No Unha gritted his teeth. Even though he was using mana for the heaven step, it still caught up. The ignition point reached his feet. As expected, a massive explosion occurred right behind No Unha. His body was sent tumbling more than 10 meters away. Once his body stopped, No Unha was incredibly frustrated. Before he could regain his composure, he noticed something unusual. Janko Miran launched a second move, a rapid-fire series of attacks. But Yunha didn't feel a hint of fear. Unha wasn't about to lose, so he launched his piercing point to counterattack. He gritted his teeth, muttering inwardly, "A little more, just a little faster." As Yunha bolted forward, the explosion occurred right behind him. He radiated killing intent, determined to confront Janko Miran. The man was terrified. As he prepared to strike, No Unha suddenly realized something was wrong with his body. He cursed, "Why now? This young body of mine has reached its limit." Seeing Unha like that, the man thought, "I don't know what's going on, but this is my chance." A steel cage appeared. It was covering Unha's entire body. Janko Miran had used a restraint to trap him. Unha broke the iron cage, thinking to himself, "Damn it, I need to deal with this before my body completely gives out." Without a moment's hesitation, he slashed decisively. The iron bars snapped, and the sword in his hand shattered into pieces. Yunha's eyes turned bloodshot with rage. Janko Miran struck unexpectedly, sending him flying backward. Yunha quickly braced himself, one hand on the ground, while the other crackled with purple energy, preparing a counterattack. He slammed his hand into the ground, channeling all his resentment into a palm strike called Grudge Spirit. Janko Miran spoke up, mocking him. "What's that supposed to do?" The hand gripping his sword bulged with veins. Faced with No Unha's attack, he roared, "I've already lost one arm." Something collided with the gun in his hand. The clash between the two opposing energies caused the ground to shatter in an instant. No Unha and Janko Miran were also thrown back by the impact. The hand holding the gun ached to the bone, and the pain was etched clearly on No Unha's face. Janko Miran screamed, "Go to hell!" No Unha moved with agility and dodged. He immediately pivoted, planted his feet for stability, and fired continuously at Janko Miran. One bullet embedded itself in the enemy's chest. Blood gushed from the wound. Janko Miran, growing even more furious, risked everything to launch a counterattack. Janko Miran's ignition wrapped tightly around Yunha's leg. He yanked hard, making him lose his balance and crash to the floor. His arm slammed heavily against the ground. Janko Miran followed up with a strike to his chest, then aggressively raised his fist and delivered a thunderous blow to his face. Janko Miran was becoming unhinged. He punched while cursing. "Go to hell," I said. "Go to hell." No, Unha's hands trembled, dangling in midair. He couldn't hold on anymore, and his hand dropped heavily. Janko Miran didn't stop venting his rage, repeatedly kicking No Unha. He slowly backed away, his voice filled with glee. "This is the end." Instantly, Janko shouted and unleashed his finishing move, a rapid-fire attack. He watched as the dust rose in a thick cloud, a smug smile spreading across his face. Janko Miran laughed, satisfied. "It's over. I won." But then, he fell silent. "But what if he's not dead yet? I'll choke him until there's no pulse left." But just as Janko reached out, Unha grabbed him firmly. Like a wild beast, Unha bit down hard on his arm and wouldn't let go. The sharp pain made Janko Miran howl. "You little brat!" He raised his leg and kicked No Unha hard. Ordering him to let go, he aimed his kick, sending him flying until he slammed into the ceiling. Janko Miran taunted him. "You filthy worm. You really showed me what a pathetic bastard you are. But what are you going to do now?" I'm still standing here. He hadn't been arrogant for long before he suddenly coughed up blood, a bright red glob splashing onto the ground. Janko Myron couldn't believe it. How did I take enough damage to cough up this much blood? I can't control my mana. His hands trembled. His legs lost their strength, and he collapsed in agony, as if his body were being torn apart. Janko Myron finally realized it was a mana backlash. He roared in frustration. What did you do to me? Yunha slowly held up a blue vial, saying lightly, Grade 6, extremely poisonous, from a shadow spider. It's shadow spider venom. It blocks the mana flow, causes a blockage, and leads to death. Janko Myron was suspicious. Had he hidden the poison in his mouth? Janko Myron writhed in pain, his mouth still spewing curses. You stupid bastard. Are you trying to drag me down with you? He mocked him. You fool. Who would only carry poison? He popped the lid of a vial in his hand, drained it, and said, Of course. I brought the antidote. Lying on the ground, he cursed like a madman. No. Unha picked up the gun and spoke slowly. Stop cursing in Korean. What's wrong with your pronunciation? He pointed the gun at his head. Even now, Janko boasted. Are you confident you won't regret this? I'm from the JDC. Do you know that if you kill me, it'll become a global issue? If you get rid of me, the whole world will become your enemy. Are you prepared to take on the entire world if you finish me off? Before he could finish, Yunha shouted, Shut up. Losing his patience, he shoved the barrel straight into Janko Myron's mouth. Yunha sat down in front of him and spoke coldly. The survivor determines the value of your life. I'll decide if the world becomes my enemy or not. Because you lost. Now be a good boy and go meet your ancestors. Janko Myron's eyes widened in terror. A cold bullet pierced his throat, and the ruined room fell silent. Unha tossed the gun aside, exhausted, and slumped onto the floor. Exhaling a breath, he muttered, I only have one potion left. Should I drink it now and go to Bruno? I'm about to die. Behind a wall, Tom Myron was hiding and watching him, gripping a plastic bag in his hand to keep from trembling. He kept wondering, What is this? I can't believe the Italian JDC met his end at the hands of a kid. It wasn't me, either. I can't deal with someone who's about to kick the bucket. Besides, dealing with him would take more time before the Korean players get here. At that time, Shin Seo-young was also calculating his move to the Alice Hotel. Tom Myron figured dealing with Julieta Valentine was the top priority. Bruno Valentine lunged like a wild beast, pouncing on his prey, Albert Valentine. His face was filled with extreme fury. Albert Valentine was also terrified by this appearance. Bruno Valentine's punch sent Albert flying upward, the impact creating a large hole in the ceiling. He thought, he's completely different from before. Was it because of an amplification? As fast as lightning, Bruno Valentine rushed forward, preparing to strike. Albert Valentine didn't know what to do, just staring in shock. Just as Bruno Valentine was about to end everything, a voice echoed, cutting him off. Stop. He held a knife to Julieta Valentine's throat and said, It's over. If you don't want to see Julieta finish her life in front of you, deactivate your mana. Bruno Valentine worriedly called her name, Julieta. Tom Myron made a cut on her neck, warning, Don't move. Stay there and put your hands up. If you think I won't deal with her, you're dead wrong. He didn't dare to take the risk and could only obediently raise both hands. Tom Myron turned to Albert Valentine. Sir Albert, let's end this now. We don't have time. Janko Myron is finished, he said calmly as he cocked his gun. I see. So Janko has finally gone to meet the King of Hell. Tom Myron quickly replied, Yes. So before the Korean players storm in before he could finish his sentence, a bullet was lodged straight into his head. Tom only managed to let out a helpless groan before collapsing to the ground. Julieta Valentine was terrified. What? She held onto her breath as she witnessed this gruesome scene. Julieta broke into a cold sweat. Understood. The smoking barrel of Albert Valentine's gun was still steaming. After the shot, he laughed triumphantly. Finally, you're dead. I've been waiting for the chance to take his life, but I didn't expect him to kick the bucket before I could even make a move. Even that guy, Tom Myron, had to head to the afterlife. And now, the Myron family has nothing left in this country. Bruno, Julieta, I'll make you two a different offer. Return to the Valentine family. Since Janko is done for, it's time for us to destroy the Myron family and rebuild the Valentines. Julieta Valentine stammered, Brother, have you lost your mind? The Myron family won't collapse that easily just because of Janko's departure. She doubted him. He wasn't the type of person to say such nonsense. Was it the pressure of becoming the head of the Valentine family that made him this way? He was no longer the man she once knew. He laughed slyly. We can take advantage of the fact that Janko perished in Korea. The Myrans will retaliate against Korea and destroy themselves. Just come back to the Valentines. Now I can finally protect you, Julieta. Bruno, if you still feel grateful for what the Valentines have done for you, then go back with Julieta and serve the Valentines. Suddenly, a steely voice rang out. Who gave you permission? Albert Valentine was startled. No, Yunha lunged forward like a flash, angrily questioning him. Who do you think you are, daring to take my people without asking? Without another word, he launched a preemptive strike, slashing hard at Albert's leg. Albert Valentine's reflexes were quick. He jumped to dodge, then unleashed a kick toward Yunha. Albert's expression turned aggressive. Yunha returned the favor by piercing through his thigh. Albert Valentine fumed and drew his gun to shoot him. Yunha dodged, but a bullet still grazed his thigh. Yunha retreated against the wall, taking a defensive stance. Albert Valentine muttered with regret. I've wasted too much time. Now I have to eliminate that Bruno fellow first. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. Julieta Valentine was healing Bruno. He roared. Since when? Lying on the ground, Yunha provoked him. Whether they need help or not is for me to decide, so don't you dare leave on your own, sis. You're wrong to think I've just been stalling, right? Julieta Valentine smiled gently and promised, I won't do that again. Then, she activated her amplification skill. The massive surge of power stunned Albert Valentine. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. Julieta Valentine whispered softly to Bruno Valentine, you must return in one piece. He agreed to her request. Bruno lunged forward like an arrow, veins bulging on his arms, as if he wanted to take Albert Valentine's life. Immediately, Albert's leg wound was still bleeding profusely. Albert was furious. Because of this brat. My leg. Every one of Bruno Valentine's attacks was blocked by Albert's shield. However, Albert still had to endure the impact, which sent him flying. Yunha quickly moved out of the way, wondering to himself, he wouldn't have forgotten about me, would he? Albert Valentine's entire body slammed hard against the wall behind him. The impact made him spit up blood on the spot. Bruno Valentine fought with increasing ferocity. Albert Valentine still wanted to counterattack. He raised both guns, aiming straight at Bruno Valentine and firing. He roared as he counterattacked with a barrage of shots. But Bruno Valentine wasn't backing down. He used his hand to block the bullets directly, took a breath, and lunged, intending to finish Albert Valentine off. When his fist landed on Albert Valentine's face, it distorted his features. He shouted loudly, "Go to hell!" The ceiling shattered under the impact. Albert Valentine was blasted out of the building, and hundreds of glass shards exploded outward. Amidst the pain, he remained stubborn. I can't just go out like this. I've endured all kinds of humiliation. I once told the Valentine house that I would destroy the Myron family, and I swore to my father that I would rebuild the Valentines. This is just the beginning. His whole body was covered in blood. Albert Valentine still wouldn't give up. I can't end it here. The collision caused a massive explosion from the deep crater. His hand reached out, crawling out from the rubble. Albert whispered to himself, as long as I'm alive, there's still a chance. Before that Bruno guy catches up, I have to escape. Is the wind changing? Suddenly, a voice spoke up above his head. Albert Valentine, ambassador of Italy. I am Shin So-young. I'm arresting you for conspiring in the terrorist attack on the Alice Hotel. Meanwhile, in the reception area at the Blue House, Lim Ga-eun spoke up. The situation has changed. You trespassing into our country is quite a headache, don't you think? The mastermind behind the Alice Hotel terrorist attack, Albert Valentine, was currently trapped in a glass cage, his limbs neutralized. Albert replied nonchalantly, I did not initiate the terrorist attack. You are making baseless accusations against an ambassador from Italy, and you are also detaining me illegally. Shin Seo-young got angry. You crazy bastard. Lim Ga-eun interjected, asking, Oh really? What are you going to do? We have the video of you killing Tom Myron and Janko Myron, plus the evidence that you kidnapped an Italian woman too. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth and was left speechless. She continued to apply pressure. So, an elementary school kid killed Janko Myron, and he's the one behind the terrorist attack? Lim Ga-eun smiled triumphantly. Who's going to believe that? Albert stared back in fury, saying nothing more. She revealed, I have analyzed the information regarding Big Mama's political position and power in Italy. You and Big Mama killed Janko Myron, and you're trying to suppress the Myron family's power, aren't you? However, it seems you have too much free time on your hands. Lim Ga-eun continued, I heard that besides the two of you, there are other players linked to the Italian side who came here. You must be feeling pretty lonely, aren't you? Albert Valentine immediately realized that Tom Myron was not the only one sent to monitor him. The Myron family had been acting in secret. Lim Ga-eun announced, We are holding all the Italians who were present there, So they will be the terms for the deal I want to make with you, he asked quietly. What do you want? She walked up cautiously, her words measured, the lies I've already figured out, looking straight into Albert's eyes with hidden meaning. I want a lot of things. Scene changed to the hospital. Gentle sunlight streamed through the windows of Eunha's hospital room. A voice spoke up. You're not planning on ignoring your mother, are you? She pinched Eunha's ear and scolded him. You were hurt last time, and now you're stuck in the hospital for 12 weeks again. Eunha winced in pain. Trying to comfort her, Eunha said, Mom, I don't want you to worry yourself sick over me. He obediently replied. Yes. His mother's eyes shimmered with endless love. As she stood up to leave, she reminded him, I'll come back to visit again. So take care of yourself. Okay? She quickly walked away, leaving No Eunha behind to recover. He wondered if his father and sister would be visiting him soon, too. No Eunha recalled his sister lunging at him, chasing him around. He looked out the window, feeling guilty. I've caused the whole family trouble. Looking over at the remote, he hesitated. Should I check the news while I wait? No Eunha pressed the remote. The TV's audio played. Here is our next story. Last night, reports came in of a loud noise emanating from this location, the Alice Hotel. Although the source of the loud noise is unknown, it left many citizens terrified for quite some time. However, thanks to the help of the players who were at the hotel, the news continued. Because the mana was distributed incorrectly, this place turned into a dungeon. Since there were no civilians left in the hotel, the players who were there entered the dungeon to assess the situation. Anyone who didn't know the truth would surely believe there had been some sort of deal between South Korea and Italy. I wonder what they got out of it. Eunha pondered while listening and watching. Anyone who didn't know the truth would surely believe there had been some sort of deal between South Korea and Italy. I wonder what they got out of it. A hand opened the door to the room. Julieta spoke up. Big brother, is No Eunha feeling better? Behind her was Bruno, holding a birthday cake. Eunha said politely, Big sister, please, don't call me big brother anymore. She replied, Big brother Eunha, you are our big brother. You're an adult now, so you should learn to be proud of that title. He remembered the cheesy scene between this couple. He teased them, Don't you two feel guilty for forgetting about me at the hotel? At that time, he had been constantly trying to get their attention. Hey, sis, mister, I'm hurt over here. Hearing this, the two of them just coughed a little. Suddenly, Julieta and Bruno gazed deeply into each other's eyes. No, Eunha didn't know what was going on. Suddenly, Julieta knelt down to express her gratitude for saving her. If it weren't for you, I would have spent my whole life in despair. Bruno followed suit. No Eunha, for the rest of my life, I could never repay what I owe you. Seeing this, he was flustered. Hey, Mr. and Sis, get up, she swore. Tonight, in the serenity of the night sky, under the bright moon and the stars, I wish to use these humble words to form a sacred bond. Bruno also spoke reverently. I will serve with all my heart the one who saved me, and I swear to protect the honor of my brother. Humbly establishing a sacred pact, Bruno also spoke respectfully. I will serve you with all my heart for saving me, and I swear to protect your honor and that of your brothers. If anyone asks where I come from, this is how I will answer. Both placed their hands on their hearts sincerely and said in unison, My father is the sun, and my mother is the moon. Eunha sighed softly, looking at them with affection. Julieta teased, With this bond, I'll call you big brother. No, Eunha replied. Are you serious? Bruno Valentine, how about we make our child a direct disciple of No Eunha? He agreed. That's a great idea. No, Eunha couldn't believe his ears. He thought to himself, I have no intention of becoming a player, and I certainly don't want to become part of the mafia. He raised his hand to object. Why are you two making decisions without asking me first? Julieta suggested. How about we make our child a direct disciple of No Eunha? He was confused and didn't understand what they meant, then quickly reacted. My child? Which child? She happily shared the good news. We were going to tell you. We've been looking forward to it so much. Only then did he realize. Congratulations to you both. Sis, I'm relieved you're safe. Julieta reached into her pocket. Hey, check this out. She pulled out a card. No. Eunha took it and asked, What is this? Julieta said, Look at the name. No Eunha checked the name. It was 2 national ID cards for the young couple, but they had changed their surname. No Eunha was shocked. He blurted out, What does this mean? She held out her hand radiantly. What's wrong? We decided to live a new life, so we changed our surname. Julieta put on a serious face. In this case, taking No Eunha's surname makes the most sense, right? Call us Julieta Valentine and Bruno Valentine. No Eunha stared blankly at the ID cards. He shouted, "Oh no!" In an old hallway filled with books, Jun-sik sat in a room, reading something. "There you are," Bruno spoke up. "I heard you had information about us sealed off." He bowed in gratitude. "We owe you yet another debt, Elder," he thought to himself. From the house he let us stay in when we first arrived in Korea, to this whole incident, we have received so much help from him. He smiled slightly and looked up. "Indeed, I pulled a few strings. The goddess is very curious about your identity." Jun-sik remembered his conversation with the goddess. She kept asking, "Who are those Italians? Who are they? Who are they?" Bruno was awkward. "I don't know what to say. Thank you, sir." He explained, "I had the medicine, so I did what I had to. Since the Alice Hotel fell into the hands of the Dawn Corporation and YH, I've had to withdraw from the hotel industry. I've decided to invest more in pharmaceuticals instead." Jun-sik turned and warned him, "Be careful. The goddess said she wouldn't investigate further, but you can't trust her word." Bruno nodded and replied, "Yes." He showed interest. "Also, you're currently out of a job, aren't you? Have you thought about joining me as my exclusive player?" Bruno, who was unemployed, stood there stunned. He suggested, "I can't do anything if you don't want to." But then he guessed the implication, which was Jun-sik expressing, "If you don't want to be my bodyguard anymore, please continue to protect the children as you have until now." In his eyes, he saw Jun-sik as a kind person. He burst out laughing. "Don't stare at me like that. You're about to drill a hole in me," he replied. "Yes." A happy family photo appeared. With Jun-sik's warm voice, "I have no other purpose for the children who have come into this old man's life. I just want to see them smile brightly." Bruno replied without hesitation, "I accept, sir." He replied, "Thank you." He immediately stepped outside and closed the door. Jun-sik sat alone in silence. "It seems I really am getting old." His eyes were full of thoughts. At this age, to be so emotional, Jun-sik stroked the book in his hand. "Do you think so, my love?" The photo of him and his wife was still in the same place, and the feelings remained. The sea roared under a gray sky. A tsunami, high as a wall, came crashing down. The massive battleship shook violently, the hull tilted. Thunder and lightning were like drums, paving the way for the catastrophe about to strike. The sailors on the boat backed away in fear. It's coming from the pitch-black depths of the sea. A massive figure emerged, revealing only sharp fangs and a pair of glowing red eyes. It slammed into the hull, causing the ship to shake violently. As the ship split in two, it immediately dove back down. A voice echoed out, "This is the moment." While the sailors trembled before the giant shadow, the commander gave the order, "When it appears, you must." The Leviathan surfaced to wreak havoc once again. It lunged forward, its razor-sharp teeth like steel blades aiming straight for the bow. The sailors trembled. Their faces turned pale at the overwhelming power. The Leviathan revealed itself. Its skin was covered in purple-black scales that shimmered like wet metal. Its long body coiled like a dragon. With a single step onto the water, the ship looked tiny before the Leviathan. It roared, a sound that shook the sea and sent everything into chaos. Saint of the Spear, Namgong Sangun, gave the order, "Move out." Held back by a glacier, Namgong Sangun jumped off the ship deck. "I will clear a path." He landed on the massive iceberg, standing before the giant Leviathan. Sangun showed no fear. He resolutely charged forward. "I'll leave you with one less arm." The iceberg suddenly began to crack. The Leviathan struggled to break free, letting out a heaven-shaking roar. Namgong Sangun leaped down from above with immense power. He unleashed the plum blossom spear technique, aiming for the Leviathan's mouth, the strength of the north wind blizzard. All that power surged into the weapon in Namgong Sangun's hand. He fiercely threw it straight at the Leviathan. At that moment, No Eun-ha was holding his phone, checking the news. The Leviathan subjugation was complete. However, the damage was too great. He calculated that Namgong Sangun would retire and leave the 12 within the next few years. It was the middle school entrance exam day. No Eun-ha's sister ran over, calling out loudly, "Big brother!" She jumped onto him. "Play with me. I'm so bored." Eun-ha looked at her and wondered, "Why haven't I seen my sister come out yet?" "How about we play word chain?" she suggested. Eun-ha thought to himself, they said because there were so many applicants, the exam time would be extended a bit. Surely nothing bad happened to her, right? No Eun-ha? "I'll go first," she said, coldly. A few hours ago, the screen recorded the actions of everyone at the middle school entrance exam. The monitoring committee was reviewing the footage of every area in the school. This wasn't just an exam to test the students' aptitude. It was to find out who had the potential to become a player. The chief supervisor requested, "Move all cameras in the practice room, from number 2 to 39 and 40. Another supervisor spoke up, Number 40? Are you talking about Ryu Junhua, who possesses the most mana among all the candidates? That red-haired girl? There's no debate about her skills. Even before the exam started, she was already considered a top prospect. Ryu Junhua breezed through the challenges with ease. The chief supervisor asked, "What about number 39, No Una, who's chasing after her?" Ryu Junhua was just as agile. The assistant flipped through the list and replied, "Number 39 is named No Una. She's desperately running after her." As a flame obstacle flared up, Ryu Junhua hopped over it neatly and continued. Next was a blue circle radiating intense power. No Una quickly cleared it as well, then moved to the next challenge. The chief supervisor watched with a bit of admiration for both of them. He asked, "Is that girl also a top prospect?" The assistant replied, "No, she isn't." Before the obstacles, Ryu Junhua moved with indifference, while No Una danced through them with enthusiasm. The chief supervisor guessed, "So, there's another super rookie?" He thought, "I guess just observing the top prospect and that rookie was enough, right?" The supervisor concluded, "It seems the winner of this round is already decided." The red-haired man adjusted his glasses, but I don't think they used a single drop of mana. The chief supervisor was stunned. "What? You mean Ryu Junhua and No Una cleared it using only physical ability?" The exam ended. First place, 6 minutes and 36 seconds, number 40. Ryu Junhua, A+ rank. Second place, 6 minutes and 39 seconds, number 39. No Una, A+ rank. Una remembered the advice from Selin. Don't use mana during the exam. If it's truly an emergency, then fine, but it's better to avoid it if you can. She recalled their training. "I want to ask why," she had said. "Isn't becoming a player about being good at controlling mana?" Selin had explained. "Players often face disadvantageous situations, so we must practice beforehand to prepare for such moments." Only then did No Una realize that Selin was right, as it was easy to fall into the trap of over-relying on mana. Her eyes sparkled as she looked over, surprised that there was someone else who didn't use mana like her. No Una stared at Ryu Junhua, who was drinking water. She thought to herself, "And she's even faster than me." She walked over to strike up a conversation. "You're really good at running." "No," Una said excitedly. "I didn't know you would run without using mana, just like me." Junhua acted indifferent. She just gave a slight nod, her face expressionless, then quickly turned and walked away. Una was confused. She wondered, is she bad at socializing? The teacher began to explain. "Now, I will explain the final exam. Behind this gate is a labyrinth. The structure of the labyrinth will change at certain intervals, and you will be placed at random locations. In certain designated areas of the labyrinth, there will be assistant supervisors providing food and drink, so you can rest." No Una and Ryu Junhua listened intently as the teacher continued. "In this exam, you may use mana and weapons, and you can also cooperate with other candidates if you wish." Choi Ji-eun turned to greet them. "Excuse me, you two are the ones who took first and second place in the previous exam, right?" Una quickly noticed her. She held out her hand to introduce herself. "Hi, I'm Choi Ji-eun," Una replied. "Hi, nice to meet you. I'm No Una." She walked over and shook her hand, saying, "I'm from Dungak Elementary, which is closest to the dungeon. And at school, I'm very good at using mana." No Una immediately sensed it. She seems very confident, huh? Choi Ji-eun pushed forward with her request. "Hey, No Una, do you want to join our group?" she asked shyly. "Cooperate? Won't we be separated once we go inside?" Choi Ji-eun smiled brightly and said, "What I mean is, let's cooperate if we happen to meet inside the labyrinth. Let's promise to help each other and not have any bad intentions, okay?" Hearing that, Una quickly agreed. She tactfully turned to ask Ryu Junhua, "Do you want to join as well?" The girl said bluntly, "I don't need it. I'm enough on my own." Una waved her hand. "All right, see you later." Choi Ji-eun seemed to notice her expression. Two female friends following Choi Ji-eun began to act mean-spiritedly. "No, Una, are you okay? She's so rude, just ignoring people like that. I'm sure at school she doesn't have a single friend," one added. Una stammered, I'm fine. You don't need to comfort me. She didn't do anything to upset me." The two friends kept feeding off each other's negativity, acting like she's the best, so arrogant, as if she's number one. What a strange personality, right? It seems like it will be very difficult for me to get close to these girls. No Un-ah struggled to think to herself, her expression slightly awkward. She couldn't help but compare them to Ryu Junhua instead. The scene of when she first spoke to her replayed in her mind. I think I could become closer with her, she thought, even though back then, Ryu Junhua had only given a cold nod. As they were talking, the teacher's voice boomed. All right, the final exam begins now. The gates swung open, and all the students looked on in anticipation as they were led inside. They entered a maze built of towering metal walls. The turns were identical, straight, and lacked any distinctive features, making it easy for anyone to get lost. No Un-ah stood hesitant for a moment, standing before a fork in the path. Which way should I go? Un-ah recalled Shin So-young's advice. When stuck in a situation where you don't know what to do, first you must grasp the flow of mana. Her eyes lit up as she began to sense the flow. The mana current appeared clearly, guiding her. Un-ah immediately followed, knowing the mana would flow toward the exit. So, I just need to follow it, right? As she walked a short distance, a voice called out, "Hello there." The teacher stood by a refreshment table, waving. "You're the first one here." The teacher handed her a water bottle and said, "You must be exhausted, right? Want a drink? I opened the cap for you." She took it, happily saying, "Thank you, sir." The teacher watched Un-ah drink heartily and suddenly suggested, "Let me give you a hint." She was surprised. "Sir, are you sure? This is a test." The teacher replied, "Of course, but since it's the final exam, it's very difficult. So, this is allowed." The teacher pointed, indicating, "The correct path is this way." She immediately bowed. "Yes, thank you so much." She then dashed off. The teacher's face turned sinister after waving goodbye. No Un-ah followed the directions for a while, but then noticed something. She observed her surroundings suspiciously. "But I don't see any mana flowing here. How could the teacher lie to me?" No, Yuna looked in another direction. She guessed that since the teacher was there, she must have been headed in the right direction. Choi Ji-eun noticed her and called out, "Hey, no Una." She ran over to greet her. She waved and shouted, "Perfect timing. We were just asking the teacher which way to go." The group of students pleaded, "Sir, please give us a hint. Please." The teacher responded enthusiastically, "Okay, fine. You leave me no choice. Which way does the sun rise?" The students shouted in unison, "The east." They cheered and happily ran toward the east. Choi Ji-eun pulled No Una's arm. "No Yuna," the teacher said. "East, let's go." She hesitated and looked back, feeling something strange. The mana flow was in the opposite direction. No Yuna always felt something was off. Every time she looked back, she sensed the current was elsewhere, but she was pressured by Choi Ji-eun. Yuna thought to herself, "Something is weird. The teachers keep telling us to go the wrong way." At the next stage, the teacher praised them. "Well done, everyone. This is the final turn," the teacher proposed. "One of these three paths will lead straight to the exit." A student asked, "Sir, can you tell us which way to go? It's the end. The test is almost over. I'm so tired." The teacher acted conflicted. "I can't tell you. Really." But he winked, signaling toward that direction. The students were excited and quickly followed that path. "Let's go. We'll be the first ones there." "Heh heh. Well done, everyone." Suddenly, No Una spoke up loudly. "Wait." The sound made everyone freeze and turn around to look as she pointed in the opposite direction. "I don't think that's the way to the exit," No Una asserted. "The mana is flowing this way." A male student didn't believe her. "But the teacher said it was this way." A girl next to him urged, "We're almost out of time. Why are you being like this?" "No," Yuna stammered, "but the mana is flowing." They shouted, "The exit is right in front of us, all thanks to the teacher guiding us." The male student complained, "We're so tired already. Why do you have to be like this? Seriously." Choi Ji-eun annoyedly called to No Una. She hesitated. Choi Ji-eun mocked her. "Do you think you can see it? Stop being so stubborn." Whispers broke out. "Look at her, acting like she's so smart. Does she think she's better than the teacher or something?" The teacher secretly watched Yuna, who was terrified. She worried internally. "Am I really scared? I'm just saying what I see." Un-ah started to tremble, clutching her hands. A thought appeared. If I were No Un-ha, what would I do in this situation? Back in the car, Un-ha had firmly said, "Don't trust anyone." She asked, "No one? Not even one person?" He replied, "That's right. I told you, didn't I? As a player, you can't trust anyone. You can only trust yourself." No Un-ah engraved those words in her mind. Trust yourself. She was determined. Yes, that's right. At this moment, her chaotic mind suddenly cleared. Don't forget, No Yuna had stopped trembling in fear. "Why am I remembering her words at a time like this?" She said firmly, "No. The exit is in this direction." Choi Ji-eun ignored her. "Fine, then go by yourself. We're going this way." "No," Una replied. "Fine." Choi Ji-eun watched her go with a look of disdain. The teacher saw the mana current surging beneath Una's feet. She quickly took a step forward without hesitation. The students behind, including Choi Ji-eun and the others, watched in surprise. Choi Ji-eun mocked her. Is she stupid? Meanwhile, Una accelerated forward. Choi Ji-eun flipped her hair arrogantly. Whatever, I'll reach the exit anyway. Everyone thought to themselves, I really don't understand, the answer is right in front of us. Yet she chose another direction. But thanks to that, she's rushing ahead. She thought, I'm faster than second place already. It's me. Choi Ji-eun stepped forward triumphantly. I passed the test. As soon as her feet crossed the finish line, suddenly her whole body was sent back to a familiar space. This was the starting line, which made Choi Ji-eun furious. At this moment, Una had exited the maze. The exit, it was that close? I'm so lucky. I passed, right? But the test took longer than I thought. Everyone must be waiting for me. I should drink something. No Unha and no Una must be hungry too. As she was pressing the button, a hand reached out. Hello. Ryu Jeonhwa hesitantly held out a can of drink. I bought an extra one to try. The girl blushes, explaining her team-up offer from earlier. I didn't turn you down because I don't like you, No Yuna says, with a playful look. She's so shy. How cute. I take the drink and say, thanks. I'll enjoy it. She opens the can and mutters, I wonder how this will turn out, as No Una makes her offer. But I am No Una. If we run into each other at the academy, let's be friends. Ryu Jeonhwa hesitated for a moment, before silently grabbing the water bottle. I'm Ryu Jeonhwa. Just then, outside the academy. No, Unha sighed. Good grief. When will she finally come home? Mom and Dad are already sitting together on the couch waiting. In classroom 3, a student was standing up reading aloud while the others listened intently. Choi Eun-hyuk leaned over and whispered, Boss, hey boss. Im Do-hun is our homeroom teacher again this year. No, Unha continued. And we're in the same class again. The boy cheered. I knew it. I knew we'd be in the same class. Isn't that great? No, Unha didn't seem too interested. Behind them, Jin So-na muttered, That's strange. Really, really weird. Jin So-na questioned, Why are all the people I mentioned to Grandpa in the same class? Earlier, Grandfather Jun-sik had asked Jin So-na, Who do you want to be in class with? She excitedly listed them. I want to be with Unha, Ha-jung, Minji, and Hyuk, but I don't want to be with Jin So-na, and everyone else I don't like. As for the homeroom teacher, I want Im Do-hun. He's the best. She nudged No Unha, asking, You know something, don't you? He gave a wry smile. Yeah, it really is a strange coincidence. No Unha remembered back when he was in the hospital, and Jun-sik had asked him to look after the younger students, including the new enrollee, No Unha. The teacher had replied, Since the chairman of the Alice Corporation personally requested it, we will take great care of him. Jin So-na was still grumbling behind his back. Liar, tell the truth. Im Do-hun knocked Jin So-na on the head, making her yelp. He shouted, Jin So-na, you've got some nerve. Daring to lose focus during the first semester of the new school year? She held her head and replied, I'm sorry, Im Do-hun sternly ordered. When class is over, go down to the teacher's office and clean up. She replied, Yes, sir. Inside, she felt embarrassed. It was her first time getting scolded, and she was mortified. He continued, No, Yunha. You're going too. You were talking, weren't you? He was startled and replied, Yes. Im Do-hun's voice turned cold. Go clean up with Jin So-na. No Unha immediately obeyed. Choi Eun-hyuk chuckled from the side. Oh no, boss. He singled you out too? Choi Eun-hyuk, the boy, jumped. Wait, why do I have to go too? Im Do-hun said coldly, Because you were laughing. No. Eun-ha suddenly felt a chill. He thought, Is this really the time to be laughing? Jin So-na was also radiating killing intent. You thought I was funny, didn't you? They both reached the same conclusion. Let's have a fun time cleaning together. Choi Eun-hyuk secretly realized he was doomed. Kim Min-ji turned around, puzzled. We're in the 3rd grade now, so why haven't they changed at all? A-jang, standing next to her, could only smile. In the academy's sparring field, the air was fresh. No Una stretched, feeling refreshed. She rushed over and hugged Ryu Jeonhwa. I missed you so much. Ryu Jeonhwa replied, You've had enough of that, haven't you? She hugged her back and said, Yeah. No Una expressed, We're in the same class. That's awesome. Ryu Jeonhwa felt shy. I think so too. She suggested, We should head into class, don't you think? Then she suddenly turned around. Unexpectedly, the students gasped. Is a celebrity coming? Everyone was waiting. The footsteps grew closer. A pair of white shoes appeared. Everyone buzzed with excitement. the person chosen to be one of the 12 thrones at age 22. Her staff glowed and swayed. It was the Saintess Park Hee-rin. She walked through the crowd with an air of authority mixed with beauty. Whispers broke out. Is that really the Saintess? Why is the Saintess here? Hee-rin smirked. Oh boy. Despite her friendly exterior, her inner thoughts were screaming. I'm not a Saintess. I'm only 20 years old, and they're already calling me Saintess. That sounds so old. The student's eyes lit up. Saintess, one of the 12 thrones, Park Hee-rin. She changed her mind. Regardless, she walked over to No Una and Ryu Junhua. Park Hee-rin's eyes were filled with mana, assessing her. Even though the last time I met her was during the Kraken incident 4 years ago, she's grown so much that I can't even determine how much mana she possesses anymore. No Una felt shy. Does she need something from me? The student standing next to her, No Una, leaned over and whispered, Is she a weirdo? Ryu Junhua replied, No, not at all. No Una. Park Hee-rin mused, It seems she's the seed of Elder Namgong Sungun. Ryu Junhua asked, You don't know who she is? She shook her head. I can't believe her inner mana is so vast that it's even affecting her physical body. Amazing. But what I'm interested in is, she pondered. Park Hee-rin spoke up. I'm sure you already know who I am, right? She placed her hand on Yuna's shoulder. Kid, Park Hee-rin offered. Do you want to become my seed? Park Hee-rin's face was filled with confidence. No Un-ah stood blankly, not understanding what the offer meant. Park Hee-rin speculated, if she isn't a star, a time mage, or someone like Shin Sao-yang, no one can teach her how to control such a huge amount of mana. She looked at Un-ah with expectant eyes, offering for her to become her seed. Un-ah scratched her face, hesitating for a moment. She spoke up, I'm sorry, but I must respectfully decline. Park Hee-rin froze upon hearing the answer. Un-ah explained, I don't know who you are, and I already have a great teacher. Ryu Junhua, standing behind, felt a bit sorry for her. Park Hee-rin stood motionless, slowly crumbling. The two quickly turned and walked away, leaving Park Hee-rin withering away behind them. Un-ah called out, If you'll excuse me, she repeated, a great teacher. The people around them didn't know what to say. Tears welled up in Park Hee-rin's eyes in despair. She doesn't know who I am? Suddenly, Park Hee-rin's phone rang. Ionsu was calling. The bell for class also rang. The students were regretful. We should have taken a picture with her. The bell rang. Park Hee-rin answered the phone. Head of the family? Is something wrong? Her face suddenly sank, as if she had just heard terrible news. Hee-rin said in a serious tone, Going to subdue a pack of monsters? The morning newspaper reported missing persons. The cases of disappearance and murder in the city of Huachan. When the first person went missing, everyone ignored it, thinking it was just a normal disappearance. But not long after, people discovered several corpses that looked like they had been bitten by monsters. The police found the bodies in the forest. That was also when they realized that these things were all caused by monsters. Everyone who heard the rumors was terrified and protested against the goddess's government. To resolve this fear, the goddess's government sent Kings Grace and Regulus to the city of Huachan. At this moment, at the mysterious Huachan reservoir with its rushing water, a part of the monster appeared. It was a giant lizard. With its sharp, jagged teeth firmly lodged in the tree, the level 6 sharp-tail monster emerged from the pitch-black depths of the forest. A pack of lizard monsters suddenly lunged out, growling as they charged at Kang Hun-chan. He used his strength to swing his sword with a decisive strike. The power incinerated the sharp-tail lizard instantly, and it fell to the ground, its massive body engulfed in flames, letting out a violent roar. Kang Hun-chan stepped forward and placed his foot on its carcass. He spoke up. How the hell have these bastards been able to hide until now? A person from behind replied, These monsters have a certain level of intelligence. Since this monster is able to lead such a large pack, it probably told the others to hide because humans are dangerous. Just as he was speaking, a monster ambushed him from behind, but he didn't pay it any mind, swinging his sword with cold indifference. That was Gu Jiansu. Kang Hun-chan wondered, how do you know what they're thinking? If they really have that kind of intelligence, we're going to have a hard time. Gu Jiansu confidently drew his demon-forged sword. Don't underestimate these monsters. The two moved closer to each other. Their teammates called out, and Gu Jiansu warned, the moment you're careless is the moment you die. The teammates were being treated, and among them, Park Hee-rin was also actively healing everyone. Kang Hun-chan glanced over and asked Park Hee-rin, I know. Did you come here to conquer these monsters? She replied, We've already killed most of the monsters in the area, but some have managed to escape. So we have to form a team to hunt them down. Gu Jiansu laughed. I can't believe the 12 thrones would lose track of a bunch of monsters. Wan Jun Galang jumped down from a tree. We did that on purpose, he explained. If it's a monster pack that moves together, then they'll eventually run to the hive where their leader is hiding. Harry quickly stepped forward. I see. So you're looking for where the boss is hiding, huh? A clear voice replied. We found it. Her feet touched the ground as magical power radiated from the treetops. Wanjun Galang carefully helped her down. The beautiful Bang Zhongji stepped down gently, and Gu Jiansu asked about the hideout. She pointed her finger. Over there. Everyone followed her gaze. Kang Hunchan repeated. The hideout of the Sharptails? He pointed straight ahead. Kang Hunchan said, The reservoir? The reservoir, with its clear blue water, appeared in front of them, but deep beneath the lake lay the lair of a monster. It was ferocious. Its eyes glowed as it sensed the humans. Everyone moved to the side of the reservoir. Park Hee-rin whispered, Amazing. No matter how hard I try, I can't cast magic like that. Her gaze was fixed on Bang Zhongji, who was casting area of effect magic. Planting flowers on the surface of the lake, she became lost in her own thoughts about the undeniable gap in talent. As this thought crossed her mind, someone suddenly came over and flicked her hard on the forehead. The flick made Park Hee-rin tilt her head back. Kang Hunchan laughed, enjoying the sight of her clutching her forehead in pain. He asked, What were you thinking about to be so spaced out? Park Hee-rin, her eyes tearing up from the pain, shouted, What are you doing? Kang Hunchan exposed her thoughts. What are you jealous of? Still don't know what your role is? Park Hee-rin held her forehead and replied, I know. My duty is to heal and support. He laughed. Sure. Hearing that made her even more resentful. I told you I knew, Kang Hunchan asked. Then why are you being so sensitive? Park Hee-rin argued. I'm not being sensitive. Gu Jiansu and Bang Zhongji watched them bickering like children and burst out laughing. He called out, I know you two are flirting, but look at this for a second. She blushed furiously, but he remained calm, observing the reservoir and asking, What's this? A pipe? In the reservoir, a series of giant flower stalks, thick enough to hold a person, rose from the bottom of the lake. Gu Jiansu ordered. The guild will scout the terrain and handle the rest. Grace and Regulus will divide into groups. Then we'll take turns entering the base. He turned to ask Bang Zhongji, How long can your magic hold? She replied, If I have enough mana, 4 hours at most. Gu Jiansu instructed, I'll leave a few people to guard you. You stay here and watch over the lake. Kang Hunchan, knowing his task, jumped down. He leaned his body and slid down the cliffside. Finally, Kang Hunchan reached the landing point. He shouted to those above, I'm going in first. He then jumped into a giant pipe above the cliff. Park Hee-rin was startled and scolded. Are you serious? This crazy guy. Gu Jiansu and Bang Zhongji looked on with admiration. Ah, youth. I knew it. The others also climbed down one by one and entered the mouth of the pipe, calling out, Wait for us. With news reports broadcasting that the Saintus' government had declared they would do their best to exterminate the monsters living in the Roundflower Lake. According to the Korea Mana Management Association, the 12 Thrones players, Bang Zhongji, Park Hee-rin, and Kang Hunchan were participating. At the dinner table, hearing this news, No. Yunha turned to ask his sister, Is this around that time, I wonder? She asked blankly. What are you talking about? He dismissed it. Nothing. But in his head, he was still thinking about how this mission would negatively affect the future. No, Yunha wondered what he should do, because the mission to kill the initial monsters went smoothly, but in the end, it turned into a failure. Inside the pipe, dark shadows gradually covered the hunting group. Kang Hunchan cursed furiously. Damn it. Deep inside the pipe, the sharp-tailed lizards were biting and tearing at their victims, hanging them upside down, then stuffing them into a large pot boiling over a fire. The fire was blazing. They even hung the corpses from the ceiling. Jiansu guessed, Could those be the missing people? Park Hee-rin looked at the scene before her with a solemn expression. His mood wasn't much better. Kang Hunchan's brows were tightly knit. Suddenly, the sharp-tailed lizards detected movement outside. They all looked toward the entrance at once. A massive wave of fire roared in. This fire scorched them, causing them to scream in agony and scatter in all directions. Amidst the flames, a figure slowly appeared, cursing, Don't think you'll get out of this in one piece, you disgusting bastards. Stepping through the flames, Kang Hunchan's face emerged, followed by No Eun-ha. He also lunged forward, thrusting his sword directly into the gaping mouth of the sharp-tailed lizard in front of him. After taking them all down, Gu Jiansu ordered, Stop attacking. Identify the injured and find anyone who's still alive. Under Kang Hunchan's feet, many people were lying scattered, their blood staining the floor. His anger began to simmer, and then the flames suddenly flared up intensely. The rest of the group had to activate a protective shield, forcing him to reach out and place a hand on Kang Hunchan's arm to calm the fire demon down. Did you forget someone is still missing? He glanced over. Gu Jonsu replied in a stern voice, Isn't that your responsibility? He cut Kang Hunchan off, reminding the fire demon that this wasn't a place where he could just do whatever he pleased. If you're a representative player for a country and a guild, then act like a professional, kid. The hand on his shoulder tightened its grip. Kang Hunchan stared at Gu Jonsu without saying a word. The people around them began to worry. Don't tell me they're planning to fight? They can't possibly spar in a cramped space like this. If we do that, we're done for. Finally, he let out a sigh. The flames around Kang Hunchan's body slowly flickered out. He calmed down, bowed his head, and said, I apologize. He patted Kang Hunchan's shoulder lightly, comforting him. Raise your head, fire demon. You're not the one who needs to bow to me. Once he was composed, Gu Jonsu told everyone, What are you all still standing around for? Start searching. After searching for a while, someone shouted, Captain, the Regulus Guild, there's someone still alive over here. Kang Hunchan finished searching his perimeter and returned to her side, saying, There's nothing unusual here, Park Hee-rin asked with concern. Are you all right? He replied. What do you mean? Am I all right? She followed him and asked, You just got scolded, didn't you? Kang Hunchan scratched his head, shyly admitting, I did something wrong, so I got scolded, that's all. He felt a bit down, thinking that the veteran players all secretly looked down on him, especially with Gu Jonsu intentionally calling him Fire Demon instead of player Kang Hunchan or captain of the Blaze Guild. Kang Hunchan clenched his fist, suppressing his anger. It was true that he was lacking in experience, but that had nothing to do with the fact that he was angry. Park Hee-rin gently grabbed his hand and suggested, Let's learn together. Kang Hunchan was stunned. Huh? She explained. Compared to those seasoned veterans, both of us are just rookies. We'll just learn as we get scolded. Park Hee-rin's voice was soft and comforting. As she spoke, her hands were busy using healing magic on him. Watching his hand heal completely, Kang Hunchan was surprised and spoke hesitantly. Park Hee-rin, you, she said cheerfully. Just call me by my name. It's been a while already. He thought to himself, wait, that didn't sound like her. Park Hee-rin couldn't be that cool, could she? Park Hee-rin then said indignantly, I'm trying to comfort you here. Yet you're saying things like that? Kang Hunchan made a firm resolution. One day, I will catch up to all of you. Gu Jonsu approached and asked, Did you find the boss yet? The other person pointed at the door in front of them and replied, The wave signature seems most dense here. The boss monster must be in this room. He gathered everyone in front of the door. Gu Jonsu decided, Everyone, focus. We will form a squad to take down the boss. Everyone answered in unison. Understood. Suddenly, he remembered something and turned to ask the fire demon. I'll take command. He set a condition. If you let me be the main attacker. Gu Jonsu answered briskly. Fine. That works. So the fire demon will handle the attacks, and I will provide support, she asked in confusion. Is he back to normal? He continued assigning lessy roles. Park Hee-rin, you're the support. She immediately followed orders. Understood. Then she immediately cast magic, sharing speed buffs, protection, and blessings. Gu Jonsu cautioned everyone. As soon as we enter, we'll hold this battle formation. Scouts, remember not to leave the mages and commandos behind. 2 scouts shouted, Understood. Finally, the 2 of them slowly opened the heavy door. In front of everyone, he initiated, All right, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone rushed forward together. The Lizard King woke up. The 2 soldiers closed in to form a vertical line. It spread its wings to protect its eggs from the group's attack. Everyone was full of fighting spirit, rushing past the lizard eggs as big as a person toward the Lizard King. Kang Hunchan used his sword with one hand, while his other hand conjured fire, striking at its nest. Seeing the nest burning, the Lizard King used its tail to coil around an egg to protect it. At the same time, it hissed to warn the group. He jumped up and swung his sword. This strike landed straight on its head, hitting it once. It brought its sharp claws down toward Kang Hunchan. He quickly reacted, jumping high to dodge the strike. Just as Kang Hunchan launched himself up, Gu Jonsu quickly rushed in. He slashed horizontally across the Lizard King's body with a sword stroke, glowing red and infused with magic. As he landed on the ground, Gu Jonsu had already retracted his sword, preparing to strike again. The Lizard King roared in anger, its muscles bulging as it tried to protect the egg. He lunged forward with 2 rapid steps, moving like lightning, and transferred power into his sword. In an instant, Gu Jonsu was on top of it. He raised his sword and decisively stabbed the monster, making it roar in pain. It turned its head to see the person clinging to its back. Its golden eyes flashed with danger. After landing the blow, He quickly jumped off the Lizard King. On the other side, he also reached his hand forward, preparing to coordinate their actions. A blazing fire erupted from Kang Hunchan's hand. He confidently shouted, "Explosion!" and blasted the fire toward it. The Lizard King was engulfed in a sea of fire, but it also had the sword Gu Jiansu had left in its back. His voice sounded a bit regretful. "Even though that's not your sword. Couldn't you have gone a bit easier? That's such a good sword." Kang Hunchan replied coldly. "I had to kill that monster, didn't I? I had no other choice." "Well, we can't underestimate these monsters." He didn't know what else to say, only able to mutter, "Good grief." Park Hee-rin spoke up to remind them, "It's not over yet. Please stay focused." She slammed her staff onto the ground-based formation and shouted, "Binding!" A massive rope appeared wrapping around the ankles and the entire body of the Lizard King. Park Hee-rin announced, "Now, all-out attack." In unison, they unleashed their techniques. A rain of arrows scattered and aimed directly at it. Gu Jiansu, and he stood to the side, observing closely. Suddenly, Kang Hunchan noticed something wrong. The wounds on its body were slowly healing. The Lizard King spoke up. How dare you humans?" He wondered. "It can talk? It already has its own consciousness?" "Everyone, prepare for the next wave of attacks." The rest of the group placed their hands on their weapons and got into fighting stance, answering, "Yes." No one noticed the eggs behind them were slowly cracking open. A sharp-tailed lizard poked its head out of the shell. It suddenly lunged forward and bit into the shoulder of the warrior standing closest to it. Other lizards began breaking out of their shells and rushing to attack, forcing the group to struggle to defend themselves. Someone asked, "What? What are these things?" "Archers, focus your fire on the monsters coming out of the eggs." Kang Hunchan heard their cries and snapped his head back in a panic. For a split second, his focus slipped, but that was all it took for the massive Lizard King to stand up. It lunged toward the two of them. Luckily, before its massive foot could crush them, he and Gu Jiansu managed to jump away. He scanned the swarm of juvenile sharp-tailed lizards, already calculating how to deal with them. From the other side, a soldier shouted, "Mr. Gu Jiansu," and tossed something through the air. Gu Jiansu caught it. It was his sword. He quickly exchanged a look with him. "I'll handle these pests. You take the fire demon." The two of them charged in opposite directions. Kang Hunchan reminded him to watch his back. "Got it," he replied. High above, the Lizard King glared down, gnashing its teeth and hissing. "Die!" He frowned, suddenly realizing something. The monster opened its maw and spat out a cloud of green mist. Kang Hunchan quickly covered his mouth to avoid inhaling it, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, my vision. Is this poison mist?" Park Hee-rin, who was supporting a wounded scout, called out to him, "Watch your right." Kang Hunchan heard her, his gaze turning resolute. Just as the Lizard King's attack slammed down on the right, he swiftly leapt to the left. After retreating to a safe distance, Kang Hunchan stood his ground, staring at the monster. He reached for his belt and pulled out a small vial. "First things first, the antidote." She transmitted her voice to him. "Don't worry about the toxins. Trust me, just keep attacking." Hearing her, Kang Hunchan smiled confidently. "You got it." He surged forward once more. No Eunha's entire body was enveloped in blazing red flames. Meanwhile, she cast a spell to share the antidote charm. Kang Hunchan praised her, truly worthy of being called the Saintess. Park Hee-rin replied with annoyance. "I told you to stop calling me that." The Lizard King wasn't about to back down. It swung its arm at him, but Kang Hunchan saw the strike coming. He tilted his body, narrowly dodging the attack. Kang Hunchan taunted it, charging forward. "You think I'm scared of you?" Suddenly, the Lizard King shifted its target toward Jian Su. He shouted, "Finish it off, fire demon." He stomped his foot, launching himself into the air. Gu Jiansu replied, "Understood." Kang Hunchan unleashed a devastating blow, Crimson Slash. He pierced through the monster's body, leaving a gaping hole. Park Hee-rin signaled the archers. "Now!" Everyone fired at once, peppering the monster's body with arrows and bullets. Even as it was riddled with projectiles, it curled inward, thinking, "I must protect the Emperor." Its eyes began to lose focus. The Lizard King's massive body collapsed into its nest. He rested his sword on his shoulder, looking at the creature's mangled form, and muttered, "You were quite something. Is it over?" Gu Jiansu asked. "Not yet," he replied. He raised his sword and decisively drove it into one of the eggs. A screech echoed from inside the egg. Gu Jiansu warned everyone, "There are still plenty of eggs left. Everyone, destroy the rest of them." They all replied, "Understood." Hearing their voices, the Lizard King, with its final breath, squinted and looked sorrowfully at the eggs being destroyed, whispering, "My children." From an egg it had been shielding, a viscous fluid leaked out, and the body of a young, sharp-tailed lizard crawled out of the duct. It left the Lizard King behind, who died with one final wish: "Please survive my emperor." Before its final breath, it hoped, "I hope you grow up quickly." A monster stepped out from the lake, slinking toward the city. A week had passed since the successful monster subjugation in Hwacheon City. On the grass, Jin Seona and Kim Min-ji were making a bet the loser would have to do the dishes. Thanks to the intervention of the 12 seats, many lives had been saved, and the victims were being treated at a hospital in Gangnam. Dong Ha-jung enthusiastically spiked a ball. "Yes!" He cheered excitedly. "Nice. One more." According to the guild's investigation, there were no more monster traces in Hwacheon. At the Hwacheon City campsite, Choi Eun-hyuk took a ball to the face from Jin So-na. He rolled on the grass, groaning, and the girl ran over in a panic. "Ah, I'm sorry," Dong Ha-jung asked worriedly. "Choi Eun-hyuk, are you okay?" He winced and said, "Change teams. I want to be on Jin So-na's team." Kim Min-ji countered immediately. "If you and Jin So-na are on the same team, it'll be boring." Dong Ha-jung claimed his spot. "I want to be on Jin So-na's team too. So, Kim Min-ji, Dong Ha-jung, and I will be a team." "Eun-hyuk, do you want to play alone?" She teased him, and he grumbled, "How can I play volleyball by myself?" From afar, No Eun-ha was peeling potatoes and thought, "It's fun to watch. You guys should thank Mr. Bruno. Bruno, formerly Bruno Valentine, a former member of the Valentine family. It was thanks to him that they were here. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made it." Breaking his train of thought, he spoke up. "Sir, thank you for letting us come camping." Bruno replied calmly. "You're my boss after all." No Eun-ha laughed. "I'm sorry. I have some business to take care of. Can I come back later?" "I've finished peeling the potatoes." He carried the basin of potatoes to the table. He agreed. "Sure. Do you need any help?" "No," Eun-ha beat around the bush. "Could you add some curry to this? And can I borrow your knife?" Bruno was silent, not answering. Suddenly, he quietly gestured toward something. "If you mean the knife you asked me to bring, it's in the bag. The passcode is the same." No, Eun-ha nodded. "Thanks," he instructed. "I'll be back later today. If the kids look for me, just make up an excuse." Hearing that, Bruno offered, "If it's something difficult, let me go with you." "No." Eun-ha refused. "No. You need to protect everyone," he said firmly. "I can handle it myself." In the middle of the lush green fields, a greenhouse sat quietly. At the door, he hesitated slightly. "No." Eun-ha pushed the door open and stepped in. "I really made it." He stood frozen, looking around, and whispered, "Just like in my past life, I won't be helpless against you this time." Lizard King. Suddenly, he drew his knife, his entire body radiating the aura of someone ready for battle. From somewhere in the greenhouse, the Lizard King lunged, swinging its claws. No Eun-ha instinctively raised his knife to block, but unexpectedly, the creature grabbed the blade with its hand. The collision between the two created a powerful force, sending both the man and the monster flying back. He frowned, staring at it. The Lizard King stood opposite him, hissing aggressively. Memories came flooding back. The occupation of Seoul, when the Saintess Lim Ga-eun was away, the monsters had led an army to occupy Seoul. "No," Eun-ha recalled. "Back then, I had just graduated and hadn't earned the Immortal title yet. There were 4 bosses invading at once. How could we have possibly won?" The image of total helplessness appeared in his mind. Most players, including himself, had lost all hope after seeing the boss monsters among them. One creature led the legion of lizard monsters, striking fear into players with its highly toxic weaponry. That monster was none other than the Grade B Lizard King. Ridiculous. Yet, no one had discovered it here until it reached Grade B. He fell into deep thought as he returned to reality. No, Eun-ha tightened his grip on the dagger. A flash of steel glinted sharply. He lunged forward, swinging his blade in a spiral straight at the Lizard King. The strike was powerful and sharp, yet it only managed to crack the creature's thick outer scales. No Eun-ha paused for a few seconds, assessing the situation. Not bad for an immature one. The Lizard King was knocked backward. It growled in anger, shouting, "Human!" No Eun-ha squinted, suspicious. Is it using camouflage? In his past life, it used this annoying skill to cause chaos. Without hesitation, he moved quickly. As the Lizard King closed in, No Eun-ha immediately spun around and slashed horizontally. Child's play. He raised his dagger, his voice dropping low. "You keep revealing your killing intent." Another blow came crashing down. The Lizard King slammed into the ground. No, Eun-ha stepped forward, sneering. "You can't even hide your own presence." It roared in fury. He sighed, annoyed. "I brought this for nothing." I kept it just in case it used that camouflage skill. No Yunha unceremoniously dumped a whole jar of curry onto the Lizard King's face. It shrieked. The Lizard King, enraged, leaped onto a tree trunk behind him. He smirked. Tasty, right? Curry. I made that just for you. Eat up. It's your last meal. Its claws dug deep into the tree trunk. The Lizard King was in a towering rage, its eyes glowing red. Sharp fangs bared, it opened its mouth and spewed out intense beams of blue light. No, Unha took a defensive stance. Poison? You think you can hit me with that? In that exact moment, he lunged forward, his speed skyrocketing, leaving the Lizard King no time to react. No, Unha gritted his teeth, throwing himself into the attack. With both hands gripping the dagger, he swung hard at it. A decisive slash cut into the Lizard King's neck. Purple fluid erupted like a fountain. A thud echoed, shaking the glass walls. No Unha stood there, indifferently watching it get taken down. The Lizard King was defeated miserably. Flames erupted, swallowing its body. He mocked, "You're so weak. I thought you were born a king." No Unha's gaze turned cold as he finished, "Goodbye." The Lizard King scrambled to flee. "I've used up all the mana stored in my body." No Unha stood still, watching. To create a clone and escape, I guess it has no other choice. The Lizard King was in pain, its claws. The invisibility and poison skills didn't help me defeat him. He dodges all my skills, as if he predicted what move I'd use next. It felt no resignation. "I can't win against you right now, but just you wait, you bastard. I'll come back stronger, and I'll be the one to finish you." He raised his sword high. "Where do you think you're going?" The Lizard King looked back in fear. Immediately after, it was sent flying. The Lizard King crashed through the glass pane and slammed into a distant tree trunk. No Unha approached and asked, "You used your mana and invisibility skill, hoping to escape? Did you really think I wouldn't notice?" The Lizard King stood up, infuriated, and whipped its tail. It crawled aggressively toward No Unha. He watched it and scoffed. "That's it." No, Unha immediately gripped his sword, causing it to emit a blue light. He quickly leaped forward. "Now that's how you fight." No Unha jumped high, targeting the Lizard King. A look of determination appeared in his eyes. Then he swung his sword, unleashing a sword dance. No Unha's strikes landed cleanly on the Lizard King. Hit by the attack, it was extremely angry. Without hesitation, he conjured a purple light surrounding the blade. No Unha used the skill Soul Grudge, creating multiple balls of purple light. Those rays immediately flew toward hitting the Lizard King, making it howl in pain. He had already readied himself to unleash the next attack. A short while later, No Unha pointed his sword high at the Lizard King and unleashed a piercing strike. In agonizing pain, it collapsed, stammering, Why must you finish me off?" He remained calm, looking down with icy eyes. "How is it?" No Unha pressed the sword deep into the Lizard King's stomach. "For a monster like you, I don't need a reason to take you down." He slowly released his grip on the sword. "Monsters like you and us humans, we could never live together. Even if the world collapses, that will always remain the same." The Lizard King was pinned to the tree. It wondered, "I didn't do anything wrong." He didn't answer. No Unha continued to shout, "Soul Grudge." Instantly, the purple lights attacked the Lizard King again. It cried out in pain, "Please, stop. Have mercy." But he remained cold. "There is only one ending for you monsters." "No," Unha said tensely. "In this confrontation, either I go, or you do." The purple lights surrounded the Lizard King. It was in immense pain but struggled to reply. "It's true, we cannot coexist. You and I, we are both predators. Our only purpose is to take each other down. I've lost, but this isn't the end." Suddenly, something shot into the Lizard King's snout. It still tried to speak. "In the end, you will meet the same fate as I did." He held the gun in his hand. "You're right. I've often thought about that myself." No Unha recalled the images of his past life. A hunter's life. Either you finish off all the troublesome monsters, or it ends when you are finished off by them. He stood watching the Lizard King slowly burning away. "But in this life, I will change everything. I cannot fall while you monsters still exist." No Unha of the past seemed to appear behind his current self. Suddenly, vibrant, colorful crystals fell to the ground. He sat down to inspect them. It had left behind a skill stone, and another stone, that looked quite ordinary. A skill stone is a mana stone that preserves the skills of the monster that has passed. The drop rate for this stone is quite rare. The stones are also categorized into various levels based on the type of monster. No Unha held the yellow stone in his hand. If one can absorb this skill, stone, the player can use the skill that the stone holds within. He tossed the stone to his other hand. However, you can't always absorb a skill stone. It depends on many factors, mainly whether the user is compatible and in harmony with that skill. If compatible, light will shine from the stone. Otherwise, the opposite happens. No, Yunha observed. It seems I can't absorb this skill stone. Then he looked at the other stone. Let's see about this one. No, Unha gripped the stone tightly. If the compatibility is high, it will radiate a brilliant light. A golden light appeared, and then after that, the monster's loot will slowly become beneficial for the players. A shimmering, glowing stone fills him with joy. All right, what a beautiful morning. Cho Yun-hyuk is playing happily in the yard when Yunha runs over from afar. He sits down and opens the box containing the weapons. Bruno Valentine carries a tray of food and asks, "Are you done with your work yet?" "No," Unha happily replies. "Oh, is that you? Thanks to you, I was able to finish this weapon. Thank you so much." He brings over a plate of delicious grilled meat, making him freeze. Bruno Valentine puts the meat on the grill tray. "All right, it's time for dinner. We'll talk later," he says, shyly thanking him. "I'm hungry too." Yunha calls out, "Let's eat, everyone." The kids are clamoring for food. "It looks delicious. Give me a big piece, please." "Me too." He stands behind, listening to the kids. "I want some too." A voice stops them. "Wait, that's not cooked yet." Unha laughs innocently at the interruption. "Choi Yun-hyuk, don't take that. It's not cooked yet." The stubborn kid replies, "But I already ate it." It's such an innocent, carefree scene. "Give me mine first." "Wait a bit. I was here first." Outside a massive villa in Pyeongchang, the home of Chairman Sirius. Inside, 4 people are sitting together. No Eunha's father dotes on his wife. "Are you worried, dear?" No Eunha's mother trembles. "Yes, how do I look today?" He compliments her. "You look as beautiful as ever," making her blush. "Don't say that, I'm asking seriously. Do I look okay? Over here." The door suddenly opens. No Eunha is surprised to see them. Han Do-jun enters and greets them. "Welcome, manager." Choi Soo-bin walks in beside him and introduces herself. "I am Choi Soo-bin. You must have had a tiring trip," she says. The mother smiles happily. "You look so beautiful. Your skin is glowing." No Eunha's mother says humbly, "Thank you for inviting us to this party." Soo-bin smiles gently. "Oh, don't be so formal. We're about the same age, so let's speak casually." She still feels a bit stiff. "Ah, all right, that's fine." Soo-bin chats happily. There's so much good food. The head chef spent quite a lot of time preparing it. No, Eunha's mother adds, "Yes, it's truly something to look forward to." He watches, feeling helpless. It seems she has already made friends with his mother. Suddenly, someone comes to say hello. It's Han So-jeon. She introduces herself. "I'm Han So-jeon, a freshman in middle school this year." Eunha happily shakes her hand. "I'm no Eunha. I'm the same age as you." Seo-jeon smiles. "Really? I honestly don't have many friends. Let's be friends from now on, okay?" She asks Han. "You go to the player academy, right? Is it hard studying there?" She replies confidently. "It is hard, but my dream is to become a player. So I'm working hard." Seo-jeon admires her. "You're truly talented. Give me your phone number so we can call each other." Eunha beams. "Sure. Here's my number, and my Facebook too." No Eunha watches this and feels happy too. My sister really is something else. She always knows how to adapt and make friends in any situation. In the distance, someone walks by, making him surprised. He looks over. "Hello, long time no see." No response. Eunha is silent and worried. Seo-hoon stutters. "Hello, sister." Immediately after, the girl gently says, "Let's just speak comfortably, okay?" 2 years ago, during the final semester of Eunha's freshman year, at the Sabai Hotel, Myeongdong branch. Every year, the Sirius Group organizes a year-end party with its subsidiaries as a way to reward a year of hard work. Eunha, in the crowd, turns to look at Yuna in the distance with admiration. She can talk so well with people she's just met, but I guess she's truly amazing. No Eunha's father stands nearby, remembering the sight of No Eunha's mother holding a crying Una. "I want to go too, have fun," he says with a sad expression. "It would be great if your mother and Yuna could come too." How poor, how sad. No Eunha, on the other hand, can only console him. Mom can't come because she has to take care of Una. Just then, a few people in front start greeting them. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Section Chief No." No Eunha's father is surprised and looks toward the voice. He responds with a polite tone. "I'm not a section chief yet, but thank you for calling me that." The other person smiles and says, "There are only a few days left until the new year, so we can start calling you that now. I have to take this chance to curry favor." Father has been promoted from department manager to section chief, in a place where there's nothing bigger than a section chief. Father has become the core of the Sirius Group. At this point, he suddenly thinks, with someone like him as section chief, will this company be okay? Well, either way, the serious tool will become famous in the future, so there's nothing to worry about. He looks around and thinks to himself, is there anywhere quiet? His eyes stop at a corner of the room. A girl is already standing there. She stands silently, staring intently out the window. Yoonha sees this and walks over to start a conversation. You're missing out on the pleasures of life. The girl turns to look at him with surprise and asks, missing out on pleasure? Yoonha, holding a plate of pastries, speaks while chewing. How often can kids like us eat this kind of food? It's best to eat everything you can. We're still young, nothing to worry about. Don't you think so? He then feeds her a piece of cake. The girl looks at him and replies, we shouldn't eat at the party. Yoonha is full of surprise and continues, what are you talking about? Food is meant for eating. At this moment, the girl says nothing more, just speaks softly. That's true. The girl slowly opens her mouth to take the cake he is holding out. Then she chews with a happy expression. Yoonha looks at her and asks, what do you think? Is it delicious? The girl simply replies in a flat tone, it's delicious. Just then, No Eunha's father calls out from behind. No Eunha! He turns around to look at him, surprised. Father walks over and grabs his shoulder, his voice worried. Why did you suddenly disappear? Father was so worried. Following behind is another person. That person also speaks up. Is this your son? No Eunha looks at him, his eyes wide with shock. A thought echoes in his head. That person, Han Do-jun, chairman of the serious group. Do-jun continues to ask, good thing you found him, right? No. Eunha's father replies with relief. Yes, it seems he hasn't caused any trouble yet. No Eunha quickly speaks up to introduce himself. Hello, sir. I'm No Eunha, a freshman in class 4 of the business high school. Do-jun looks at him and softens his voice. So you're No Eunha? I've heard a lot about you. He immediately introduces. This is Han So-jun, my daughter. She reaches out her hand to greet him. Hi. I'm Han Seo-jun. It's nice to meet you. No Eunha looks at Seo-jun and secretly evaluates. Han Seo-jun. She's the only daughter of Han Do-jun and an exceptional manager. I really need to make a good impression on her. Just then, she pointed behind me and exclaimed, and that's No Eunha. Her expression was full of genuine surprise. As I turned to look, I couldn't help but wonder, what's with that reaction? Could it be? Han Do-jun introduced her again. This is my second daughter, Seo-hun. Seo-hun smiled brightly and replied, nice to meet you. Right then, No Eunha felt completely confused. In my past life, Han Do-jun only had one daughter. Before I could even finish that thought, Seo-hun slapped me hard on the shoulder and emphasized, and I'm 2 years older than you. By the way, seeing that, No Eunha thought to himself, is she mad that I didn't use honorifics? I quickly took a step back and followed up. Can I call you Nuna from now on? She didn't react immediately, her voice remaining calm. You can just talk to me normally. No sooner had she finished than I added, all right, but can I at least call you Seo-hun? Hearing that, Seo-hun radiated such killing intent that she lowered her voice. What did you just say? No, Eunha, startled, stammered. I just meant talking normally. Han So-hun wore a murderous expression. You can call me Seo-hun. No Eunha just replied with a quiet yes, while thinking to himself, confused. Why is she suddenly angry? Han Do-jun, who had been observing from the side, finally cut in. You and Seo-hun seem to get along well. I'll invite you next time. Make sure you come visit. No Eunha quickly replied. Yes, sir. I thought he was just being polite. But to my surprise, he was serious. Just then, the whole group, No Eunha was now at their luxurious villa. Subin sat across from us and asked, how's the snack? Eun-ah, sitting on No Eunha's lap, couldn't stop happily munching away. It's delicious. Han Do-jun, sitting nearby, also asked, come to think of it, No Eunha, you're attending the Player Academy this year, right? No Eunha replied brightly. Yes, I'm a freshman. Han Do-jun took a box out and held it in his hand, saying, I should give this to you before you start. If you're going to be a student at the Player Academy, you should have a way to contact us whenever you need to, right? No Eunha's father, who was sitting to the side, spoke up. Chairman, we really appreciate the gift, but it's a bit. Before he could finish, Han Do-jun quickly interrupted. Chief. No, I'm looking forward to your help in the future, don't you think so? In moments like these, you just have to accept it and say thank you. No Eunha's father looked flustered and stammered. After saying that, Han Do-jun turned to, No, Eunha. Hurry up and open it. She felt shy and tried to make an excuse. But I already have a phone, sir. He immediately countered. This is a newer model, a serious product. Han Do-jun turned to signal to No Eunha's father. Right. Chief No. No, Eunha, sitting beside him, looked confused and asked, "Is that true?" Her father, looking awkward, could only manage a yes. No. Eunha's mother nudged him. "Eunha, thank them." Hearing that, she hurriedly said, "Thank you." "No." Eunha looked at them, his expression full of suspicion. Strange, not only did they invite us to dinner, but they're also giving us gifts? Why would they go this far? Why? As he thought about it, he took the snack Eunha was handing him. Afterward, No Eunha noticed Eun-ah had been sitting next to So-hun for a while now, and the two were chatting happily. "I'll call you when I have a gathering, so you should come." "I'll be there." I looked at her helplessly. Since when did she run over there? And when did she promise to attend a party? Am I looking forward to this? Why? Seo-hun turned to ask, "No Eunha, you're coming too, right? It would be great if you could join us." No, Eunha, still chewing on the snack, seemed distracted. Seeing that, So-hun added, "Seo-hun doesn't have any friends, so she rarely attends these gatherings. I'd be very happy if someone could be close with her." Hearing that, Seo-hun put her teacup down and turned. "What do you mean by that? Saying I don't have friends?" Seo-hun suddenly lowered her voice. "I don't have friends? Do you really expect me to call those people who just follow me around friends?" Seo-hun was caught off guard. She could only press her lips together and say nothing more. Seo-hun then returned to her enthusiastic demeanor. "Anyway, I hope you can join us." It would give Seo-hun someone to talk to. No Eunha, from the side, chimed in, "Let's go together." No Eunha. No Eunha could finally see through it and thought, they're finally showing their true intentions. There's only one reason why a child would be invited to a gathering. It's to build a power base. In other words, she wants me on her side. Normally, I would refuse this offer. Suddenly, applause rang out. Subin said warmly, "That sounds great." Like Seo-hun said, No Eunha should come. Han Do-jun, sitting next to her, added his support. "It's good to learn about society while you're young, isn't it?" No Eunha could only manage a forced smile. He thought to himself, "Look at that. I'm trapped." Just as I expected. She really is the heiress of the serious group. Just like Han Do-jun, she easily steered the conversation while pretending not to notice. And I don't have a reason to refuse. The company my father works for, the merchants, it's all so complicated, and I can't leave her alone. Thinking this, No Eunha finally agreed. "Yes, I will come when I have time." The chairman and his wife were overjoyed. "It's so good that Seo-hun has friends. It's so good, isn't it, Seo-hun?" Meanwhile, on a deserted street, a drunken man was stumbling along. From far away, a noisy sound echoed. "Stop right there!" The man heard it and irritably blurted out, "What the hell is that?" Suddenly, a strange gust of wind blew from out of nowhere. Something seemed to be rushing straight toward the man. He didn't understand what was happening and turned to look. A giant mosquito was right behind him. The mosquito hovered in the air, its eyes glowing with a fierce red light. It used its giant needle to pin him straight in the shoulder. The sudden attack made the man let out a cry of pain. The wine bottle in his hand dropped to the ground and shattered. The mosquito's eyes were like mirrors, reflecting the image of the man lying helplessly on the ground. From far away, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. After feeding, the mosquito flapped its wings and prepared to fly away. The group that had been chasing it shouted, "There it is! It's running! Follow it!" They noticed the man lying there and spoke up. "Captain, someone is unconscious. What should we do?" The other replied indifferently. "Anyone can see he's passed out from being drunk. Drinking, but we should. All right, let's just take him to the hospital." Suddenly, the wound from the mosquito's sting earlier began to emit a strange light on the man's body. At the hospital where Julieta gave birth, a heat wave warning was issued. We had also begun our summer vacation of our 3rd year. Julieta saw someone coming to visit her and the baby. She smiled brightly to greet everyone. All her friends and Eunha had brought gifts, and they happily greeted her back in unison. Julieta was worried about waking her baby, so she whispered for the others to keep their voices down. The kids obediently whispered back, "Yes." The whole group crowded around, eagerly trying to get a look at the baby. They were pushing and shoving, all exclaiming, "Me next! I want to see!" Kim Min-ji sighed. "So cute." Dong Ha-jong felt the same way. The little girl added excitedly, "Kim Min-ji, Jin So-na, look at the baby's hands. They're so tiny." Jin So-na agreed. "Really cute." Yoon-ha walked in, saw the scene, and mused. "The baby isn't even crying around strangers, huh?" Julieta said proudly. "Of course not. He's my son." Suddenly, Choi Eun-hyuk chimed in, asking, "Julieta, is it a boy or a girl?" Julieta, who seemed to have been waiting for this, answered excitedly, "Veronica is a healthy baby boy." Yunha handed over a box of pastries, saying in a low voice, I brought some tiramisu. That means No Un-ah will be a big sister now. Recalling her visit and how excited No Un-ah was when she saw the baby, Julieta recounted, No Un-ah visited earlier today. She was so excited. No, Un-ha asked casually. And have you decided on a name for him yet? Julieta beamed, her tone overflowing with pride. Of course. I've had his name picked out since before he was even born. His name will be Veronica, meaning dreams, hope, and the future. Yunha suddenly froze. Veronica? A memory flashed through his mind from before his regression, when he read the report on the Abyss dungeon. This was one of the names listed in the record of challengers, Vivian Myron, whose ally was the Diamond Fist. Rumor had it, he took on a crucial role in the Abyss dungeon raid because of his fists. Could it be the same person? Looking over at them, Kim Min-ji was softly pleading, Can I hold him, please? Julieta happily agreed. Sure, just be careful. After a moment of thought, No Un-ha reached a conclusion. Before the regression, the reason Julieta didn't choose to end her life, despite living such a miserable existence, was because of this child. While he was lost in his own complicated thoughts, the others were happily and innocently surrounding the baby. Kim Min-ji was holding Veronica. She said excitedly, Look, he's yawning. Jin Seona joined in. So cute! After a brief moment of reflection, No Un-ha snapped back to reality and said happily, Since he's No Un-ah's brother, he'll be like a little brother to me too. Julieta was happy to hear that. She smiled warmly. That's right, he's your little brother, so make sure to take care of him, okay? Bruno and I will do everything to help him grow up fast so he can be with you. I'll even let you carry him on your shoulders. Thinking of that scenario, No Un-ha gave a stiff smile. No thanks, I'll be an adult by then anyway. Choi Yun-hyuk quickly covered his mouth and asked, Wait, so is his last name No, too? Julieta was always happy to answer anything about her son. His name is Veronica. No Un-ha was stunned to realize his own last name had been chosen for the baby. His shout echoed through the hospital. Afterward, the group headed out. The temperature outside was different from the hospital. As soon as Kim Min-ji stepped out, the heat hit her, and she started sweating. She groaned. It's so hot. Yoon-hyuk didn't fare much better. He sighed. It was so cool inside the hospital. Dong Ha-jang suggested, There's a pool at the community center. Should we go tomorrow? Choi Un-hyuk immediately agreed. Yes. Kim Min-ji fanned herself to cool down, and the others happily agreed. Seeing No Un-ha distracted, Dong Ha-jang turned to him. You're coming too, right No Un-ha? For a while now, No Un-ha had been subconsciously watching the children over there getting food. He muttered, Come to think of it, today is Wednesday. The others didn't understand what he meant and just said, Huh? Their gaze followed his, to see a crowd of children gathering to play. They were waiting to have food distributed to them. They were the homeless, a name given to orphans who lost their families to monsters. Children born in the slums, or abandoned. The goddess administration built protection facilities to deal with issues surrounding the homeless by providing them with services, like free meals every Wednesday, among other things. But that didn't change their unfortunate fates much. A young boy suddenly dashed past, causing some cardboard boxes to wobble. They fell over. The boy turned his head in a daze, unable to react in time to dodge. Seeing this, No Un-ha lunged forward, jumping through the falling boxes as fast as lightning. The boy standing nearby had been trembling with fear, only able to clutch his food tightly. Suddenly, a gentle voice whispered in his ear, Hey kid, are you okay? In that instant, No Un-ha had swooped in like a hero, saving him from the danger. The boy's teary eyes lit up. He gave a bright smile and said innocently, No Un-ha? No Un-ha was confused. No Un-ha? The boy radiated an innocent glow as he explained, My mom told me that when I'm in danger, an angel will come to save me. Are you here to eat, too? Un-ha replied helplessly. Yeah. Something like that. Choi Yun-hyuk and the others ran over from a distance, asking worriedly, Big brother, are you okay? No, Un-ha replied calmly. Yeah, I'm fine. Having witnessed No Un-ha's strength so many times, Choi Yun-hyuk couldn't help but be amazed. As expected of Big Brother. But where exactly is this place? Kim Min-ji shared the same thought. Why are there so many kids here? Among the homeless children, 2 older boys who seemed quite mature ran quickly toward them. One of them hissed impatiently. The boy, rescued by Yun-ha, felt the movement behind him and looked back, softly calling, Big brother. The boys ran over and pulled the younger boy toward them, causing him to cry out in surprise. The boy with the missing arm was so worried he couldn't keep his voice steady. I told you not to talk to strangers. The other boy, seemingly more sensible, kept bowing and pleading, I'm sorry. He's just a little kid and caused some trouble. Please, just forgive him this once. I'm sorry, the one-armed boy added, not forgetting to push the younger one's head down to make him apologize. I'm sorry. Hurry up and apologize. The little boy, though confused, repeated, I'm sorry. They kept apologizing, leaving No Eun-ha and his group stunned, not knowing what to say. The two older boys looked wary and quickly scooped up the younger boy and ran off, while the boy being carried still innocently waved goodbye to them. Kim Min-ji stammered. Those kids just now, Dong Ha-jung stuttered, voicing his thoughts. They looked so scared. No Eun-ha watched the scene and couldn't help but think to himself, they were afraid because of how we looked. Huh. Well, that's understandable. Because no parents ever tell their children about the homeless. Those kids only know about school or playing around. They would never encounter homeless people, wander into slums, or go to places people usually avoid. Jin So-na suddenly remembered, so that was what today was about. She thought about the church where she grew up, which also gave out free food. Choi Eun-hyuk, confused by the situation, turned and asked, Big boss, who are they? No, Eun-ha made up his mind not to let these kids face the harsh reality of the outside world. He replied vaguely, You don't need to know. But deep down, he thought they still didn't need to know about the dark side of the world, a world so cruel to children. The next day at the park, No Eun-ha was eating ice cream and sighed. So refreshing. Dong Ha-jung noticed it was getting late and said worriedly, We aren't going to be late, are we? Jin So-na saw her worry and comforted her. It's okay, we won't be late. Choi Eun-hyuk thought of No Eun-ha and teased loudly. I bet Big Boss and Kim Min-ji must have been really hot, so they stopped for ice cream on the way here. Jin So-na also chimed in. No Eun-ha is always the last to arrive. From afar, a dragging, scraping sound against the ground echoed continuously. A man appeared with a look of extreme terror, his mouth muttering incessantly. No, it can't be. Surely he's a quack. It's mana dispersion syndrome. I think it's best you go to a larger hospital. It can't be. I have a normal amount of mana. How could I have mana dispersion syndrome? After dreaming of being bitten by that giant mosquito, his body had felt weak. Or was that just a dream? There was nothing on his shoulder, so he thought it must have been a dream. Just as he finished that thought, he looked down and saw his hand had already transformed into a grotesque shape. The man's high-pitched scream rang out, drawing the attention of Choi Eun-hyuk and the others from a distance. Choi Eun-hyuk saw the unusual situation and asked anxiously, Mister, are you okay? The man kept trying to compose himself, pretending to mutter to brush it off. Is it because I'm too tired? The man trembled as he picked up his phone, muttering, I have to call the director, to tell him I'm not feeling well. But on his phone screen, the reflection of a monster appeared clearly. The man panicked, screamed, and threw his phone to the ground. Choi Eun-hyuk ran over from afar, asking kindly, Mister, are you okay? You don't look well. Hearing that, the man stammered reluctantly, I, but a look of terror from the depths of his heart appeared in his eyes, causing the man to instinctively hiss, Get away! Choi Eun-hyuk froze, feeling hurt after suddenly being lashed out at, but he didn't leave. He still kindly kept asking, Mister, are you really okay? The man's sanity was slipping away. He could only instinctively scream, I told you to get away. Get out of here. Dong Ha-jung's eyes flashed with a strange light. It seemed she had realized something. Regardless of the situation, Dong Ha-jung called out loudly, Choi Eun-hyuk. The boy heard her, confused, and turned to look. The man's face had begun to distort, while his mouth still muttered incessantly, It can't be. It can't be. His body kept changing. The skin and flesh that were once whole were now falling apart. Dong Ha-jung warned him anxiously, Run. Choi Eun-hyuk was stunned for a moment and didn't react in time, because the man from before had completely transformed into a monster. It stood towering, staring fixedly at its prey, Choi Eun-hyuk, ready to attack at any moment. Under the scorching sun, No Eun-ha walked down the street, sweat trickling down his small face. He sighed tiredly. It's so hot. No Eun-ha called out softly. Hey, Kim Min-ji, she replied. Why are you calling me? No, Eun-ha suggested. It's so hot. Let's go get some ice cream before heading back. Kim Min-ji's sweat-streaked face flashed with anger. She scolded. You idiot. We're late for our plans because you were too busy playing with AI and forgot to pack for the pool. I'm sure everyone is waiting for us, he said calmly. If we're late, they'll just hang around playing anyway. No Eun-ha still pleaded with Kim Min-ji. It's too hot. I can't walk anymore. Let's go buy ice cream, please. She firmly refused. No way, and even jumped on him, hitting him in a playful struggle. Suddenly, a voice echoed in No Eun-ha's subconscious. He was startled, looking around. Huh? Did you hear Jin Seona's voice? Kim Min-ji was still busy pulling No Eun-ha's hair. Hey, don't try to change the subject. Jin Seona's voice rang out again. Someone, anyone, please call a player. This time, both he and the girl heard it clearly. They stopped. Kim Min-ji looked around, bewildered. Are there monsters appearing? I keep hearing Jin Seona's voice. No Eun-ha crouched down to adjust his shoes and said to her, I know. You call the Player Management Association. You have their number, right? Kim Min-ji hesitated. I do. But, before she could finish, he was done. A surge of green energy appeared at No Eun-ha's feet, and he dashed off at high speed, leaving the girl stunned. Wait, hey, No Eun-ha! No Eun-ha leaped into the air. Kim Min-ji felt helpless. You have to tell me where the monster is before you take off. Every living creature has mana in their body, a source of power that can make the heart beat, with just a small amount. However, the amount of mana a body can tolerate varies greatly. If they store too much mana that their body cannot contain, they will turn into a monster far different from humans. A giant flying mosquito was attacking people. Choi Eun-hyuk was shocked. What is that? I'm not seeing things, am I? That man just turned into a monster? Jin So-na spoke up. This isn't the time to think about that. Run, or we'll die. Everyone scrambled to flee. A loud noise from the flying mosquito echoed, as it seemed to be diving at dizzying speeds, tearing through the space, making Dong Ha-jung a bit panicked. Seeing that, Jin So-na asked worriedly, Dong Ha-jung, are you okay? She replied, I'm okay. Choi Eun-hyuk looked back, his face turning pale. Choi Eun-hyuk thought to himself, if it goes on like this, that monster will catch us. But I don't have enough confidence to run and use mana to block the monster's attack at the same time. Can I do it? If only Big Boss were here at a time like this. The boy remembered what No Eun-ha had told him. Choi Eun-hyuk, you are the only one who can protect everyone. Choi Eun-hyuk braced himself and tried to calm down. Get a grip, Choi Eun-hyuk. The boy seemed to have toughened up. I'm the only one who can protect my friends right now. Choi Eun-hyuk steadied himself and turned to Jin So-na. Jin So-na, can you carry Dong Ha-jung on your back while you run? She looked a bit confused but agreed. Yeah, okay. Dong Ha-jung was firm. No, I can still run. She wouldn't let her refuse. Jin So-na grabbed Dong Ha-jung and hoisted her onto her back before she could protest. She advised, just do what Choi Eun-hyuk says. He definitely has a plan. Jin So-na looked at Choi Eun-hyuk and asked, what do we do next? The boy laid out the plan. Dong Ha-jung, create a barrier to keep that monster away. You can do it, right? Dong Ha-jung looked at the flying mosquito chasing them closely and stammered, I can do it. I'll try. It was getting closer. She held out her hand and summoned her energy. That power erupted from Dong Ha-jung like a shield, blocking the mosquito that had been right on top of them. Choi Eun-hyuk finally relaxed his face a little. The boy directed her, keep holding that shield. Jin So-na. You. Before he could finish, Jin So-na understood Choi Eun-hyuk's intent. I know. I'll send a signal to everyone around here. Saying that, she closed her eyes and began broadcasting a signal. A stream of golden energy radiated from Jin So-na. Please help us, we're being chased by a monster. Everyone heard her cry for help. Everyone was confused. What's going on? Jin So-na's signal kept broadcasting, as loud and as far as possible. Everyone, please call a player here. Everyone could hear that desperate plea. Dong Ha-jung called out, Choi Eun-hyuk, the monster is stuck in the barrier. Choi Eun-hyuk saw it was his turn. All right. In his hand, the boy formed an orb of power. He threw the orb toward the flying mosquito with all his might and shouted, get out of here. She saw it, and acted too. Dong Ha-jung opened the barrier to let the boy's energy orb hit it squarely. The flying mosquito was hit by a massive blow from all three of them working together. Choi Eun-hyuk shouted, run. He didn't forget to praise. Good job. Dong Ha-jung and Jin So-na quickly escaped, and the three of them continued to flee from the danger. As the black smoke slowly cleared, the flying mosquito didn't seem to be bothered much. It just groaned and shivered a little. It didn't seem to be a sign of pain, but of extreme rage. The mosquito's eyes changed, becoming more murderous. It was annoyed. I don't want to die. Then it charged like crazy toward the three of them. Choi Eun-hyuk and the others were terrified. Dong Ha-jung seemed to notice something very strange. She thought, that's so weird. Dong Ha-jung felt something deep inside that mosquito. Why is that monster's mana mixed with human mana? Did a human turn into a monster? Choi Eun-hyuk yelled, create a barrier, Dong Ha-jung. The shout jolted her from her thoughts, and by then, the thing was right behind them. Dong Ha-jung screamed in terror. The mental shock caused an outburst of power. That strength from Dong Hajang blew the mosquito far away and also affected Jin So-na. It blew the monster away, but Jin So-na couldn't regain her balance and fell quite hard. Choi Eun-hyuk worriedly called out, "Jin So-na!" Dong Hajang snapped out of it, panicked, and steadied herself. Dong Hajang ran over and asked, "Han Jin So-na, I'm sorry. Jin So-na, are you okay?" Even though she was in pain, the girl tried to reassure her. "Yeah, I'm fine." The boy was helping her up. Choi Eun-hyuk scolded slightly. "Dong Ha-jang, get it together." Dong Ha-jang felt guilty when she saw Jin Sana's leg was quite badly injured. The girl comforted her. "I'm okay. I'm really okay. Don't cry." Jin Seona said seriously. Because right now, there was something more important to focus on, right? The three of them remembered and looked toward the flying mosquito. It had calmed down and was flying back to attack. The three of them generated mana and had no choice but to risk it. "Her leg is injured. We can't carry her and run." "Dong Ha-jang, you shoot mana at the monster too. We have no choice but to stand our ground here." Dong Ha-jang heard him and replied, "Okay, I understand." Then both of them released a large amount of mana. They aimed at the flying mosquito. It was struck by a barrage of mana from Choi Eun-hyuk and Dong Ha-jang. Both of them kept trying, standing in front of Jin So-na to protect her while attacking with all their might. But the mosquito didn't seem phased. Instead, it seemed stimulated. It lunged toward the three of them. Taken by surprise, she could only create a shield to protect them. Dong Ha-jang held the barrier, while the boy kept firing mana. The girl was injured, so she could only stay quiet. Dong Ha-jang and Choi Eun-hyuk reacted very calmly, but they couldn't keep this up forever. Jin So-na noticed Dong Ha-jang's expression changing. It seemed like Dong Ha-jang was overdoing it because she felt guilty. If this kept up, her vision would hit rock bottom. The girl teared up, heartbroken. "Everyone will be eaten by that monster, and we can't even fight back," Jin So-na said, trembling. "You guys, just leave me behind and run." But Choi Eun-hyuk reassured her. "It's fine," the girl shouted with a bitter tone. "What do you mean it's fine? Just run." The boy seemed very confident and explained, "Don't you know by now? Whenever things get like this, he always shows up." In the sky, a figure was sliding toward them very quickly. Jin So-na suddenly saw a savior and rejoiced. "Ah!" A foot appeared in front of the flying mosquito, startling it, and a kick sent it rolling away before it could even react. Dong Ha-jang was happy. "I knew you'd come." Even Choi Eun-hyuk felt more energized. "Why are you only just now showing up? You're so late." It was no Yoon-ha. He opened his mouth. "Geez, I arrived just in time. Why are you guys still complaining?" No Yoon-ha appeared like a ray of hope, saving the others from danger. No Eun-ha attacked the mosquito, catching it off guard. He kicked the mosquito hard in the face, sending it flying far away. Dong Ha-jang cheered. "I knew you would come." Choi Eun-hyuk was excited. "Why are you only just now showing up? You're so late." "No," Eun-ha turned back and smiled. "Oh, for heaven's sake," you sigh. "I arrived just in time, so why are you guys still complaining?" "No," Yoon-ha drops his bag on the ground. "You should have stayed hidden in the back." Until the other players arrived, the mosquito monster trembled as it stood up. The girl worries. "No, Yoon-ha. That monster, that kid is right. Boss." Suddenly, that middle-aged guy transformed into a monster. You look back at it. Transformed? So that's how it is, you think to yourself. Instead of eating humans, the mosquito monster steals their mana. Then, the ability of those victims to control their mana becomes erratic. During the recovery process, a little mana leaks out, causing their bodies to accumulate an overload of mana, leading to their bodies exploding from mana madness, or them transforming into monsters. The mosquito monster attacks. Yoon-ha punches it straight in the face. You think, if there are infected humans walking around freely like this, then the players or the hospital didn't do their job properly after treating them. This is still the time before people wrote a guide on how to deal with these kinds of incidents, I suppose. The mosquito monster strikes repeatedly. Yoon-ha nimbly dodges, thinking, "Whatever, fine. You stupid bastards didn't handle this properly." Yoon-ha unleashes power into his fist and charges. "And now you're making me clean up your mess?" Yoon-ha punches the mosquito monster hard in the face, its head slamming into the ground, cracking the earth. The monster cries out in pain. "It hurts, save me." You are surprised. It still has a sliver of consciousness? Its whole body emits a black aura. The mosquito monster whimpers. "It hurts." Yoon-ha quickly backs away as the monster begins to mutate. It cries out, "Please, save me." You signal your friend to leave quickly. Is that the mosquito's arm getting bigger and stronger? Yoon-ha wonders. A demonification process? It grows huge and looks terrifying. Its mouth continuously mumbling, "Save me." You reflect. Before I regressed, there was a group of demon humans called the Nine Demons. They launched large-scale terrorist attacks all across South Korea. Every one of them was a living disaster, and they called themselves the New Humanity. But the probability of a human becoming a demon human was almost 0% at this time. So how is this possible? No Yunha asks Dong Ha-jung. Are you sure the guy who turned into a monster wasn't a woman? The girl replies, it was definitely a guy. Choi Yun-hyuk adds, I saw it too. It was male. You think to yourself, so it wasn't her. Beelzebub, one of the 9 demons, is definitely a woman. There are still 15 years until the 9 demons appear. The mosquito monster calls for help, flying high into the sky and howling. Save me. No. Yun-ha creates a mana orb and shouts, Who said you could run away, huh? You throw the orb at the mosquito monster. It twists its body to dodge the attack. Yun-ha jumps high into the air, thinking, damn it, just a mana orb isn't enough damage. I need a weapon to catch that monster. Is there anything around here I can use? You see an electric pole near another building. In a high-rise building, Subin is clutching her child, the little one crying in fear. Mom! The mosquito monster appears right in front of them. She screams in terror. Unha appears. Forgotten about me? It startles. You use the weapon to strike the mosquito monster hard. It tumbles, then quickly stands up and retreats. The mosquito monster runs away, taking Yunha by surprise. You look at Subin and advise her, to prevent turning into a monster, please go to the hospital to check the mana in your body. Yunha jumps up, bracing for another attack. Mana burst. You swing the weapon at it. The mosquito monster dodges. Unha pours more mana into the needle weapon and swings hard. The sharp spikes from No Unha's technique shoot toward it. The mosquito monster quickly dodges and runs away, diving into another house. You say, you're pretty good at dodging. A cry echoes, catching No Unha's attention. It hurts. It hurts, Mom. You dash into the house, shattering the window glass. Unha lands gently, swearing, damn it. Scattered in front of Unha are injured people lying motionless. You are furious. It's too late. Most people whose mana is stolen will die from mana madness outbursts. Unha thinks, before it causes more damage. And while I see the mosquito monster attacking others, I have to finish this monster off. Yunha charges at it, striking the mosquito monster hard and sending it flying. The mosquito monster flies back, hitting the door. Yunha observes, based on its appearance shifting back into a monster, the guy's consciousness has been eaten. Because it didn't complete the full demonification process, it flaps its wings, trying to escape again. You are angry, damn it. The person it attacked trembles and calls out, Big brother? No Unha brother? No Unha is surprised. You turn to look at him. Suddenly, rocks fall on top of No Unha. The building echoes with a loud sound and thick smoke. Your vision blurs. There's a voice. Anyone there? A loud call from over there. You wake up, rubbing your aching head. Yunha looks up and sees a group of people running on the rooftop. It's inside that building. As soon as it comes out, shoot that damn monster right away. You wonder, did those players hear Selin's telepathy and came to finish the monster off? Unha looks at the boy. Then I'll leave that monster for them to handle. The homeless boy trembles, calling, Big brother. No Unha, big brother. This is the boy you once saved. Wait, is one of the homeless boy's eyes mutated? The boy pants, smiling happily. Before the regression, in Suwon City, the night scene where countless high-rise buildings lay in ruins, several bodies lie scattered on the rooftop. A voice rings out. Knowing you bastards aren't worth anything, I find it quite boring. Jin Pa-rang clutches his injured right shoulder, his face full of hatred as he looks at his opponent. Behind him, you are Lee Yu-jung, using her power to heal Unha. They are the Mist Flower team. A mysterious woman rests her chin on her hand, smiling. Surrounding her are giant red-eyed flies. But you guys really do live up to your reputation. Your level is quite high, after all. From up high, she looks down, extremely arrogant. That is the ruler of the 9 demons, the fly Beelzebub. Hearing those taunts, Jin Pa-rang loses his temper and charges. Shut up and stop yapping. Lee Yu-jung is healing, but still worries for you. Jin Pa-rang? The female demon shows no concern, calmly saying, Oh, so you're the mad dog? She beckons with her hand. Jin Pa-rang is charging at rocket speed when he is suddenly hit, clutching his face in pain. Lee Yu-jung and No Unha rush to support him. Stay there, I'm coming right now. Beelzebub stands right next to Lee Yu-jung in the blink of an eye. The female demon uses her massive hand, reaching toward her small face, making her startle. Beelzebub's voice is amused. The only support of the Mist Flower squad, you must be the Reaper, huh? Someone screams, Get your hands off her. In that instant, the hand is severed. Beelzebub stares as the limb flies off her body into the air. Eun-ha has managed to pull Lee Yu-jung out of danger just in time. The female demon looked at her bleeding arm and calmly said, "You've got a short temper, don't you? So, you're the infamous general killer? Or should I call you the Immortal instead?" He watched her intently and gestured for Lee Yu-jung to get behind him. She had already spotted someone in the distance. "Behind you, it's that girl, right?" A red-haired woman was clutching her stomach, leaning against the corner of a wall. Beelzebub's eyes were bloodshot, and fly wings were sprouting from behind her back. "You possess destructive power on par with the 12 thrones." Hundreds of flies swarmed from her body, and immediately, a fireball was launched toward the red-haired girl. Beelzebub laughed with satisfaction. The girl quickly used her power to dispel the fireball. She was the Witch of Slaughter, but her body was already covered in countless wounds. Her eyes were bloodshot, no longer looking human. Beelzebub sneered. "With a title like that, you're actually pretty weak. But your magic resistance isn't half bad." Around the witch, the fly soldiers had already collapsed, even after being torn apart by his children. "You're the only one who hasn't turned into a monster. You should be proud of that." She glared at him with pure hatred. Jin Parang couldn't take it anymore. Grabbing his sword, he lunged forward. "Shut your mouth, you bastard!" He pulled out a long whip, and the female demon praised him. "You're fast, aren't you? Did the saint already heal and recover your strength?" Instantly, she swung her whip with a murderous look. Jin Parang's sword and the opponent's whip clashed repeatedly, moving so fast that the naked eye could barely follow. Off to the side, Lee Yu-jung was trying her best to save the witch, but the situation wasn't looking good. She spoke softly. Captain No Eun-ha," she called out, her eyes fixed on the battle. "What do we do?" From behind him, the witch's voice emerged. "Please end my life." He turned back to look at her. Parts of her body were already beginning to grow grotesque, unnatural mutations. Even through her pain, she joked. "Why? Do you have a crush on me? That's kinda gross." She flashed a bright, yet bitter smile. Witnessing this, Lee Yu-jung couldn't hold back her tears, while he could only clench his teeth and endure it. After a moment of hesitation, he stepped toward her and replied, "All right." "No." Eun-ha raised his sword, his face cold. "See you in hell." One strike, and it was all over. Just then, a small, childish voice asked, "No Eun-ha." It was a little boy, maybe 5 or 6 years old. His left eye was deformed beyond recognition, and his whole body was covered in blood, but he still tried to smile. No Eun-ha looked much younger at this moment. It turned out to be the homeless boy he had saved earlier. Everyone is gone now." Hearing this, he froze. "They were all so kind to me." "No." Eun-ha stepped toward the boy. In the boy's eyes, there was nothing left but despair. "Am I going to die too?" he replied coldly. "Yeah." The boy asked, "No Eun-has don't smile?" At those words, a flood of painful memories rushed back. The monster Kraken, who had caused the catastrophe, and No Eun-ha. When he was little, clutching his sister's photo, weeping bitterly. Please don't go, sister. Don't leave me all alone." His parents spoke with such bitterness. "I forgot how to smile a long time ago." Hearing that, the child urged him, "But No Eun-ha, you have to smile." He wondered why. "Because my brothers told me so. If you smile." One day, the child's body started sprouting grotesque parts. His whole body was trembling. The boy smiled radiantly, just like the red-haired witch. "It will bring you happiness." No Eun-ha just silently watched the child. "It's going to hurt a little." His weapon began to glow. The boy replied, "It's okay." He raised his weapon and asked coldly, "Do you have any last words?" Seeing this, the child trembled. "Mom, I miss Mom." The boy's eyes reflected the image of the one who had released him from his suffering. In a ruined building, corpses were scattered everywhere. Only No Eun-ha and the child remained. He fell silent as a single drop of water fell. "I hate children." That was his thought. The child had been playing nearby before falling right in front of him. It started to wail, and then its mother appeared. "I hate their selfishness and shallowness. They think all they have to do is cry, and their parents will solve all their problems." He watched the child being comforted by its mother. A moment later, the child was giggling innocently, smiling in the arms of its parents as if hell didn't exist, believing that happiness would last forever. "Ever since I saw my family die right before my eyes, I've had none of that faith left." At No Eun-ha's feet lay an old teddy bear. He brushed the dust off it. "I smile because I don't want the people around me to worry." His emotions had long since grown numb on the battlefield. "Ever since the regression, I haven't felt anything." He walked away, clutching the teddy bear, alone. "Even if you guys died, I wouldn't be able to shed a single tear." Shoving the teddy bear into the fated child's arms, a loud voice rang out, bringing him back to reality. The mosquito extermination mission is complete. It's turned into a monster. Wipe it out completely. A boy was using his power to bind the female demon tightly, while the other held a sword, stabbing the monster repeatedly, making it scream in agony. In a flashback, after seeing that child perish, No Unha declared loudly, "But in return, I will kill all of you, every single one of those monsters." The news reported on the mosquito incident. Thanks to the quick and timely response of the demi-human girl, the mosquito had been eliminated. No Unha listened attentively. Mayor So Eunbuk presented the girl with the Brave Preschooler Award. No Una peeked out, watching her brother from afar. Lately, he hasn't been smiling much. I don't want him to be depressed. She remembered what her sister told her. No Una, if he's sad, you have to go comfort him. Remember? She wondered how to do it. Well, just run over to him, she shouted loudly. Brother, sister said. No, Unha has to give you a big hug. She lunged into his arms unexpectedly. He patted her head as she giggled. He asked gently, "What's making our No Una so happy? I just wanted to hug you." Hearing her answer, he smiled kindly and stroked her hair. The little girl whispered into his ear, "Brother, yeah? What is it?" Suddenly, she kissed his cheek lovingly. "I like you the most. I like you this much. Like the sky. Like the earth," she said, waving her arms cutely. He held his cheek, stunned, then smiled back. "Me too." No Yuna asked happily. "Really?" In front of the school gate, a voice came over the loudspeaker. "Now, we will begin the Find Your Teammate race." Signaling the start of the game, No Unha opened and read the paper he had just received. Looking confused, he stood there, mouth agape, searching around frantically. Where am I supposed to find them now? While the children around him began to scatter to complete their mission. Suddenly, No Unha catches Kim Minji sitting with Jin So-na and shouts, "Hey, Jin So-na," catching the young girl by surprise. No, Unha doesn't hesitate or explain. He immediately grabs Jin So-na's hand and pulls her along. The confused girl, being dragged behind, shouts, "Huh? What does your note say?" While Kim Min-ji sits back there, struggling to process the two of them. "I don't know. But you guys have to hurry. We have to win this." Finally, they arrive, and the teacher asks, "Let me see the note you have." No Unha excitedly hands it over and says, "Here you go, sir." Jin Seona is panting, her face deathly pale behind him. When the teacher opens the paper, there are only 2 words written on it, "Puppy." The teacher asks, "Jin So-na is a puppy?" Hearing that, Jin So-na can't hold it back anymore. She erupts in anger, grabs No Unha's shirt, and shakes him. "Hey, why am I a puppy? I'm a fox." He just glances away. Jin So-na, our team, the blue team, has to win. He refuses to argue further. Even so, he remembers what Kim Min-ji had relied on them for. "I will definitely win and become the class president. Next time, everyone, please help me." She grits her teeth, enduring the discomfort in her heart, and decides to bark twice to prove it. The teacher, seeing this, is very satisfied. "That's right, you really are a puppy." By lunchtime, No Unha, with sparkling eyes, lifts his lunchbox to show her off. "Oppa, No Unha made this." No Unha happily accepts the lunchbox. Then he points to the smiley face on the meal and asks, "It looks delicious, but who is this?" She happily squints her eyes and replies, "Appa." Meanwhile, Kim Min-ji and Jin So-na, sitting in front, look at the two of them with envy. His eyes are literally sparkling. Kim Min-ji glares angrily at No Unha. "Why can't you treat us even half as well as you do?" With No Una, how could you call Jin So-na a puppy? At this point, Jin So-na pouts, feeling wronged, while he continues nonchalantly, "What are you talking about? What's so great about you guys?" She angrily points at No Unha, questioning him. "You even made me participate in that scavenger hunt. If you hadn't, you would have just been lazy again." With a confident look and a radiant smile, Kim Min-ji raises her hand in a proud posture, declaring that, as long as she is the class president, Class 3-3 will definitely achieve the highest results. But that beautiful dream quickly collapses when No Unha speaks up to reveal the truth. "It wasn't because of Mr. Im Do-hun, who promised to give us hamburgers if we won, right?" Her expression gradually twists and turns gray. Kim Min-ji angrily threatens, "Anyway, if you dare to run away this afternoon, just you wait. I won't let it slide." Beside them is a young girl who just finished running, catching her breath from exhaustion. So tired. A beautiful woman approaches, wipes the girl's sweat, and asks with concern, "You did well. Are you hurt?" The girl smiles and replies, "I'm okay, Mom." A friend hearing this is confused and asks, "Hyung, what's Mom?" That woman is Hyung's stepmother, Min Soo-jin. She smiles gently and says, Mom sounds fine. It's very special and unique, isn't it? She looks back at No Eunha with affection. Seeing the slightly awkward interaction between the two, he remembers a few months ago, Hyung's father remarried Min Soo-jin. Min Soo-jin is the second daughter of Mr. Min, Jun Sik from the Alice Group. At the wedding, the kids were very surprised for a moment when they realized the chairman of the Alice Group was the uncle who often played with them. No Eunha happily says, "An uncle is still an uncle, after all." That makes him laugh loudly. "Thanks, kid." Thinking about it, he realizes the kids accepted it very quickly. Besides that, it seems Hyung feels quite shy about calling Min Soo-jin Mom. She clenches her fist, trying to say, "I will try my best to call you Mom." Jin So-na playfully points out Hyung's mistake. "You got it wrong again." Dong Ha-jung hears this and shouts in realization. Min Soo-jin still happily says, "It's okay." At noon, at school, No Eunha is still wandering through the schoolyard, yawning as he walks. "I should probably take a nap." Just as he says that, there is no one behind the flower garden, so he will sleep. But then he notices Jin So-na hiding in a corner nearby. Seeing that, No Eunha walks over to check on her. "Puppy, what are you doing here?" Hearing that, she irritably closes her eyes and points at him. "I already told you, I'm not a puppy. Because of you, everyone calls me a puppy now." No Eunha replies nonchalantly, "Why? What's wrong with being a puppy? It sounds affectionate and friendly." He hears a commotion behind the wall. He walks over to take a look, asking, "But why are you here? What's going on?" Peeking his head over the wall, No Eunha's expression shows a flash of surprise. A voice rings out, "Mind your own business. It's Kim Min-ji." The young girl shouts, "Why do you have to care about who I hang out with?" Her mother speaks softly to try and soothe Kim Min-ji. "That's not it. Listen to me." Seeing the girl has calmed down, she continues, "You can hang out with No Eunha and Eun-hyuk, and it would be even better if you were close with Hyung. But I want you to keep your distance from Jin So-na." At this point, Kim Min-ji can't hold it back anymore. She brushes her mother's hand away and raises her voice to challenge her. "Is that what you mean? Why do you have to interfere with who I should be close to?" Her mother can't stand it anymore either, shouting, "Jin So-na is a demi-human." The moment those words are out, No Eunha is frozen in his tracks. Her hand tightens as she lowers her voice. "Kim Min-ji, maybe you don't know this, but people usually don't like demi-humans. What will they say when they see you being close to a demi-human?" As soon as she finishes, Eunha turns to look at Jin So-na, who is sitting with her head down, hugging her knees in sadness. The girl looks at the ground and says, "I'm fine." Her hand unconsciously draws circles on the ground as she says, "I already knew. How could someone like me have friends?" Hearing that, No Eunha asks in a hushed, sad voice, "Then what are we?" Hearing that, Jin So-na smiles faintly. "I know that, so I'm extremely grateful and sorry to you guys." She stands up, acting like she's okay. "I was going to go see Kim Min-ji, but now things are even more awkward. Let's go." No Eunha. Suddenly, her wrist is held. No Eunha says with a determined and serious face, "It's okay. Believe in Kim Min-ji." Kim Min-ji's mother's angry voice still rings out in the space. "Other people told me they saw you hanging out with that girl, so they don't want to hang out with others. Do you like hearing people talk behind your back that much?" Every word is like a needle stabbing Kim Min-ji's heart, making the girl tear up and unable to speak. Jin So-na can't stand it and begs, No Eunha, it's okay, let's just go." Suddenly, Kim Min-ji speaks up. Even then, the girl keeps her head down. Her hands clench the hem of her pants as she finds her resolve. But she is. The last words Kim Min-ji says are through tears, but with full determination. Jin So-na is my friend." Those words surprise Jin So-na immensely. Hearing that, Kim Min-ji's mother is silent for a long time. Then she sighs in compromise. "Fine. If that's what you want, then so be it. Don't you go regretting your choice and crying to your mother later." After their talk, the mother and daughter hugged each other tightly, and Kim Min-ji promised, "I won't. I'm just as stubborn as you are." The mother teased her playfully. No Eunha peeked out and felt relieved, thinking, "Looks like everything worked out. It's all done," he said. Then he turned around and teased her as he walked away. "Let's go, puppy, before anyone sees us." This made her furious, and she chased after him. "Why do you keep calling me puppy?" Suddenly, Jin So-na stopped and called out to No Eunha in a soft voice. "Yeah? What is it?" She gave him a warm, sweet smile with her eyes curved into crescents. "Let's win first place today," Jin So-na said excitedly. "We should help Kim Min-ji feel better." No, Eunha agreed. "Sure, let's do it." During the event, the students from Class 3-3 played the ball-tossing game with great enthusiasm. It left everyone stunned. Seeing that, The teacher sighed and declared the blue team the winners. Kim Min-ji, clueless about what had just happened, looked back at everyone in confusion. Huh? What's wrong with you? No, Yoon-ha brushed off his hands, acting indifferent. Did something happen? His reaction made her extremely suspicious. She pointed at him and questioned. Why were you trying so hard? That's not like you at all. No, Yoon-ha looked away, trying to dodge the question. What are you talking about? I'm always like this. Elsewhere, Jin So-na had also secured a win for the class in the relay race. In the subsequent games, the students quickly moved past their competition. She also won the obstacle course, bragging, easy as pie. Ha-young also won the three-legged race. And as a matter of course, the final results were announced by the school. The overall winners of the Autumn Sports Festival were none other than Class 3-3's blue team. Kim Min-ji stood up to accept the award in front of the entire school amidst cheers and applause. Her face couldn't hide her happiness and pride. Kim Min-ji brought the award back to the class and boasted, "Look at this, see? We can do it if we just try. You guys have to vote for me as class president next." Before she could finish, she noticed the mischievous glints in her classmates' eyes. No, Eun-ha asked. Are you guys ready? Jin So-na answered triumphantly. Yeah. And so, everyone grabbed a limb and began lifting Kim Min-ji into the air. She panicked and asked, Hey, what are you guys doing? Jin So-na, down below, ignored her and shouted, 1, 2. When she shouted 3, Kim Min-ji was tossed into the air amidst the cheering of her friends. The students shouted, Great job! Once more! Hey, stop it! Even the parents watching from the sidelines couldn't help but be happy. These kids are so close, aren't they? Right, the classmates chanted again. 1, 2. At the count of 3, Kim Min-ji, with the happiest expression imaginable, was tossed into the sky.